Chapter 2111. Return to the village. Outside of Four Corner Village, a group of cultivators descended. This group had frightening auras. The leader was dressed in a long robe and bore an air of authority. This group of people was the members of the Nanhai family. The cultivator in the lead was Nanhai Wuji. He was the top giant figure in the Shangqing domain and the chief elder of the Nanhai family. His ability was monstrous. This time, he had personally led his people here. It was apparent how much importance they placed on the changes of Four Corner Village this time around. The Nanhai family was more deeply connected to Four Corner Village than most forces of the Shangqing domain. Hence, they placed the greatest importance on the village. The proud son of heaven, Mu Yunlan, was a son-in-law of the Nanhai family. Mu Yunlan naturally had come along. He stood beside Nanhai Wuji. He wore a long, golden robe and was very elegant, giving off an otherworldly vibe. A frighteningly sharp aura emanated from his gaze. After many years, this was the first time Mu Yunlan had returned. The rule in Four Corner Village was that those who left could not return to the village unless they had special circumstances. Mu Yunlan had long been unsatisfied with this rule. For many years, he had wanted to return for a visit, as well as lead the members of Four Corner Village out to truly face the outside world. However, he couldn't change the village. Now, an opportunity had arisen. Four Corner Village finally decided to interact with the outside world. "Lan, let's head in," said Nanhai Wuji beside him. Mu Yunlan nodded his head. The group of people then walked towards the glimmer of sky. Now, the rules of Four Corner Village had changed. Before this, Four Corner Village was an illusory world. Now, it was a physical space. Other people could truly sense where Four Corner Village was located. Hence, the glimmer of sky could no longer prevent cultivators from entering. After their group headed in, more cultivators descended. They were cultivators from other top forces. After receiving news of this place, they rushed over to Four Corner Village. They were arriving one after another. In Four Corner Village, when the members of the Nanhai family entered, Mu Yunlan took a few steps forward. A familiar sensation swept over him. He looked at the independent space with skies filled with multicolored lights. Four Corner Village was still the same. However, things had also changed. The multicolored lights merged with the relic and enveloped the space, transforming it into a true land of miracles. In the village, someone nearby turned around and looked in the direction of their group. The person's heart trembled slightly. However, someone spotted Mu Yunlan, and their heart quavered. The person pointed at him and said in a trembling voice, "You are the young master of the Mu Yun family." Mu Yunlan glanced at the other party and then nodded his head slightly. He then walked towards the village. People from the village kept gathering around to see the commotion. They were busily discussing as they cried out, "Mu Yunlan is back." In the distance, the people who were busy cultivating and seeking fateful encounters looked over in their direction. Mu Yunlan had returned? They turned around and looked over in their direction. They saw the cultivators of the Nanhai family, as well as Mu Yunlan. The figures of Mu Yunlan and the rest of the Mu Yun family dashed over very quickly. A short while later, the group came face to face with Mu Yunlan and the others. Mu Yunlan smiled happily and said, "You have returned." "Father," Mu Yunlan said as he bowed slightly. "Elder brother," called out Mu Yunshu. He sounded familiar yet somewhat distant. "Little Shu," replied Mu Yunlan as he walked up to Mu Yunshu with a smile. He hugged Mu Yunshu's shoulder and said with a smile, "I never imagined that little Shu has grown so big." Mu Yunlan has returned? Are those the members of the Nanhai family around him? Far away, countless gazes were looking in their direction. Endless whispering could be heard. Even the cultivators from the outside world were extremely concerned. Mu Yunlan had returned. It appeared that Four Corner Village was about to turn lively. "Elder brother, someone bullied me," said Mu Yunshu to Mu Yunlan. It seemed that he had become emboldened. He had heard that his elder brother had become well-known outside and was a prominent figure with extremely high cultivation. "Who bullied you?" Mu Yunlan asked. "Blind Tai and Yi Futian," Mu Yunshu said as he turned and looked into the distance. Underneath a tree stood Blind Tai and Yi Futian. There were many youths around the two of them. Blind Tai stood there, not moving an inch. Yi Futian glanced over in their direction. Coincidentally, Mu Yunlan was also looking over at him. They locked gazes with each other. When Yi Futian saw Mu Yunlan's gaze, he could faintly sense that Mu Yunlan was also an extremely sharp figure. He would most likely be hard to deal with. Yi Futian had heard from old Ma that Mu Yunlan was already famous in the outside world. He was now cultivating with the Nanhai family and had married the princess of the Nanhai family. Mu Yunlan swept a glance at Yi Futian and then shifted his gaze away and said, "Give me a moment." As he said this, he stepped forward and walked towards a place. Not long after, he reached the outside of the private school. Mu Yunlan bowed slightly and said, "Student Mu Yunlan has come to greet Master." Back in the day, Mu Yunlan had also been taught by Master. It was not just him. Anyone who could cultivate in the village was one of the Master's students. This was the bond between student and teacher. Regardless of what position Mu Yunlan held now, he needed to understand the etiquette and would come to greet Master. After venturing to the outside world, "You are no longer my student." "There is no need for ceremony," said Master. His voice was extremely calm. He had established a rule that the villagers should not simply leave Four Corner Village, and those who left should not return. At the same time, as long as the person left, their relationship as teacher and student would end there. Hence, Master said that Mu Yunlan was no longer his student. Back then, I received Master's guidance in my cultivation and have benefited greatly from it. Although I have left the village for many years, I am still Master's student, said Mu Yunlan. How thoughtful of you, replied Master. Mu Yunlan continued, Master, I heard that Four Corner Village has changed and will interact with the outside world. In your opinion, what will the village be like in the future? Before you came, I have already said that the matters of Four Corner Village will be determined by the will of the village. After the inheritors of the 7 major divine techniques appear, they will decide the future of the village together. I will neither take part nor intervene, replied Master. Mu Yunlan did not say any more. He bowed towards the private school and said, I understand. As he said this, he turned and walked away, leaving the place. Mu Yunlan walked towards the ancient tree. Most of the people in the village were there. Mu Yunshu and the others followed behind him, heading over there. Mu Yunshu had a cold and indifferent expression. He had a brazened, murderous aura as he stared at Yi Futian and Blind Tai. He was also looking at the cultivating youths. He couldn't stand looking at them. They were all lackeys of Yi Futian now. They were pathetic ants that hopped on the bandwagon. Even if they could cultivate, what use would that be? Mu Yunlan stopped in his tracks as he looked towards Blind Tai and Yi Futian. Blind Tai took a few steps forward. Although he could not see, he was facing Mu Yunlan. A formless aura was surging from him, causing this space to feel somewhat suppressive. An outsider, said Mu Yunlan as he looked past Blind Tai at Yi Futian. For those from Four Corner Village, Yi Futian was also an outsider. Chapter 21:12, Condescending Attitude. Yi Futian looked at Mu Yunlan and noticed the people around him who were from the Nanhai family. He said, The people with you are also outsiders. Is that wrong? No, it's not, Mu Yunlan replied. A surge of invisible energy sprang from Nanhai Wuji's body and pressed on Yi Futian. Frowning deeply, Yi Futian stared at Nanhai Wuji. He certainly sensed how dangerous Nanhai Wuji was. I heard that the great emperor once issued an injunction that forbids master cultivators from setting foot in the Four Corner continent. Yi Futian spoke in a flat voice. Nanhai Wuji's expression remained the same. Of course, he knew about the injunction. No one in the Shangqing domain didn't. It was why they had never visited Four Corner Village or explored this corner of the world in the past. He finally had a chance now. That being said, he didn't dare to ignore the great emperor's decree. He only came, knowing that he wouldn't be punished. The divine priest of the great emperor issued a new order several days ago. The injunction regarding the Four Corner continent and Four Corner Village is lifted now. Mu Yunlan looked at Yi Futian and said. His words set tongues wagging. Some people already heard about it through families living in the outer realms. But the majority of the crowd didn't know about the news yet. People living in Four Corner Village were particularly confounded. They used to be protected by the great emperor's order. What did it mean to them now that the injunction was lifted? Futian also showed a surprised look on his face. Why would the great emperor revoke the decree all of a sudden? When did this happen? Old Ma narrowed his eyes and asked. The great emperor is the ruler of the divine prefecture. There is nothing he doesn't know about. Everything that happened in Four Corner Village didn't escape his attention either. The injunction is not necessary anymore now that Four Corner Village has transformed and is connected with the outer realms, Mu Yunlan said calmly. An odd look came over Futian's face. He recalled his time in the Eastern Barren Territory many years ago. The decree about the Eastern Barren Territory was revoked, and Princess Donghuang later showed up and took away Mr. Du. After that, he entered the upper worlds and almost died in the Void Realm. Princess Donghuang gave him a chance to survive by letting him go through the gate of the Void Realm. It was how he arrived at the Divine Prefecture. Now, the injunction about Four Corner Village was also lifted after his arrival. These two things seemed to be somehow connected. Could it be a simple coincidence? It also meant that he was under the surveillance of Donghuang the Great wherever he went. He never escaped from his watch. Since the great emperor knew about everything that happened in Four Corner Village, he certainly learned about Futian's visit. It was not a good feeling. On top of that, Futian couldn't figure out why Donghuang the great emperor chose to revoke his decree now. Perhaps it was only because Four Corner Village didn't need to be sequestered and protected anymore now that its laws had changed and it had opened up to the outer realms. Since the injunction is lifted, even outsiders can take action in Four Corner Village now. Mu Yunlan stared at Futian and continued speaking. An invisible form of pressure immediately enveloped Futian. Futian was reminded of the time when he was facing Ning Hua back in the days. Mu Yunlan was a renowned figure in the Shangqing domain. He must possess tremendous power. His cold voice seemed to be another form of intimidation. Futian was not the only one affected by Mu Yunlan's energy. Even Blind Tai, Old Ma, and others sensed the invisible pressure. The entire village would be put in grave danger if outsiders could fight inside the village. After all, most villagers were common folks. They had no clue why the great emperor revoked his decree at such a critical moment. Was it because the village stopped being cut off from the world? You shouldn't forget who you are just because you have been outside, Blind Tai faced Mu Yunlan and said. Even though they were allowed to fight in the village now, Mu Yunlan shouldn't forget that he was born and raised in Four Corner Village himself. A battle inside the village would only damage his hometown. Of course, I know who I am. Mu Yunlan looked at Blind Tai and said, This is where the Mu Yun family resides and is where I was raised. No one wants the village to be prosperous more than I do. I hope the villagers can go to the outer realms and broaden their horizons. Therefore, I certainly don't want a clash to happen in the village. I would hate to see anyone starting a fight here, let alone myself. Why are you still talking if you know all that? Old Ma spoke evenly. I'm only reminding you not to forget who you are. You should remember who grew up in the village and who came from the outside. Mu Yunlan scanned the crowd and added, The 7 divine techniques have come out, and everyone in the village will be able to cultivate in the future. I will direct more resources for cultivation back to the village to help the master train more cultivators. Only that will make sure Four Corner Village gains a strong foothold in the Shangqing domain. I can let bygones be bygones and forgive your past misdeeds. Mu Yunshu's face changed upon hearing his brother's statement. He raised his head and looked at his elder brother with a puzzled face. Was Mu Yunlan going to let them off? Mu Yunshu was not pleased with such a decision, but he had no choice but to obey his elder brother. He glared at Futian and the others with frosty eyes. I heard that you came from the Donghua domain and have done many things for Four Corner Village. You can stay here and become a member of the village in the future. Four Corner Village will be a sanctuary for you and protect you from the danger in the Donghua domain if you repay us by helping the villagers' cultivation process. Futian listened to Mu Yunlan and quietly stood in place. Old Ma, on the other hand, gave Mu Yunlan a death stare. Mu Yunlan's seemingly magnanimous proposal revealed what a haughty man he was. His condescending attitude suggested that he was the ruler of Four Corner Village, while Futian was merely an outsider. Mu Yunlan gave Futian a chance to be a member of Four Corner Village as compensation for everything he had done for the village. Futian could escape from his enemies from the Donghua domain by taking sanctuary in the village. Are you the one calling the shots in Four Corner Village? Blind Tai challenged Mu Yunlan in a cold voice. He stood upright like a statue and didn't flinch, even when facing master cultivators like Mu Yunlan and Nanhai Wuji. Of course, it should be a collective decision made by the villagers. Nevertheless, I am a member of Four Corner Village. Any suggestion I offered is to bring advantage to the village. I'm sure everyone in Four Corner Village can understand me, Mu Yunlan said. I hope you don't forget that you are also a part of the village. Of course I won't forget. However, before making these hypocritical suggestions and presumptuous judgments, you should think first about what you have done for Four Corner Village, Blind Tai responded calmly. It's none of your business whether he stays or not. The village will take care of it. Mu Yunlan gazed at Blind Tai in silence for a few moments. Then, he replied, I guess I will have to wait and see. After that, he also walked over to the ancient tree and glanced at the young people cultivating by its side. As someone who came from Four Corner Village, he understood that these youngsters would all become extraordinary cultivators in the outer realms. Futian wasn't too bothered by Mu Yunlan. He was an outsider indeed. Nowadays, however, he was more important to Four Corner Village than Mu Yunlan. To some extent, he didn't stay because he needed Four Corner Village as his safe haven. Instead, it was because the village needed him. That being said, he didn't give too many thoughts to Mu Yunlan's speech. Everything would work out in the end. Following the footsteps of the Nanhai family, more and more cultivators came to Four Corner Village. A lot of top cultivators were curious to visit the village since the decree was revoked now. At this point, another group of people arrived at the entrance of Four Corner Village. The head of the group was also a master cultivator. He took in a deep breath and carefully examined the village. Then he spoke quietly. Turns out it is an independent world. He heard that Four Corner Village only looked like this due to the transformation. What was it like before? He supposed that he would never get an answer. More and more people swarmed into Four Corner Village. In the meantime, a large number of cultivators from the Four Corner continent also gathered here. Many forces in the Shangqing domain sent people here to see what would happen in Four Corner Village. It was quite an assembly on the Four Corner continent. Rumor had it that the future of Four Corner Village might be determined in the following days. Would this magical village become a top force in the Shangqing domain? So far, no one really knew the strength of the village. Chapter 21:13. 7 divine techniques emerged. More and more people had arrived at Four Corner Village, including plenty of master cultivators from some top forces. These visitors were attracted here since the injunction was lifted and the rules had changed. Their arrival turned the village into an even more crowded and bustling place, which was not easy for some villagers to get used to. The village was packed with cultivators from the outer realms. All of them possessed great abilities, which brought tremendous pressure on common folks living in the village. Futian and Old Ma were having a casual chat while sitting in the yard. There are more and more people in the village. It's not a good thing. Four Corner Village will not be the same Four Corner Village if this goes on, Old Ma said slowly. Besides, most villagers have just begun to cultivate. Being surrounded by a large number of powerful cultivators from the outside makes them feel stressed, especially since these outsiders have been quite active in the village. The outsiders all want to collaborate with the villagers, particularly the ones who inherited the divine techniques, Futian replied. The last divine technique of the 7 divine techniques should come out soon. By that time, the 7 inheritors of the divine techniques will pass judgment together on affairs concerning Four Corner Village. What's your plan when the time comes? Old Ma asked. If they want Four Corner Village to become an independent force, they have to close the village to the outsiders first. They might face a lot of pressure if that's the plan, Futian said. Unless the master. Futian still couldn't get the measure of many people in Four Corner Village. However, even with its great legacy and strong tradition, Four Corner Village could hardly overpower all the strong cultivators from all over the domain. On top of that, the Muyun family Futian could agree to ally with the Muyun family. Nevertheless, according to Muyunland's proposal, Futian would be nothing more than a refugee hiding under Four Corner Village's protection. The Muyun family would be in charge of the village, and no one knew what they would do. Yi Futian couldn't even be certain that the Muyun family would keep their promise and let their conflicts in the past slide. At this moment, some people came to Old Ma's house. A voice rang out outside of the yard. "Is Mr. Yi here?" "Yes, please come in," said Yi Futian. The person was clearly asking only for the formality. They were already outside and could see Yi Futian in the yard. As soon as Yi Futian answered, several people walked in. The head of the group was a middle-aged man with a stately bearing. Even without the perfect great path, he seemed to be a ninth-order Renhuang and a master cultivator who stood at the top of the food chain. He smiled and spoke to Yi Futian. "We came from the Shangyu deity nation and would like to collaborate with Mr. Yi." The Shangyu deity nation was one of the top forces in the upper third heaven of the Shangqing domain. It possessed formidable power and had a rich heritage. According to the legend, the Shangyu deity nation had a long history and had been a domineering power in the divine prefecture since millions of years ago. Even though it fell into decadence often, it was revived and revitalized each time by some remarkable leader who came out of nowhere. "Collaborate how?" Yi Futian asked. Four Corner Village is now a gathering place for a variety of people. Many of them came here with ulterior motives. The Shangyu deity nation is willing to help Mr. Yi gain control of the village. Together, we can accelerate the village's development and grow its power. The Shangyu deity nation will be Four Corner Village's close ally. Instead of talking out loud, this person transmitted his voice directly to Yi Futian. Even Old Ma couldn't hear him. The outsiders had been inquiring about the situation in Four Corner Village. Yi Futian was quite popular among the villagers and had a great fortune. He helped several teenagers in the village start cultivation and even inherited the divine techniques. At this point, many people in Four Corner Village already forgot that he was an outsider. They all treated him as a member of the village. Therefore, Yi Futian had a good chance to gain control of Four Corner Village. Nonetheless, the Nanhai family and the Muyun family still posed a threat and might hold the village in check. For that reason, if the Shangyu deity nation threw its weight behind Yi Futian and handled the Nanhai family on his behalf, they could relieve Yi Futian from the pressure and boost the villagers' confidence. In that case, they could kick the Muyun family out and join the game themselves. Although the Shangyu deity nation had enjoyed a good fortune for many years, they were pressured and threatened by new groups rising to power. The Nanhai family, in particular, had been forging ahead in recent years. They took in Muyun Lan as their son-in-law, while Muyun Lan's younger brother, who was still living in Four Corner Village, would also become an extraordinary cultivator in the future. The Shangyu deity nation also needed to join forces with exceptional and promising cultivators. They would become even stronger if they could reign over Four Corner Village. "What's the price?" Yi Futian also transmitted his voice back rather than speaking out loud. "There is no price, Mr. Yi. We only need you to permit people from the Shangyu deity nation to enter Four Corner Village to cultivate after you are put in charge. The village is a magical place blessed by gods, and the Shangyu deity nation hopes to share its good fortune. Besides, the Shangyu deity nation is happy to provide shelter for any villager who wants to travel around the outer realms. We are looking forward to becoming a strong ally of Four Corner Village," the person replied. Only a top force would dare to make such an offer. The situation in Four Corner Village was complicated and unclear at this hour. Anyone who controlled the village would have a target on his back. Yi Futian nodded slightly without explicitly accepting or rejecting the proposal. He said, "I'm sure you know that I'm not a native villager. I came from elsewhere, just like you did. Even though I have been highly involved since my arrival, I don't hold sway over the future of Four Corner Village. The villagers trust the master the most. He has already said that the 7 inheritors of the divine techniques will rule the village together. If you have any plan in mind, you can discuss it with them when the time comes." The man looked at Yi Futian and more or less understood what he meant. Then, he nodded and said with a smile, "In that case, we will wait for a little longer. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Yi." He nodded slightly at Old Ma as well and left with his people. After that, other groups also came to look for Yi Futian and proposed to collaborate with him. Some people wanted to ally with the entire Four Corner Village, while some were only interested in obtaining the divine techniques. It's a touchy situation. Yi Futian walked out of the yard and went to the ancient tree. The teenagers obediently followed his instruction and were sitting in front of the tree to cultivate. Even some outsiders obtained cultivation opportunities. Nonetheless, they couldn't acquire the divine technique simply through comprehension. Mr. Yi. Hello, Mr. Yi. The teenagers greeted Yi Futian one after another upon seeing him walking over. They all respected him a lot. Yi Futian nodded at them, smiling gently. He either patted them on the shoulders or rubbed their heads when he walked past them. Mr. Yi, 5 more people can cultivate now. Fang Siyuan came to Yi Futian and reported excitedly. More and more young people came to the ancient tree to cultivate. It seemed that all the teenagers in the village would be able to cultivate together before long, just like the master said. Not bad. Yi Futian nodded and said, you need to work hard too. I know, Fang Siyuan said. I can wait for them. Yi Futian flicked Fang Siyuan on his forehead. Then, his eyes fixed on a young man nearby. Duo Yu had been sitting there in silence. Wisps of energy were swirling around him. There was abundant energy of the great path flowing into his body, cleansing and transforming him. This space world was established by the spirits of ancient gods. The young men cultivating here were gradually influenced and transfigured by the energy within. This small area in Four Corner Village was an independent world built by the will of the great emperor, and the ancient tree was the root of this world. Yi Futian quietly stood next to the ancient tree. He leaned against the tree and looked at the young men with a smile. The young men felt like the world became clearer in an instant as an invisible jolt of energy was injected into their bodies. Yi Futian left moments later. Shortly after his departure, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the sky above Four Corner Village. Yi Futian, who was already back in Old Ma's yard, looked up. It was the direction of the ancient tree. He cracked a smile when he recognized the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky. All 7 divine techniques had come out. Duo Yu. It's Duo Yu. Many people exclaimed in surprise over there. They didn't expect the inheritor of the last divine technique to be Duo Yu. The outsiders also stared at the extraordinary phenomenon. Finally, all 7 divine techniques had emerged. What kind of changes would happen in Four Corner Village in the future? At this moment, the entire village was filled with tension. Chapter 21:14, Taking a Master. Many people gathered in front of the ancient tree and watched Duo Yu obtaining the divine technique through awakening. The villagers were overwhelmed with mixed feelings. After all, Duo Yu was only an insignificant orphan in the village. He couldn't even cultivate before the transformation of Four Corner Village. No one expected him to be the one who inherited the last divine technique. The outsiders were also astonished by the magic of Four Corner Village. They couldn't see anything, but Duo Yu was able to obtain the divine technique through awakening. It felt like everything was destined to happen. Most importantly, however, they cared about the divine technique itself. Duo Yu obtained the divine technique that was previously lost to Four Corner Village. It was the Eye of Samsara, which was an extremely powerful divine method of illusion that could trap the target in the endless cycle of death and rebirth. The target couldn't escape from the illusory world of samsara and would eventually die after his spiritual will was destroyed. At this moment, a pair of intense and eerie eyes became visible in the sky above Duo Yu. A similar scene appeared behind him as well. It was the life spirit he awoke. At this point, a mysterious incident popped into the outsiders' minds. Many years ago, another extraordinary cultivator inherited the Eye of Samsara and left Four Corner Village. Nevertheless, a horrifying tragedy happened to him shortly after he rose to fame in the Shangqing domain. An incredibly powerful cultivator from the palace of the illusory god, a top force in the Shangqing domain, carved out the eyes of the last inheritor of the Eye of Samsara. He stole the Eye of Samsara and integrated it with his own eyes. Therefore, the Eye of Samsara, one of the 7 divine techniques of Four Corner Village, was lost in the outer realms. In order to protect Four Corner Village, the master prohibited the villagers from having dealings with the outer realms. Many forces and groups in the Shangqing domain were hankering after the precious divine techniques of Four Corner Village. Back in the days, Blind Tai also suffered a similar ordeal because of that. He and the inheritor of the Eye of Samsara both had a tragic story, but there was one difference. The person who attacked the inheritor of the Eye of Samsara fully passed off the Eye of Samsara as his own. Blind Tai, on the other hand, lost his eyes and only part of the cultivation method of the divine technique. Therefore, technically speaking, 1.5 divine techniques of Four-Corner Village were lost in the outer realms, including the whole eye of Samsara and half of the divine hammer of the protector. Duoyu now inherited the eye of Samsara decades later. People couldn't help but speculate that Duoyu was a descendant of the cultivator whose eyes were carved out. Either way, Four-Corner Village reclaiming all 7 divine techniques was earth-shattering news and had special significance to the villagers. Moments later, Duoyu opened his eyes, and the extraordinary phenomenon disappeared. Surprisingly, instead of looking exhilarated, he was only sitting still in a daze. Duoyu, good job. Duoyu, don't forget about your auntie when you become an amazing cultivator in the future. Loud noises came from all sides. People in Four-Corner Village were offering congratulations to the young man. Duoyu looked at the familiar faces as a fatuous grin spread across his face. He stood up and scanned the crowd as if he was searching for someone. Mr. Yi is at Little Ling's place. Fang Siyuan walked over and spoke to Duoyu. Duoyu immediately ran off. Many people watched his receding figure and noticed his change. He could run much faster after his awakening. He needs to thank Mr. Yi for everything. Exactly. Duoyu can change his name now. A lot of people laughed and joked. Duoyu sprinted to Old Ma's house and happened to see Futian walking out from the yard. Duoyu tried to stop, yet his body kept moving forward. His feet slid down the road, and even his shoes were smoking due to friction. When he finally stopped completely, Duoyu raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. He didn't know what to say. Instead, he scratched his head and cracked a silly grin at Futian. He wouldn't even dream about cultivating if Futian didn't take him to the ancient tree. Becoming a cultivator was nothing more than a foolish wish for him. Even when the master announced that everyone in the village would be able to cultivate in the future, Duoyu didn't think that he would be included. He was the most insignificant person in the entire village. Inheriting the divine technique was beyond his wildest dream. Indeed, everything that happened just now felt like a dream to him. Not only could he cultivate now, but the villagers also told him that he inherited one of the 7 divine techniques passed on by their ancestors. Mr. Yi. Duoyu prostrated himself and knocked his head on the ground to show his gratitude to Futian. He didn't know any other way to express his pure, raw emotion. Futian gazed at Duoyu's skinny body that was dressed in shabby clothes. He didn't stop him. This reticent young man must have been holding back his feelings for a long time. Perhaps it was better for him to vent it in this way. Fang Siyuan was running after Duoyu, but he stopped as soon as he saw Duoyu bowing down before Futian. Instead, he quietly watched them from far away. Futian walked over to Duoyu and squatted down. He patted Duoyu on his head and said, "Why are you crying? You are a grown man who can cultivate now. You will be responsible for protecting the village in the future." Duoyu raised his head and saw the smile on Futian's face. He used the sleeves to wipe his eyes, yet still couldn't stop tears from rolling down his cheeks. "Mr. Yi, can I learn cultivation from you?" Duoyu asked, crying. He stared at Futian with shining, expectant eyes. Futian was moved and didn't have the heart to turn Duoyu down. He smiled and nodded, said, "Of course." "Then you're my teacher now, Mr. Yi," said Duoyu. "The villagers often say that a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. With you as my teacher, I will finally have a family." Futian was surprised. He outstretched his arms to hug Duoyu and said, "Duoyu, everyone in the village is your family. You have always been a member of the village and will always have families by your side." "Yes." Duoyu gave a solemn nod and beamed radiantly despite the tears on his face. Standing next to them, Old Ma was touched by the scene. Although Little Ling also lost her parents, she had Old Ma to care for her. On the other hand, Duoyu was an orphan who was tossed around and neglected by everyone. He never dared to show his feelings and always had a silly grin on his face. No one had paid attention to him or cared about his well-being. Otherwise, his emotions wouldn't erupt so suddenly and dramatically, and he wouldn't see Futian as his dearest family. Honestly speaking, Futian didn't have much contact with Duoyu. He only took him from the riverside to cultivate under the ancient tree. Disciple Fang Siyuan greets the master, a voice said. Yi Futian turned around and saw Fang Siyuan also prostrating himself on the ground. He wanted to be Yi Futian's disciple as well. Yi Futian blinked rapidly and had an almost irresistible impulse to beat up this boy. I suppose the master has acquiesced in taking me as your disciple. I promise to follow you around and cultivate studiously, Fang Siyuan said while knocking his forehead on the ground continuously. Yi Futian stared at him in frustration and said, Aren't you a clever one? Hee, Fang Siyuan simpered. Master, thank you for your compliment. Yi Futian was at a loss for words. Uncle Yi, I want you to be my master too. Little Ling also ran over to them from afar. And me? Tai Tu shouted. They both kneeled along with Fang Siyuan and said to Yi Futian, Disciple Little Ling and Disciple Tai Tu greet the master. Little Ling and Tai Tu were still innocent children who probably didn't understand what they were doing. Even so, they imitated Fang Siyuan and repeated his words in their tender voice. They simply wanted Yi Futian to be their teacher. After all, Uncle Yi treated them so well. Yi Futian felt like he was coerced by a couple of children. Now he could not extricate himself from this difficult situation and had no choice but to take them as his disciples. The children have shown their wholehearted devotion. Just take them, said Old Ma. Blind Tai was also waiting nearby. A lot of people were watching them from afar with mixed feelings. The 4 children each inherited a divine technique. What kind of a position in the village would Yi Futian rise to once he became their teacher? No one thought that an outsider would be able to enjoy such a high status. Before Yi Futian's arrival, only the master had this level of prestige. How did Yi Futian achieve that? In the meantime, everyone had to admit that all 4 children only started to show their talents for cultivation after Yi Futian arrived at the village. I believe the other 3's wholehearted devotion. But I can't take Fang Siyuan, Yi Futian said. Fang Siyuan was too slippery and crafty. Master, you can't be prejudiced against me. Heaven knows how sincere I am. Fang Siyuan swore solemnly, but Yi Futian didn't buy it at all. A group of people walked over to them, including cultivators from the Muyun family. Muyun Lan said, The master is the only teacher in the village. Even if he didn't take you as his direct disciples after you started cultivation, you should be grateful and treat him as your master. Why are you all begging to become Yi Futian's disciples? Do you have any respect for the master? The master told us a long time ago that even though he teaches us how to read, write, cultivate, and seek the great path, he doesn't want to officially take us as his disciples. Now that we have met another man who can teach us cultivation, of course, the master wouldn't mind, Fang Siyuan replied. Fang Siyuan, you're so pathetic. Even a person like him can be your teacher, Muyun Shu scoffed. Is he good enough? The kids sincerely want to acknowledge Yi Futian as their master. This doesn't seem to concern the Muyun family. Why don't you mind your own business? Old Ma looked up and said to them, By the way, there is another dispute that needs to be settled now. All 7 divine techniques have emerged. The inheritors are chosen by the spirits of our ancestors and can represent the will of Four Corner Village. Shouldn't we call for the villagers and make decisions on things that are still hanging in the air? The cultivators from the Muyun family were not pleased. Did Old Ma really want to cast out the Muyun family? They did agree that the inheritors of the 7 divine techniques would work together to pass judgment on the affairs of Four Corner Village. Chapter 21:15 Village Chief Selection. Old Ma is right. The master said that the inheritors of the 7 great divine techniques could represent the will of Four Corner Village. Now that the village has gone through tremendous changes, the rules should be reset as well. I echo Old Ma's proposal for summoning the villagers to hold a public discussion. Fang Gai, the head of the Fang family, also agreed with Old Ma. Agree, Blind Tai nodded. Their opinion carried great weight since their successors, Little Ling, Fang Siyuan, and Tai Tu, were all inheritors of the divine techniques. All 3 of them proposed to hold a public discussion. It was apparent that Four Corner Village was about to have a new set of rules in place. In that case, let's hold a discussion, Muyun Lan responded offhandedly. Let's ask the master to be the moderator for this discussion and set it up outside of the school, Old Ma added. The crowd nodded in agreement. The master was obviously the best choice. Let's go to inform everyone in the village. Come on. Old Ma, Fang Gai, Blind Tai, and their successors walked in the direction of the private school. The villagers immediately followed behind them. The outsiders, on the other hand, didn't march with them. They watched the crowd from afar while hatching all types of plans in their heads. Since Four Corner Village decided to end its seclusion and establish contact with the outer realms, they would certainly make some changes. The outsiders couldn't predict what types of changes would occur. A large number of villagers gathered outside of the private school. Almost everyone in the village was there. Facing the outer wall of the school, Old Ma bowed slightly and said, "Sorry to disturb you, Master." Many people bowed to show their respect for the Master. The villagers held the Master in high esteem from the bottom of their hearts. The crowd waited for the Master in silence. Some villagers set up 7 chairs for the 7 families. Futian watched them quietly and couldn't help exclaiming to himself about how simple and unworldly the villagers were. They probably didn't realize that this discussion would determine the future of Four Corner Village. "Please." Muyun Long didn't hesitate. He sat down in the middle, Muyun Lan and Muyun Shu standing behind him. Old Ma darted them a glance and sat in the next chair with Little Ling. After that, Blind Tai sat down with Tai Tu and Fong Gai with Fong Siyuan. "Duo, you should sit as well." Fong Gai pointed at the empty chair next to him. Duo turned around to look for Futian. After Futian gave him a nod, he walked hesitantly to the chair and sat down. Even so, he didn't seem to belong there. Although Duo could cultivate now, he didn't have the right bearing or sufficient self-assurance yet. Unlike Muyun Shu and Fong Siyuan, he conducted himself with little confidence. Even after sitting down, Duo still looked nervous and anxious. His eyes darted uneasily to Futian now and then. The other inheritors had family members around and had been taught by the Master in the past. Duo, on the other hand, had never met the Master. Futian was the only person who could boost his confidence. "Don't worry. You have started your cultivation journey. You are a grown man from now on," Futian transmitted his voice to Duo. His words made Duo feel more at ease. Duo nodded solemnly and sat up. More and more people arrived. All the villagers flocked together and stood quietly in the field outside of the school. Muyun Long waved his hand and spoke to the crowd. "Today is a great day for Four Corner Village. Thanks to our ancestors' blessing, the 7 great divine techniques have each found their inheritor. From now on, the youngsters in the village will all be able to cultivate. In the meantime, the Master has allowed the villagers to establish contact with and travel back and forth to the outer realms. Our Four Corner Village will be forever changed. Therefore, we ask everyone to come here today and discuss the future of the village together." Muyun Long sat in the center and took the lead to speak as if he was still in charge of Four Corner Village. His domineering and condescending attitude didn't change either. The villagers whispered to each other quietly. Muyun Long waved his hand again and said, "Here is the first thing on the agenda. For many years, many cultivators from the outside have been here to look for cultivation opportunities. But Four Corner Village has always been protected by our ancestors. Now, the village has undergone a great transformation, and the injunction was lifted. It means that we may be facing dangers and risks in the future. For that reason, while preparing to step outside the bubble and visit the outer realms, we should also ensure the village's security. Therefore, I propose to ally with some groups in the outer realms to strengthen the forces of Four Corner Village. What do you think?" "I don't agree." Blind Tai rejected the proposal right away. He faced the crowd and said, "You want to build an alliance with the Nanhai family, right? Don't forget how the divine techniques of the village were stolen, how I lost my eyes, and what happened to the original inheritor of the Eye of Samsara. I'm sure the Muyun family knows what kind of evil intention the people in the outer realms are harboring. Has the Nanhai family already mastered the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique?" Blind Tai questioned Muyun Long. He was filled with distrust of people in the outer realms. "I agree," Old Ma chimed in. "Everyone knows that people in the outer realms have nasty motives. They want to steal the divine techniques from the village. Muyun Long, I'm sure you know that trusted aides are usually eliminated when they have outlived their usefulness. I'm on board with your suggestion as long as the Nanhai family opens itself to Four Corner Village as well. Unless they allow our villagers to freely enter all of their secret zones and study their core art of sorcery, It would not be an equal alliance. Muyun, everyone is aware that Muyun Lan is currently cultivating in the Nanhai family. Shouldn't you recuse yourself? Fongai spoke up as well. Muyun Lan looked quite embarrassed. As he expected, Old Ma, Blind Tai, and Fongai teamed up against him. Feel free to ignore my suggestion if you believe that Four Corner Village doesn't need an ally, or if you think that the villagers can be safe and sound in the Outer Realms after you have offended all the top forces in the Shangqing domain. Try not to forget that cultivators from the Outer Realms are now allowed to fight in the village since the decree is revoked. If you believe that I only proposed it for my personal interest, I hope you can figure out a way to solve the upcoming problems, Muyun Long responded coldly. The villagers whispered to each other. They all had different opinions in mind. The common folks were naturally concerned about their safety. It would be a terrible disaster for them if the outsiders started a war in the village. With the master here, who dares to stir up trouble in the village even without the decree? Blind Tai said coldly. The villagers shifted their eyes in the direction of the school at once. Blind Tai was right. Who would have the nerve to cause trouble when the master was here? The master was a godlike figure in the village. Everyone believed that the master was omnipotent. There was nothing he couldn't achieve. The master would be put under quite a lot of pressure if you have the entire Shangqing domain as your enemy, wouldn't he? You are protected by the master in the village. But what about the people who travel around the Outer Realms? Muyun Long asked. Why would we offend the entire Shangqing domain? Yi Futian joined the conversation at this point. To establish contact with the Outer Realms, For Corner Village will act in unity as a single group, just like any other force in the Outer Realms. Do all the forces in the upper 9 heavens of the Shangqing domain allow any random person to come and go freely? Which top force doesn't have cultivation opportunities? Moreover, even if other forces are not satisfied with the arrangement, we can still hand out limited passes like before. They can cultivate in the village as long as they have the villagers' consent. In that case, we would at least be friendly with each other. Why would they turn into enemies? Yi Futian said. Many villagers were persuaded by him. However, tragedies might befall someone simply because of the treasure he possessed and the jealousy it caused. For Corner Village was a unique place, and they might affront other groups in the Outer Realms regardless. Mr. Yi is right. If we have to be dependent upon others to protect ourselves, we might as well be cut off from the world. Why should we establish contact with the Outer Realms at all? How could Four Corner Village remain its nature if outsiders keep swarming in like this? Old Ma added, one more thing. Muyun Lan was born and raised in the village, and he is now in cahoots with the Nanhai family. According to what Muyun Long just said, the Nanhai family would be our enemy rather than a friend as long as we don't agree to form an alliance with them and let them enter the village freely. Since Muyun Lan is one of the 7 inheritors of the divine techniques, I would like to ask what he thinks. It's fine if you disagree with my proposal, but why did you attack the entire Muyun family? Old Ma, how can you say you don't have self-serving agenda? Muyun Long gave a snort of disgust. Then, you can expel the outsiders yourselves? Old Ma shot Muyun Long a look and continued to speak. The 7 great divine techniques each has an inheritor now, but I think we still need a village chief to lead us forward. This person can put forward motions regarding the village, and the 7 inheritors will decide on the proposals together. What do you think? I agree. Blind Tai still supported him unconditionally. Me too, Fongai said. What about you, Duo Yu? Fongai asked. I agree too. Duo Yu nodded. He knew that Grandpa Ma was working together with Yi Futian. All he needed to do was to follow their lead. The villagers nodded in accord as well. It was a good suggestion in their minds. In that case, the village wouldn't be a group without a leader anymore. I think the master is the most suitable person to be the village chief. Master, what do you think? Old Ma turned around to face the outer wall of the school. I won't take the position, the master replied. The villagers were a little disappointed. The master still didn't like to get involved in things outside of the school. He would have been a perfect choice for the position of village chief. We have to look for someone else since the master isn't willing to take up the post, Old Ma said. I will recommend another person who has done many things for Four Corner Village without any ulterior motive. He would be a fitting village chief. A strange look came over many people's faces. Some of them already knew who Old Ma was referring to. They all looked in Yi Futian's direction. Old Ma also turned his head and said to Yi Futian with a smile, "Mr. Yi is an extraordinary cultivator with remarkable talents and great fortune. For Corner Village started to change right after his arrival. Besides, he is currently leading the youngsters in the village to cultivate. I believe that Mr. Yi is a fine candidate for the job." Even Yi Futian was taken by surprise. Old Ma wanted to select him without consulting with him first. Most villagers were also astounded by Old Ma's recommendation. Yi Futian had done a lot of things for Four Corner Village. Indeed, he was the one who helped Little Ling gain the awakening and inherit the divine technique. After that, he brought together the young people in the village and directed them to cultivate under the ancient tree, which helped them start their cultivation journey. Feng Xiyuan and Duo Yu both gained awakenings subsequently. It could be argued that three divine techniques emerged owing to Yi Futian. Therefore, Yi Futian certainly made a considerable contribution to Four Corner Village. Having said that, Yi Futian was not a native of Four Corner Village. He was an outsider who possessed great fortune. Many people in the village believed that Yi Futian could be a good friend of Four Corner Village. The Muyun family's previous proposal for expelling Yi Futian wasn't amenable to reason. They seemed to be eager to kick him out after his service was no longer needed. Even so, the villagers weren't keen on the idea of making Yi Futian the village chief. Old Ma's suggestion started a commotion. Most people were not on board. Although Yi Futian had won some popularity and admiration in the village, it was not enough to make him the village chief. The village chief would have authority over the entire village. Obviously, Yi Futian was not esteemed enough. Perhaps more people would subscribe to the idea if Yi Futian was born and raised in the village. However, he was an outsider. Muyan Lan was only looking after himself while Yi Futian was not from the village. Some people felt that it was a shame that their advantages couldn't be combined. There was no perfect choice. "Old Ma, are you joking?" Muyun Long spoke in a disdainful tone. "Everyone in the village knows that Yi Futian used his good fortune to help Little Ling gain the awakening. Are you repaying your personal debt to him in this way? Handing over the entire Four Corner Village on a silver platter? You have no selfish interests indeed. What an admirable person you are." Little Ling isn't the only one who received Yi Futian's help. A large number of villagers only started cultivating thanks to him. Of course, no one can compare to the head of the Muyun family, who made a desperate attempt to stop someone from gaining awakening and inheriting the divine technique. "That is truly admirable." Old Ma sneered and snapped back. "Appointing Mr. Yi as our village chief is my suggestion, Little Ling, and I certainly support the motion. The Muyun family disapproves. What about the other 5 families?" "I agree with Old Ma," Blind Tai assented right away. He and Old Ma were certainly of one mind. "Wait a moment," Muyun Long interrupted the voting process. "I have to say that you hatched a good plan. For inheritors acknowledged Yi Futian as their master and sent him to the top directly. Together, you will be in charge of Four Corner Village in the future. What a clever plot. I think that a simple majority can decide ordinary and routine matters. But major issues, such as electing a village chief, should have the assent of at least 6 families or 80% of the villagers." The master said that they would make decisions after all 7 great divine techniques came out, since 7 was an odd number. But he didn't clarify if a simple majority would be enough to make a ruling. Even so, everyone assumed that to be the master's intention. Now Muyun Long deliberately interpreted it differently to make it difficult for Old Ma and the others to team up against him. The head of the Muyun family was quite domineering when he wanted to unilaterally expel people. Now he switched sides without hesitation to serve his agenda. How impressive! Old Ma mocked him relentlessly. "We're not going to get anything done if we do what you said. Anyway, I still nominate Yi Futian to be the village chief. Other people should vote on it." "Uncle Ma," Yi Futian suddenly spoke up at this moment, "I'm very grateful for your appreciation, but I haven't been here long enough to win everyone's trust and respect yet. I'm not a fitting candidate for the position of village chief. You or Mr. Fong would be a much better choice." Yi Futian's words touched the villagers. Yi Futian certainly had adequate self-awareness and knew that becoming the village chief with only 4 families' support would put other villagers in an awkward position. Old Ma heard Yi Futian and didn't insist on it. He said, In that case, the issue of electing a village chief can be tabled for now. But there is another thing that I think should be settled now. He spoke in a formal and detached voice. His dignified bearing made him seem different from the feeble, old man he was before. He scanned the crowd and eventually fixed his eyes on the Muyun family, then said, I don't need to bring up everything the Muyun family has done, but I have to say something about Muyun Shu. I didn't want to be too harsh on a young man. However, he harbors malicious intent and repeatedly attempted to harm or even kill his fellow villagers. For instance, he deliberately interrupted Tai Tu's awakening despite knowing how dangerous it could be. I can't imagine what kind of a man he will become, considering how vicious he already is at such a young age. Therefore, I propose to banish Muyun Shu from the village so the villagers can be safe from his abuse. You old imbecile, how dare you? Muyun Shu immediately stepped forward and cried out. This ignorant old man dared to propose to expel him from the village. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? The cultivators of the Muyun family, including Muyun Long, were staggered. Old Ma wanted to banish his son from the village. Do you know what you are saying? Muyun Long said sternly, banishing a young man who inherited the divine technique from the village? I agree to banish Muyun Shu from the village. Blind Tai expressed his opinion. Muyun Shu crossed a line for sure. I'm also on board, Fongai echoed. 3 families approved so far. Me too, Duo Yu said in a low voice. He hung his head and didn't dare to look in the direction of the Muyun family. Although he hadn't met Muyun Shu many times, he wasn't a fan either. Muyun Shu always felt it beneath him to even shot a direct look at Duo Yu. How dare you? Muyun Long smashed his hand on the chair and cracked its arm. His eyes were filled with rage and malice. 4 families have agreed. I have another proposal. Muyun Long is a self-serving man who has never taken the welfare of the village into consideration. He sides with the Nanhai family more often than with us. I believe that Muyun Long shouldn't serve as one of the representatives. Therefore, I propose to unseat the Muyun family and select another family to replace them. The villagers were stunned by Old Ma's words. No one thought that he would propose to expel Muyun Shu and unseat Muyun Long so decisively. The Muyun family would lose their foothold in the village if Old Ma got his way. Old Ma had always kept a low profile. The villagers didn't expect such aggression from him. Apparently, he was taking action against the Muyun family to remove their influence in Four Corner Village and kick them out of the game completely. I agree. Tai Tu and Fongai acted as one. Duo Yu, think carefully before you speak. Muyun Long warned Duo Yu in a threatening tone. Despicable. Blind Tai scorned Muyun Long for attempting to coerce a teenager. I agree. Duo Yu looked down and replied weakly. Even though he wouldn't dare to offend the Muyun family in normal times, he understood that they were on the opposite side of Futian. He certainly knew how to decide at this moment. Muyun Long stared at Duo Yu and spat out 2 words, very good. 4 out of the 7 inheritors of the divine technique agreed to remove him from his position. Adding to their attack on Muyun Shu, they were virtually declaring war against the Muyun family, intending to kick them out completely. The Muyun family is one of the inheritors of the 7 great divine techniques. Banishing us is quite laughable. Before ousting the Muyun family from the village, are you prepared to lose the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique and let it circulate in the outer realms? Muyun Long's voice was as cold as ice. The divine technique will never be lost. The people may leave the village, but the divine technique will not, said Futian. You have no right to speak here. As soon as Futian's voice fell, he heard a chiding coming from Muyun Shu. There was hostility in the boy's eyes. He had always been a favorite in the village, spoiled and doted by many people. Everyone had made provisions for him until Futian showed up in the village. Then, everything changed. Now, these rascals actually proposed to expel him from the village, to chase him, Muyun Shu, the number 1 amongst his generation of the Four Corner Village, out of the village. How unthinkable and preposterous. Kid, shut your mouth. Fongai barked at Muyun Shu. He never liked Muyun Shu and had suppressed his dislike for him all these years. Now that he could make his own choices, the Muyun family must be expelled from the village. Although the Muyun family may elevate the overall strength of Four Corner Village, their hearts were no longer for the village. So what would be the use of allowing them to stay? On the contrary, the stronger they became, the greater the threat they posed to the village. Someone who's been expelled from the village had no right to speak. Young Fong Siyuan also stepped forward to scold Muyun Shu. Muyun Shu stared at Fong Siyuan. The fierceness in his eyes was tinged with a faint murderous intent. Fong Siyuan's eyes were full of contempt as he returned the stare without fear. In the village, Fong Siyuan had always been one of the boys who were not afraid of Muyun Shu. Now that he had inherited the divine technique, he had no reason to fear much, especially when this punk dared to shout at his master. "You want to die?" Muyun Shu stepped forward. The aura upon his body roared madly. "Think I'm afraid of you?" Fong Siyuan stepped forward as well. The two youths faced each other pointedly. They were of similar age, and both had inherited the divine technique, so neither feared the other. Muyun Long and Muyun Lan didn't stop them. Fong Gai and the others also just watched quietly. Tai Tu wanted to step in to help, but Blind Tai stopped him with a hand on his shoulder as if allowing the two youths to continue their conflict by themselves. Buzz. The intention of the Great Path circulated as Muyun Shu levitated into the air. A magnificent vision now formed behind him, and it was the picture of the domineering golden rock. He surveyed Fong Siyuan, who was below, and yelled, "Get up here." Fong Siyuan soared into the air, with the light of the Great Path lingering around his body. Countless streamers of light flowing about, creating a small world in this space. In this small world, the phenomena of heaven and earth were abound with endless changes. There were mountains and rivers, and changes in the universe. It was as if a world was hidden in this small space. Fong Siyuan had inherited the divine technique, miniature world, one of the 7 great divine techniques. Yi Futian suspected that Fong Gai had always known that they had the potential to inherit the divine technique of miniature world, hence the reason for Fong Siyuan's name. Now, it seemed that Fong Siyuan was justified to inherit the divine technique of miniature world. Buzz. The wind was raging as the wings formed by countless divine lights slashed down. Golden brilliance tore through the space as Muyun Shu rushed towards Fong Siyuan. His eyes were extremely cold, revealing his desire to end Fong Gung's life right here. All the grown-ups were looking at them, and their hearts slightly trembled. Muyun Shu was but a teenager, but the strength he exhibited was truly frightening. It painted a terrifying picture. Even the war between grown men could be no fiercer. Buzz. Divine light smashed down and pierced into the miniature world, but now countless rays of light were blooming inside of it. They shattered Muyun Shu's attack so that it could not get close to Fong Siyuan within the miniature world. The wind tore through the space as Muyun Shu swooped down, and his wings spread wide to shield the sky. Like a truly sacred golden rock, it tried to bisect the space and split it in two. If Fong Siyuan were to be hit by it, he would no doubt be cut in half. A bright vision erupted from the picture of the domineering golden rock. Tai Tu and the other youths watched anxiously, worried that Fong Siyuan would get hurt. Boom! The miniature world exploded around Fong Siyuan. Suddenly, mountains slammed down as rivers were rushing. A terrible sight appeared between heaven and earth. The radiant golden rock swooped down to break through those mountains and rivers, continuing its way through. Fong Siyuan's eyes still showed some determination as an extremely sharp light flashed through them. A golden light burst out from the miniature world, like infinite golden divine wings. In the next moment, the crowd saw that several golden rocks had appeared. Buzz. One gigantic golden rock rose against the momentum as if trying to tear through the sky. It collided with Muyun Shu, who was coming in for the kill. The void shook violently as 2 golden divine lights clashed. Muyun Shu was knocked backward, and so was Fong Siyuan. The 2 young men separated, but Muyun Shu couldn't hide the great shock in his eyes. Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique? Not just Muyun Shu, but everyone around them was speechless, to say the least. Everyone in the village was stunned. Even Old Ma and Fong Gai stood up and stared at Fong Siyuan in disbelief. What was going on? In addition to the miniature world, how could he also know of the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique? Although it was not in its orthodox form and far from flawless as the one released by Mu Shu, it was indeed the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique, just in a less completed form. However, the essence of the technique was clearly detectable. Even Mu Long and Mu Lan had their hearts pounding. Their eyes were glued to Fang Siyuan as Mu Long looked at Fang Gai coldly and said, "How did you steal it? Had it been leaked by Mu Shu?" Fang Gai looked bewildered because he didn't know how this could have happened either. He looked at Fang Siyuan and shouted, "Fang Siyuan, what's going on?" Fang Siyuan turned and glanced at Yi Futian. When he saw Yi Futian nodded to give him permission, Fang Siyuan said, "Didn't the master already said? Even if the people leave the village, the divine techniques remain. The divine techniques belong to the village. No one can take it away, and no one is irreplaceable." Fang Siyuan's words and his actions were heard and seen by everyone. In an instant, all eyes were on Yi Futian once again. Was it taught by him? Mu Long's expression was gloomy and cold. Fang Siyuan knew the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique, which meant that Yi Futian had already begun teaching him before he officially became Fang Siyuan's teacher when everyone was still looking for opportunities. Why would Yi Futian do this? It seemed that this was pointed at them. Even as they went to Old Ma's house that day to chase Yi Futian away, and when Old Ma proposed to expel Mu Yun family, Yi Futian had already begun to lay the trap for them. No one was irreplaceable, so that even without the Mu Yun family in the village, the divine techniques would still be here. No wonder Fang Siyuan treated Yi Futian differently, following him around, trying to apprentice under him. Fang Gai was a little shocked. He didn't expect to be kept in the dark, or that his kid's lips were this tight. Nonetheless, he was ecstatic at this moment. It seemed that the Mu Yun family was destined to be out of the picture after all. He cast a sideways glance at Yi Futian, thinking that this man was more than meets the eye. He may look calm and nonchalant on the outside, but he had been plotting against the Mu Yun's family in secret. In fact, Yi Futian had no choice in the matter either. He had offended the Mu Yun family, and his identity had been exposed. Now that the ban had been lifted, he had to protect himself and avoid being expelled by Mu Long otherwise. Not even he could guarantee that there won't be some catastrophe in the near future. Mu Shu regarded Yi Futian with gloomy eyes. How could he know of the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique? How did you do it? Mu Long's eyes still focused on Yi Futian. The head of Mu Yun family had said before that I am a person of great fortune. Since I am a person of great fortune, I can see things that many can't. Although I cannot inherit the divine techniques, I can still learn something from them, said Yi Futian. So, do you mean that you have mastered all 7 great divine techniques? Mu Long asked again. I can perceive them, Yi Futian replied. Mu Long turned his head to look into the distance. So, you comprehended under the ancient tree because you could see more than the others. It seems that their awakening and cultivation were no coincidence after all. At this moment, Mu Long knew that he had lost, truly and totally defeated. The ability exhibited previously by Fang Siyuan suggested that Yi Futian could bring more to Four Corner Village than they had suspected before. In fact, he might already have brought more to them than they knew. The relationship between the Mu Yun family and Yi Futian was one that could never coexist. In addition, Yi Futian controlled 4 out of the 7 families, and they all supported Yi Futian. This meant that Mu Long could no longer surpass Yi Futian in the opinions of the people in the village. He knew he was selfish, and Yi Futian had been working to promote Four Corner Village. If it weren't because Yi Futian was not a member of the village, he might indeed have already become the village chief. Mu Long, the teacher, had witnessed everything. Now that a decision was made, why don't you leave on your own and save some dignity for yourself? Lama said. The request for Mu Long to withdraw from the 7 great families had been agreed by 4 of them, so even if the other 2 opposed, Mu Long would still lose. Furthermore, Mu Shu is arrogant beyond reason. He took action again today and said some crazy things. Please get him out of the village, he continued. Mu Shu's eyes were extremely cold, but Mu Long stood up and said, let's go. Once he finished speaking, he began to walk toward the outside, not intending to stay here any longer. This time, they had lost so completely that he was left with nothing to say. Mu Lan turned to take one last look at Yi Futian and the others, then left as well. He didn't expect that his return after so many years away would end like this. It was a bit ironic. Futian and his people watched the Muyun family's departure, wondering if they would give up so easily and let this be the end of it. Probably not. Muyun Long had great ambition, while Muyun Shu was extremely arrogant. Coupled with the relationship between Muyun Lan and the Nanhai family, things would not end so easily. The cultivators from the Nanhai family were now inside the village, including their elder Nanhai Wuji. Chapter 21:18. Reluctant to leave. After Muyun Long and the others left, Old Ma looked at everyone and said, Muyun family's withdrawal means that we are one short of the 7 families. Now, we happen to have someone here who is an expert on divine techniques. I move to have him replace the Muyun family. What say you? Everyone instantly understood who Old Ma recommended. Undoubtedly, he meant Futian, who had taught Fang Siyuan the divine technique he also cultivated. All eyes fell on Futian as people in the village talked amongst themselves. Many agreed that Futian did do a lot for the village. It would be a little overboard to nominate him as the village chief, but as long as he was willing to become a member of Four Corner Village, it would be acceptable for him to replace the Muyun family. What are you hesitating? Without the master, the village would never make it to this point. Are you saying that the master was less worthy than those devious people from the Muyun family? Fang Siyuan couldn't help but feel displeasure when he heard some dissenting whispers. Master Yi would indeed be the best candidate. Someone in the village spoke up for Futian. Master Yi treated Duo Yu kindly, so that not only could he cultivate, but he also inherited the divine technique with Master Yi as his teacher. I support Master Yi, someone else piped up. More villagers started to express their opinions. They were simple and innocent in nature, and now more were giving their approval when they heard these testimonials. Old Ma then said, Everyone, please take a stand. Agreed, Blind Tai uttered. I agree too, Duo Yu added quickly. I'm fine with it, Fongai said. Now, for families had already agreed, which was more than half of the votes needed. I agree too, Shi Kuei of the Shi family nodded his approval as he looked towards Futian. Only the Gu family, which had always been closer to the Muyun family, had not yet expressed its position. Gu Huai, the head of the Gu family, now set his eyes on Futian and said, I have no objection. Perfect, Old Ma said with a smile. Now that everyone has agreed, it's decided. Master Yi, please. Futian looked at Old Ma with a resigned smile. He had wanted to stay behind the scenes, but Old Ma seemed insistent in getting him involved. He had no choice but to walk up to the chair and faced everyone in Four Corner Village, saying, Futian, thank you for your trust. The sight pleased many people, especially for Futian's disciples. The 4 youths smiled brilliantly. It seemed that they were able to keep the master in the village after all. Xia Qingyuan and the others were glad as well. They were the only outsiders who were allowed to participate in this discussion. Now Futian had completely integrated into the village and became one of its members. Master Yi, the matter regarding the Muyun family has been resolved, but now cultivators from all sides are in the village. If we chase them out directly, we will probably offend the entire Shangqing domain. What do you advise? Old Ma asked Futian. He was giving him a tough problem to solve right off the bat. This matter was indeed difficult to resolve. Any little carelessness would cause serious trouble. Let everyone know that the Four Corner Village is the same as before, opening up once every 4 years. The top forces in Shangqing domain may select a chosen few to enter the village to cultivate. Before this, only people of great luck may enter the village. Now, it can be changed so that only people with perfect great path may enter the village and limit their time inside the village. Futian slowly said, in addition, from now on, Four Corner Village will operate like other forces inside Shangqing domain, as a principality in its own right. If any cultivator from any forces wishes to enter the village outside the 4-year period, they may notify the village of their intent to visit. They may visit once the village has approved their request. From now on, the village would be the same as the other top forces in the Shangqing domain. It would become a force based in the Four Corner continent, and as such, it would not always be available to the outside world. A window every 4 years was a prudent choice and a good buffer. It was similar to what they had done in the past to avoid such changes from being opposed by other forces. That's doable. Old Ma nodded in agreement. The others also nodded. Yi Futian's idea was a pretty good one, taking the needs of both sides into consideration, as well as the feelings of all the principalities in the Shangqing domain. If they were not satisfied with this decision, it would be unreasonable on their end. After all, those principalities themselves would not be so willing to give unlimited access to the outside world themselves. Since the Four-Corner Village decided to contact the outside world, they would exist as an entire principality in itself and no longer as a simple village. Everyone in the village nodded in agreement as well and approved Yi Futian's proposal. The other 6 presented no differing opinion, so the matter was considered unanimously approved. How long is the proper duration of cultivation for those principalities to stay inside Four-Corner Village? Shirkuei asked. Let's make it 7 days. From this time forward, and starting from today, all forces may stay in the village for 7 days. After this time, they may not re-enter for 4 years. Old Ma spoke, and everyone nodded in agreement. Since the decision has been made, let's inform them, Shirkuei added, not knowing how people from other forces would react after hearing this and whether or not they would accept Four-Corner Village's decision. If they chose not to accept it, the whole thing could be thornier than expected. Today's discussion has concluded. You may leave now, said Old Ma. Immediately, everyone in the village dispersed. The leaders would now communicate the decision to outsiders and leave ordinary villagers out of it. After the people in the village dispersed, Old Ma and the others paid their respect in the direction of the private study by bowing slightly. As they were leaving, the teacher still did not show any interest in the matter. However, the teacher must have seen everything that transpired and would undoubtedly appear when he felt the need to intervene. The group returned to the ancient tree. Now, people from all forces knew that this ancient tree was extraordinary, so most of them had gathered here to cultivate, trying to comprehend the tree. People from all forces stood up when they saw Old Ma and the others approaching. They had some ideas as to the kind of decision that Four-Corner Village had made. A man walked out of the group, and it was Fang Gai. He looked at the crowd and said, For Corner Village, summon the people in the village to discuss matters internally, and decisions have been made. You are all aware that the Four-Corner Village today is different from how it was before. Great changes have taken place, and the ban has been lifted so that more and more people now enter the village. Today, Four-Corner Village has decided to step out of this corner of our world and assume its place as a principality within the Shangqing domain. As such, it would be unsuitable for everyone to continue staying in the village to cultivate. Not long ago, the village made a joint decision. Fang Gai informed everybody of their decision, and the crowd was silent after he spoke. The Four-Corner Village that decided to be part of the world would become a major principality in the Shangqing domain, and its potential was endless. No one responded, but everyone had their own thoughts about the matter. The Four-Corner Village, isolated from the world and yet a part of it, meant completely different things to them. It may directly influence the power structure of the Shangqing domain. Furthermore, Donghuang the Great once sought to cultivate at Four-Corner Village, which was part of its history. For many years, Four-Corner Village has always been above the world. As a holy land in the Shangqing domain, even the great emperor himself has issued orders to prevent anyone causing trouble inside the village. For many years, people from all forces came to the village to seek enlightenment and had always treated the village with respect. Now, Four-Corner Village wants to dismiss all these forces with just a few words, giving us only a few days every 4 years to cultivate inside the village. Isn't that a bit too extreme? A voice was heard, and the speaker was none other than the cultivator from the Nanhai family. He had been the first to resist the decision. The day of the sacrifice happens once every 4 years. In reality, no one would gain anything from entering the village. Normally, it's only every 4 years during this time that y'all would come here looking for opportunities. The day of the sacrifice only lasts a few days, so there really isn't much change to speak of. In addition, since Four-Corner Village has now decided to join the world, it will become a principality in its own right. Friends of the village who want to come to cultivate may simply let us know in advance, and we will definitely host you with hospitality. However, if all you wanted was the right to come and go as you please, let me ask you this. Would the Nanhai family allow that on their own land? Fong Gai asked rhetorically, then ignored the man as he didn't much care about his reaction. Nanhai Wuji smiled and said, "It seems that the village is determined to drive us out. In that case, let's cherish these last few days here." No one said anything more. However, Yi Futian had a feeling that these people were communicating through voice transmission with each other. No one questioned or objected openly further. This land belonged to Four Corner Village, and the village had the right to make its own decisions without anyone's input. Unless they meant to take over the village, all they could do was remain silent. But the displeasure in this silence could be felt distinctly. Watching these people continue to cultivate, Fong Gai frowned slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable, feeling a sense of suppression. This silence, on the contrary, was ominous. Would these forces withdraw after 7 days? What were they planning on doing? Right now, no one knew the answer. The Muyun family did not leave the village. Only Muyun Shu was expelled. They had ordered Muyun Shu to be sent to the Nanhai family. As for the others, they were still waiting. Perhaps they were waiting to see what would happen in Four Corner Village after 7 days? Watching everyone's reaction, Yi Futian realized that this matter would not end so easily. Chapter 21:19. The Fallout. The next few days passed in relative peace at Four Corner Village. Everyone cultivated side by side, peacefully and quietly. Yi Futian was now a member of the Four Corner Village. He was allocated a residence of his own and often gave cultivation lessons to the young people under the ancient tree. Gradually, more and more youths embarked on the journey of cultivation. Currently, Yi Futian was sitting under the ancient tree, appeared to be at his leisure. In the distance, a woman stood there quietly, looking at Yi Futian. A voice was then transmitted to him. "Do you really have no plan to find an ally?" Yi Futian looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw Ruosu there, radiant as ever. Yi Futian responded with voice transmission of his own. What does the goddess wish to say? He had researched the top principalities in Shangqing domain, and Ruosu came from the family of the upper ninth heavens, which belonged to the middle third heaven. It was a major principality in its own right. It was said that once, the family was an ancient dynastic power. In the past, Ruosu would be considered a princess from an ancient royal family. Of course, even as a familial principality, it remained an ancient royal family. Its existence was backed by a profound history. Ruosu sat far away without looking at Yi Futian. It was as if she didn't want people to know that they were in communication. "If you don't start gathering allies, I'm afraid Four Corner Village will be singled out," Ruosu replied. Many things were not able to be sorted simply by reason. Although this land belonged to the Four Corner Village, many forces had come to this land of great fortune and knew that it was a divine relic. Ask them to give it up now and leave as if nothing had happened would be easier said than done. "Teacher is in the village," said Yi Futian. Although the teacher didn't interfere with affairs regarding the outside world, if someone was to do something to the village, the teacher couldn't ignore it. The teacher is indeed very strong. As far as we know in the Shangqing domain, the teacher's strength may be in the top 5 in the entire domain. However, this time it isn't just one principality that Four Corner Village is facing. In reality, these people also wanted to see just how powerful the teacher is. If he turned out to be stronger than expected, everything would be resolved. But if that is not the case, what do you think will happen? Do you have an idea of the teacher's strength? Ruosu asked. It seems that the goddess knows some things that we don't. Yi Futian did not respond directly. From what Ruosu had said, he could deduce and reach conclusions on his own. Various forces might be allying preparation to deal with Four Corner Village. However, clearly, these forces had not yet fully reached an agreement, or Ruosu wouldn't be here talking to him. After all, they weren't all of the same force, and their minds and hearts weren't entirely aligned. It was not completely implausible that some of these principalities might use the pretense of allying as an attempt to undermine some of them, but at what price? Would they allow those in the alliance to come and go freely in the future? Ruosu did not respond, but it was true that she did know quite a few things. In the past few days, various forces appeared to be comprehending and cultivating quietly, but that was not all they did. There were still people coming from the outside world even now. For Corner Village's attempt to purge these forces from Shangqing domain might not go quite so easily. Thank you, goddess, for the reminder. I will think it over, Futian added when he saw no response from Enruosu. And Enruosu did not try to persuade him further. She merely said, "When you are ready, let me know." "I will," Futian replied. Enruosu then got up and left. Futian left soon after as well. He found old Ma and asked him, "As we expected, these forces may not give up easily this time, and we may yet face their anger. If we can't find a way to resolve the situation, they might take this opportunity to take over the village for themselves." Old Ma narrowed his eyes and said, even before Four Corner Village had any contact with the outside world, many in the village met an unfortunate fate. Blind Tai was just a more obvious example among them. In fact, there were some cultivators from the village that never returned once they left. Those people have wanted to return to Four Corner Village for a long time. If they find an opportunity, they will destroy this village without hesitation. Old Ma did not doubt the ruthlessness of these people. Such were the rules of the cultivation world. "So, do we need to recruit a couple of forces?" Futian asked tentatively. Obviously, Old Ma knew more about the village than he did. His impression of Old Ma had long since changed. Old Ma probably knew a thing or two about the true strength of the village. "No, I want to see what these greedy people are going to do." Old Ma said coldly, "Wait for me here. I'm going to find someone." "Sure," Futian nodded. It didn't take Old Ma long to come back with a cultivator who possessed a somewhat chilling aura. It was Gu Huai of the Gu family. Clan leader of the Gu family, Futian got up and paid his respects. Gu Huai nodded slightly. Previously, he and Futian had some unpleasant exchanges. When Muyan Long wanted to expel Futian, Gu Huai had agreed. It was clear that Gu Huai supported Muyan Long at that time. However, the Muyan family was now out of the picture. For Corner Village had rejected them. The divine technique that the clan leader cultivated is the ancient divine immortal form, Futian said. It seems that this village could keep no secrets from Master Ye's prying eyes. Gu Huai stared at Futian as he spoke. There was great aggression in his eyes, which made those around him a little unsettled. "People in the village know that I was bestowed with good fortune. Over the years, my luck is indeed much better than most, so I can see many things inside the village that others can't." Futian smiled and continued, "Of course, although I could perceive these divine techniques, they belong to Four Corner Village, and only the true descendants of the village may inherit them completely." Gu Huai nodded in acknowledgement. It was almost impossible for the others to learn of it completely. After all, this was the inheritance of Four Corner Village. "Gu Huai, I know that Muyan Long had a good relationship with you before, and you have always wanted to experience the outside world. Now that the teacher has given his permission, the village will be a force in Shangqing domain in the future. However, various forces now seem to intend on making Four Corner Village a target, and you must have seen the position taken by the Muyun's family. I hope you will make your own decisions," Old Ma said. Gu Huai looked toward him and heard Old Ma continued, "No matter what, you are a member of the village. The Muyun family has forgotten about this, but I believe you won't." Gu Huai's expression was somewhat serious. "At this time," Futian said, "there were some misunderstandings with the elder before, but now that I am a member of the village, I will endeavor to do my best to assist the young people of Four Corner Village. The potential of Four Corner Village will inevitably shake up the entire Shangqing domain." Looking at Futian and Old Ma, Gu Huai seemed a little displeased. He turned around and walked outside. Old Ma and Futian looked a little surprised. At this time, Gu Huai stopped and said, "Old Ma, you underestimated me." As he finished speaking, he went away. But Old Ma smiled instead and said, "In a few days, we will come to you and make amends." He knew that this matter had been settled. He was worried that the conflict would become a thorn between Gu Huai and Futian. Considering that Gu Huai was close to Muyan Long before, he deliberately approached Gu Huai. However, it seemed that he was overly concerned. Just as he had said himself, no matter what, Gu Huai was still a member of the Four Corner Village. In a blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, Fong Gai, Old Ma, and the others came to the ancient tree and saw that the cultivators from all forces gathered here. They were facing different directions. They focused on their cultivation as if nothing was happening. Everyone, 7 days are up. Our village is small. We won't keep everyone any longer, Fongai said as he stepped forward. As if they hadn't heard it, they remained quietly cultivating. Only in one direction, someone spoke up. Is this the way of hospitality in Four Corner Village? There are no forces that would wait on their guests, as you seem to expect here. If there is, Four Corner Village surely has done far more, Fongai replied. However, no one paid any attention to them. The sight disturbed Fongai, Old Ma, and the others greatly. Clearly, they were acting this way deliberately. Everyone. Fongai's voice cooled a few degrees. He continued, the time has come. Please give back Four Corner Village its tranquility. All the forces in Shangqing Domain have gathered in our village. This is supposed to be a grand occasion to be celebrated, and the village should have treated our guests with hospitality. What is the meaning of this, Fongai? Mu Yunlong asked. Mu Yunlong. Fongai looked at him indifferently. It seemed that Mu Yunlong was prepared to side with outsiders, after all. For many years, this place has always been a holy land of the Shangqing Domain. On this land, there is Four Corner Village, in which the villagers were hospitable and friendly. In return, we also respected Four Corner Village and dared not blaspheme the village in the least. But now, Four Corner Village is ready to take this place for its own, expelling all others for self-interest, purging all dissidents, and depriving the head of the Muyun family of control over the village. It is devious indeed. A voice was heard, and it was a cultivator from the Nanhai family. In his words, he separated this space from Four Corner Village. It was as if this place was just a place of cultivation in the Shangqing Domain and Four Corner Village was just a part of the Holy Land, completely separating the two. Hearing such words, the people in Four Corner Village were greatly angered as their eyes directed coldly at the speaker. That's right, if you are cultivating in the same space, then let's not reject each other. It's much better if you can coexist in peace. Someone else continued, but if Four Corner Village insists on having its way, then we will have no choice but to seek justice for the Muyun family. This was already a direct threat. The Nanhai family used the Muyun family as an excuse to put Four Corners Village in a difficult situation. They actually wanted to seek justice for the Muyun family. This reason was somewhat laughable. It was completely illogical. However, under such circumstances, they were looking for an excuse to give Four Corners Village a warning. If they wanted to banish the Muyun family, it would lead to war. The members of the other forces listened as they sat quietly. They did not say anything. However, this silence seemed to represent their stance on the matter in and of itself. Nanhai family, you are forcefully segregating a portion of Four Corners Village away. You also want to interfere with the matters of the village, Old Ma said. If that is the case, I believe that the name of Nanhai family can be removed from the guest list of the next open day that we have every 4 years. In the future, the Nanhai family will be forbidden from stepping foot into the village. What are your opinions on this? Only natural, Blind Tai said coldly. No problem, said Fongai as he nodded his head. The others also revealed their stance on the matter one after another. This scene caused the cultivators of the Nanhai family to reveal ugly expressions. Their family would be forbidden from stepping foot into Four Corners Village. Also, Mu Yunlong, are you conspiring with the Nanhai family to stand against the village? Old Ma said as he looked at Mu Yunlong. The village is in the wrong in this matter. As a member of Four Corners Village, am I not even qualified to voice out my opinion? Replied Mu Yunlong in a cold, indifferent tone. Understood, Old Ma replied, nodding his head. If that is the case, I suggest that Mu Yunlong has betrayed the village. From this day forth, the entire Muyun family will be banished from the village. What are your opinions on this? Agreed. Blind Tai and the others revealed their stance on the matter. Very quickly, they all agreed. They would not just strip Mu Yunlong of his authority in the village, but would also banish the entire family. The Muyun family was no longer a part of Four Corners Village. I never imagined that, having grown up in the village, I would one day be banished, Mu Yunlong mumbled. He seemed to be self-deprecating and mocking himself. After he left Four Corners Village, He was renowned far and wide and entered the Nanhai family. He was currently a prominent figure in the Shangqing domain. However, upon returning to the village, he was not received gloriously, but was instead rather from the village. It was a mockery. If that was the case, he did not need to show any respect to the village. Nanhai family and Muyun family, please leave, ordered old Ma. Nanhai Wuji took a step forward. He only took one step, and the space around him suddenly felt suffocating. A vast divine might envelop this entire small world. The ordinary folk in the village felt that it was difficult to breathe. They revealed pained looks, and their hearts started to beat intensely. They felt as though the entire world was about to collapse. Are all of you sure of your decision? Nanhai Wuji asked in a loud voice. His voice shook the heavens and the earth, causing the space to tremble. He stood there like a deity with unparalleled authority. The members of Four Corners Village had very cold expressions. Nanhai Wuji was a giant-level figure. Such a figure had powerful destructive capabilities. He could easily destroy a part of this vast space. If a battle of such a scale were to erupt in this space, the village might not be able to cope with it. The villagers would not be able to withstand such a threat. Nanhai Wuji's body gradually floated into the air. He peered into the distance and said, I have long heard of Master's name. I came to Four Corners Village, but have yet to catch a glimpse of Master. I wish to meet Master to ask whether the way Four Corners Village treats its guests is rather inappropriate. As he said this, he took a step forward. He wanted to head over to the private school. In Four Corners Village, the strongest person was the legendary Master. However, no one knew how strong Master was. Nanhai Wuji wanted to find out for himself. However, just as he stepped out, an extremely dazzling divine halo exploded in the sky. The brilliant divine halo shot directly towards Nanhai Wuji, causing him to stop in his tracks. He took a step back and saw a golden divine door appear, separating the space. Then a silhouette slowly rose into the air and floated there, blocking in front of Nanhai Wuji. When they saw the person, everyone's gazes were frozen there as they revealed looks of amazement. Many people in the village, including the cultivators of the Muyun family, were also looking at the silhouette in surprise. How is this possible? Muyun Long said in a low voice. The silhouette floating in midair was actually Old Ma. He was someone who never stood out and whom many people believed was an ordinary person who could not cultivate. He had never revealed the aura of a cultivator. He was just an ordinary person. However, his one attack was powerful beyond comparison and blocked Nanhai Wuji's path. He was also a giant-level figure. Old Ma! Exclaimed Futian as he looked up at the silhouette. He had already speculated that there was more to Old Ma than met the eye. However, he was still astonished when he witnessed Old Ma's ability. He was actually so powerful. No wonder Old Ma seemed exceptionally confident recently. He probably was not planning on hiding this fact. Spatial divine halos radiated from Old Ma's figure, seemingly forming its own domain as he stared at Nanhai Wuji. You are still unqualified to meet Master, Old Ma said as he looked at Nanhai Wuji. At that moment, Old Ma raised his head and looked into the distance. A few beams of frightening aura came from afar and descended upon Four Corners Village. The next moment, he saw a few illusory figures appear above them. When these figures appeared, the space seemed to be frozen. Countless divine lights rained down and enveloped everyone. Even the powerful Renhuangs felt that they were insignificant. Futian also looked over in that direction. 3 figures had arrived. These 3 figures appeared ethereal, seemingly somewhat illusory, like they weren't corporeal. It was as though they were spirits who had left their bodies. They also seemed as though they were formed from the will of the Great Path and had come from beyond this world, descending upon Four Corners Village. Old Ma looked up at them. Beams of divine light shone, attempting to block off the 3 figures. However, the 3 figures immediately passed through the divine light and continued to advance. We heard that Four Corners Village was about to join the world, so we came over specifically to pay Master a visit, a voice said. The voice filled the space and caused the entire village to tremble. The next moment, the 3 silhouettes became 3 beams of divine light descended upon the private school. At the same time, a 4th aura appeared. A dazzling divine halo shot up into the heavens, causing brilliant divine light to appear in the sky above. Everyone knew that this was Master. Who could the three figures be? The crowd was astonished. Old Ma had displayed his powerful ability. Yet, he had actually been unable to block off the three of them. It was apparent how frighteningly powerful the three figures were. At this moment, even Nanhai Wuji did not move. He naturally knew who those three figures were. They were three existences who could cause the Shangqing domain to tremble by just stomping their feet. Today, they had come together. It was apparent how highly they viewed Four Corners Village as well as Master. The importance of the village was far greater than anyone could imagine. Four Corners Village joining the world had immediately spurred them to pay a visit. Futian glanced at the crowd. He saw that the members of the top forces of the Shangqing domain all revealed respectful expressions. He roughly guessed what level of existence the three figures who arrived were at. They were probably among the few standing at the peak of the Shangqing domain who came to Four Corners Village wanting to see Master's ability. As he turned around, Futian looked towards the private school. For beams of divine light immediately pierced the heavens. Although a battle did not ensue, an unparalleled might enveloped the space. Divine phenomena even appeared in the village at the same time. A golden-winged giant pong bird spread its wings and soared in the sky. A divine hammer suppressed the heavens and the earth. An immortal old god stood in the sky. These divine phenomena were originally difficult to see. However, right now, they had manifested. This scene caused the people in the village to be filled with awe. What level of existence was Master exactly? Over here, no one continued to battle. Everyone had stopped doing so. They understood that the most crucial battle was over where Master was. If Four Corners Village wanted to join the world and become a superpower, they had to pass this stage first. In that direction, the light grew brighter and brighter. Not long after, a blinding divine light radiated outwards. The next moment, among the divine light that burst forth, the crowd could faintly make out the three silhouettes disappearing in a flash. The suppressive aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Retreat from Four Corners Village. Congratulations to Four Corners Village for joining the world. From this day forth, the Shangqing domain has another holy land. Ethereal voices cried out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble slightly. Even the chief elder of the Nanhai family, Nanhai Wuji, could not remain calm. Were the three figures acknowledging the position of Four Corners Village in the Shangqing domain. Chapter 21-21. Master. Not long after these voices were heard, the various cultivators all retreated from Four Corner Village. Very soon, the cultivators from the outside left. Mu Yunlong and the other cultivators stood at the entrance of the village. They glanced back at it. They never imagined that they would still lose in the end. Master was stronger than he had imagined. Master managed to get three extraordinary figures to acknowledge Four Corner Village. From this day forth, Four Corner Village would stand at the peak of the Shangqing domain like the other superpowers. Although the village still had very few cultivators, their greatest power was already enough to solidify their status. "Let's go," said Mu Yunlong as he turned to leave. Mu Yunlong looked at the village with a meaningful look. One day, he would surely return. The villagers were somewhat elated. Master had shocked his powerful opponents. Four Corner Village could join the world and cultivate, and would no longer be restricted from this day forth. They would be able to see the wider world and would no longer be confined to the village. For many of the villagers who had never seen the outside world their entire lives, it was undoubtedly something to be excited about. "They have left," Fongai said as he gazed into the distance. "Things have finally quieted down," Old Ma also commented. They knew more about Master's ability than others. Of course, they were also unsure what level Master was at exactly. However, at least they knew that it was not something Nanhai Wuji could stand against. "You lot, come over to where I am," a voice called out from afar. Old Ma and the others knew that Master was calling them over. They bowed and replied, "Yes, Master." "You, come over as well," the voice called out again. Futian clearly sensed that this was directed at him. He bowed slightly and followed behind Old Ma and the others as they headed over to the private school together. There were 6 people, namely Old Ma, Fongai, Gu Huai, Shi Kuei, Tai, and Futian. In reality, the village currently had 7 persons in charge. However, Duo Yu was still young, so he had not come along with them. Currently, these 6 people could represent the will of the entire village. Once they arrived at the private school, the 6 of them were very respectful. They saw a figure sitting quietly on a futon after they entered and walked into the square courtyard. This was the first time Futian had met Master. Master's sage-like body seemed somewhat ethereal. He seemed otherworldly, as though he was a deity that could not be comprehended by normal minds. "Master," greeted the 6 of them as they bowed slightly. Futian also did the same. Although he was standing before Master, he still could not sense Master's aura and could not confirm how powerful Master was. However, he knew that he was far inferior and could not compare to Master at all. "Sit down, all of you," Master said. The 6 of them nodded and sat themselves down in different spots. Four Corner Village will be joining the world. All of you must have been waiting for this to happen for a long time, Master said. Fungi, Blind Tai, and the others did not say anything. Master seemed to have already seen through their thoughts. Indeed, they were supportive of the village joining the world. When Muyun Long suggested that the village should join the world, no one objected. No one would be willing to be forever confined to the village once they cultivated to a certain level. They also did not wish to see the younger generation remain in this small village forever. Even though the village was unique, this did not affect their yearning for the outside world. I know what all of you are thinking. Yet, do you know why I have always prevented Four Corner Village from entering the world? Master asked. The time was not right, Fungi replied. That is one reason, Master said. Before this, you have all seen the end result of those who left the village. Most of them perished outside, and few made it back alive. Even fewer remained outside. However, among them, the hearts of a few had already moved away from the village after seeing the prosperity of the outside world. How would they be satisfied with staying in a village? Their hearts had already changed. The crowd thought of Muyun Lan. Currently, he was famous in the outside world and had become an extraordinary figure in Nanhai family. After marrying the princess of the Nanhai family, Muyun Lan indeed had a change of heart. With such a glorious life, what he pursued now was no longer that which he pursued before. That was why the village had its previous laws, Old Ma commented. That is also a very important reason, Master continued. Before this, the village was actually an imperfect world and was also illusory. The laws of the land were also defective. This illusory world was bathed in the world of the relic. We have been living in a dual-layered space all this while. Some people could sense the way in the relic and attain the protection of the ancestors. Hence, they could cultivate. However, for the rest, if they forcefully cultivated, it would cause their cultivation to go haywire, and it would not end well. Old Ma is an exception. He died once before. However, it was a blessing in disguise as he formed his own great path. Yet, his cultivation stopped at that level, and he could still be consumed by it. I've always asked him to act cautiously. For many years, he has never displayed his ability. If Four Corner Village were to join the world under such conditions, it would have been meaningless as few people would have been able to leave. Master, then what exactly has caused the laws of the village to change? Fungi inquired. If it was because the ancestors had manifested, why had they done so now and not sooner? Master advised, you do not need to know about this in detail. It might just be that right now is the best opportunity. Now, everyone in the village can cultivate freely. Even if they don't cultivate a flawless great path, it will not end in tragedy. However, as to what the village will do after it joins the world, all of you need to think carefully about it. In the future, the village will no longer be separated from the world. It will be the same as other forces and will need to develop and expand. Otherwise, others will look down on us. The people who left the village before this are good examples to learn from. With Master around, what do we need to fear? Shirkue said. For many years, I never left this place for special reasons. I have been given restrictions and cannot leave the village. Hence, you will need to depend on yourselves in the outside world, Master continued. This caused them to be somewhat surprised. That meant that Master could only protect those in the village. Once one left the village, Master might not be able to do anything. Joining the world was the collective will of yourselves and Four Corner Village. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, you should go out and see the prosperity of the world. You are destined to pay some price for doing so. From this day forth, the village is no longer the village that does not concern itself with outside matters. Instead, we need to face the conflict of the outside world. I hope that all of you can defend your decision, Master continued. They nodded their heads seriously. They all had stern expressions. Master was reminding them and making sure that they were alert. Master recommended, of course, with your abilities, all of you will not lose to the other top forces. However, Four Corner Village has a serious generational gap. We do not need to act too hasty. I suggest that we fortify and increase everyone's cultivation planes and cultivate the next generation of cultivators. Understood, Old Ma said as he nodded his head. The juniors who inherited the divine techniques should grow very quickly. Their cultivation environment is far superior to that of all of you. They will be the future of Four Corner Village, Master said. That is all I have to say. All of you may leave. As they got up, Master looked at Futian and said, You, stay. Futian felt somewhat strange. However, he still nodded his head and remained here. The others were perplexed. They did not know what Master wanted to say to Futian. After they left, Master said to Futian, Thank you. Futian looked at Master. He then understood what Master meant. Before this, Fongai had asked what had caused the change of the laws. In reality, it was because of Futian. He had changed everything. Master, you do not need to thank me. This was all a fateful encounter, Futian replied. He himself did not have such ability. It was all because of the world tree. This isn't a coincidence. It is fate, Master replied. Fate? Futian asked as he looked at Master incredulously. Master smiled slightly as he nodded his head and said, There are some things that I only understood after you came here. The fact that it was the right time now was because you came to Four Corner Village. All this is fate's design. I don't understand, Futian said. You will naturally understand in the future. Master didn't explain, causing Futian to be even more perplexed. What design did fate have in store for him? Why had Master said so? I will leave those children to you, Master continued. Futian did not linger on the issue. If Master did not explain it further, he naturally had his reasons for doing so. I will do my best, Futian said as he nodded his head. You may leave, said Master. Futian got up, bowed, and then left. The village was peaceful. However, in the Shangqing domain, a storm had swept up. Countless people knew that Four Corner Village had joined the world. The superpowers had also acknowledged its existence. From this day forth, the village would be another superpower in the Shangqing domain. For a while, countless cultivators rushed over to Four Corner Continent. However, they did not do so to enter Four Corner Village. After they arrived, they began cultivating in Four Corner Continent. They were even prepared to settle down in the continent for the long term. Many cultivators from other continents migrated here. There were even some top forces with powerful Renwangs who established cities in this desolate continent. In the world of cultivation, places that were near to superpowers would undoubtedly be prosperous. In the Shangqing domain, such a phenomenon was exceptionally obvious. In the Shangqing domain's upper nine heavens, it was now a group of continents that were far more powerful than the countless continents beyond the upper nine heavens. Currently, Four Corner Continent was beginning to develop. If they did not seize the opportunity now, they would not have such a chance in the future. Hence, for a long period of time after, countless cultivators migrated over. Cities were erected all over the continent. It was the year 10,060 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Futian had been at the village for more than a year. During this period, the villagers had been cultivating peacefully and did not leave the village. They followed Master's advice to remain in the village and strengthen their foundations, allowing more ordinary villagers to join in on the cultivation journey. After all, since the ordeal last time, Four Corner Village might have been targeted by the entire Shangqing domain. It took time for them to fade away from people's minds. Futian had also been cultivating in the village, comprehending the village's divine techniques and teaching them to the youths. The youths in the village started cultivating one by one. Of course, since they had different talents, the strongest youths could still cultivate from the very beginning, especially the few youths who had inherited the divine techniques. They were born with the way in them. In the past, at the private school, Master decided the candidates who could cultivate based on whether the youths were compatible with the way of the ancient god. When Master taught them, he also refined their bodies with the way, so that they were compatible with the power of the way from a young age. After these youths officially started cultivating, they could progress at a tremendous pace and did not have to follow the conventional path. Currently, Master was still teaching the way. Futian and Old Ma were in charge of teaching the youths other stuff. Futian and the rest progressed quickly. Their speed of cultivating was astonishing. Of course, Futian was also cultivating and improving. At this moment, in the village, the divine halos shone, as usual, enveloping this ancient village. There was no nighttime in the village. The sky was always daytime, and everyone was constantly bathed in the divine halos. Divine phenomena filled the sky. There were golden divine gates, dazzling golden-winged giant birds, and illusory figures of the ancient god of war. All these images that could once only be sensed by those with extraordinary talents were now projected on this part of the sky by Futian, with the help of the power of the divine tree. Everyone could bathe within this power. Futian sat beside the divine tree, seemingly entered into meditation. He was completely in harmony with the heavens and earth, as though he was part of the surrounding. "Master!" shouted someone as they dashed towards Futian from afar. Futian's eyes were still shut, but he naturally knew who had come. He reprimanded, "Futian, are you truly not afraid of me beating you?" As Futian said this, he opened his eyes, and the halo around his body dimmed. He stared at the youth in front of him, who was all grown up now. Futian approached 15 this year, and he would soon be an adult. He was almost as tall as an adult. There was still a glint of youthfulness on his face. His eyes were sparkling. One could tell with a glance that he was a smart guy. Only this brat dared to disturb Futian while he cultivated. Little Ling, duo you, and the rest would wait beside him if they saw him cultivating. Master would not do so. If Master were cultivating in seclusion, you would have an invisible barrier around you. If there isn't one, that means that Master is merely meditating, Futian said with a smile. He seemed to understand Futian very well. Futian glared at him and said, "Speak your mind. What seems to be the matter?" "Master, I heard that a city has been built outside of the village. Now, it has grown quite spectacular. There are countless cultivators in the city. Little Ling, Taitu, and the others wish to go take a look around the city," Futian said. There was a faint look of anticipation in his eyes. Although Four Corner Village decided to join the world, Master had previously instructed Futian and the others to remain in the village to cultivate for the past year. They had not left at all. They heard that a huge change was happening beyond the village. The elders said that, before this, the lands beyond the village were desolate. Now, upon hearing that their Four Corner Village was about to join the world, the outside world built a city. The youths were naturally curious and wanted to go out and take a look. For people of this age group, it was natural for them to like having fun and be curious. It was especially so for Futian. This brat was originally mischievous. Now that he would soon be 15, how could he possibly stay put in the village? "Little Ling, Taitu, do the two of you want to venture out?" Futian shouted into the distance. Soon, the two youths appeared beside Futian and replied, "Master, no, we don't." Futian slapped his forehead with his palm. His lies had been exposed mercilessly. These two fellows were not reliable at all. Duo followed the two and joined the group. Since the four youths had become Futian's disciples, they were very close with each other. They would cultivate together and spar with each other. Futian was the eldest among the four, and he was smarter, so he crowned himself the eldest brother. Taitu was the second while Little Ling was the third. Duo was younger and more introverted, so he was the youngest brother. Staring at the four youths in front of him, Futian sensed that time had indeed passed by quickly. Especially since they were children, they grew up in the blink of an eye. When he first came to the village and met them, they still looked like little kids. However, they were all teenagers now. They were at the height of their youth. Duo Yu, has Feng Siyuan been bullying you? Yi Futian asked Duo Yu, who was standing at the very back. No, Duo Yu replied as he shook his head. Elder brother Feng Siyuan has been very kind to me. He always instructs me in my cultivation. Feng Siyuan smiled bitterly. Master was full of distrust towards him. Master, with my current abilities, what level would I be at in the outside world? Feng Siyuan asked curiously. Of course, you would be at the very bottom, Yi Futian answered. After so many years, only a few people have ever left the village. At your level, anybody from the outside world could handle you. Once you are outside, don't simply cause trouble. Do you understand? Feng Siyuan's eyes lit up as he asked, Master, does this mean that you will bring me out? Did I say that? Yi Futian answered with a glare. It would be good to take them outside, said old Ma as he walked over just then. These fellows have not seen the outside world. I am sure that they want to have a look. In the past, we would need to travel far in order to do so. However, now, there is a city right beyond the village. The people of the outside named it Four Corner City. Grandfather Ma still gets us, Feng Siyuan said. Cease your flattery, replied old Ma. He would not fall for such a ruse. If you wish to go outside, you must not go off on your own. Tai Tu's father will bring all of you. You should head over to the ironworks and ask whether Tai Tu's father will agree to take all of you. Second brother, you're up, said Feng Siyuan as he patted Tai Tu's shoulder. What use can I be? You might as well depend on little Ling, Tai Tu said while glancing at little Ling beside him. Tai Tu's father treated little Ling much better than he treated him. Hee. All smiles, Feng Siyuan looked at little Ling. With these two here, his request would surely be approved. Master, we'll go see Uncle Tai now. Feng Siyuan led the three away and left Yi Futian alone, heading towards the ironworks. On the other hand, Old Ma walked towards Yi Futian. What do you think? Yi Futian asked Old Ma. Old Ma sat down and said, It's been more than a year since the previous incident. We've no idea how many other people are targeting Four Corner Village. Master has warned us before. However, since we have decided to join the outside world, we'll need to venture out sooner or later. Yi Futian responded, In such a short amount of time, a city has risen. I reckon quite a lot of cultivators have migrated to this Four Corner City. We'll find all sorts of people there. Perhaps cultivators from various forces are lurking in the city too. That's naturally the case. Hence, there's a need to make a trip outside and issue a warning to those with ulterior motives. We'll need to venture out anyway. Let's see who'll be the first to be warned by us, Old Ma said. Yi Futian nodded and replied, Since you're prepared, I'll not say any more. These four lads are the future of the village. If they head out, we must make sure that they'll not suffer any losses. Old Ma smiled and said, Even though they're your disciples, I do not care any less for them than you. Don't forget, I'm an elder in this village. Yi Futian understood what Old Ma meant by that. He nodded and said, That's good. Not long after, the four youths returned. Blind Tai, Xiaqing Yuan, and the others were also following behind them. Master, Uncle Tai is here. Let's head out, Feng Siyuan said. All right, replied Yi Futian as he got up with a smile. He then led them outside of the village. Now, the entrance of Four Corner Village had already been relocated. The entrance was where the glimmer of sky was. It was a door of space. Extremely intense waves of the great path of space emanated from it. They immediately walked through it, and their figures disappeared from the village and appeared outside. Standing outside the village, they walked forwards, stood on the mountain range, and looked out into the distance. As expected, a majestic city was built around the mountains. It was vast and endless. Yi Futian was somewhat emotional. When he first came here, it had been a desolate land. Chapter 21-23, Attack. Wow! Gazing at the magnificent city far away from a high vantage point, Feng Siyuan could not help but express his fascination. Was this the outside world? At that moment, his eyes lit up. The outside world must be quite fascinating. It was no wonder his father, as well as every generation before him, went out to explore. So big, little Ling also mumbled with a look of yearning. Growing up in the village and having spent their entire lives in the village, this was the first time they went out and saw the outside world. In the past, they had only got to know the outside world from afar. So many people. The sky is filled with flying people. Tai Tu looked at the people flying around in the sky. Only Duo Yu remained silent while looking at everything. While he was more cheerful than before, it was not a complete change. He was still introverted and did not like to speak that much. However, his eyes still oozed an expectant look. So, the village is only so small, and there are so many people outside, he thought. Futian looked at the 4 teenagers and could not help but lament a little bit. These teenagers were only starting to step into the world. In the past, they had thought that their village was the entire world. Now, everything would change. However, it was hard to say they would forever hold on to the same kind of teenage naivety and pureness. Back when Blind Tai and the others left the village, they also had similar feelings. However, the cruel world would ultimately change everything. "Come, let's go out and explore," said Futian. After that, they leaped into the sky and headed towards their destination. Not long after, they arrived in Four Corner City. Four Corner City's streets were wide. The flow of people from both sides of the street never stopped. In the past year or so, countless practitioners had moved into the city from afar. While Four Corner City had remained very quiet, they were not in a hurry. For a powerful faction, as long as they did not encounter a huge disaster, it could last for a very long time, thousands to tens of thousands of years at least. With such a long time horizon, it was natural for the surrounding areas to grow and develop. Moreover, the complete opening of Four Corner Village was inevitable and would attract practitioners from the outside. Since they had already decided that they would join the world, they would surely head towards a path of greatness. By then, many opportunities would appear. Fang Siyuan led the other youngsters scurrying all over the place. The dazzling array of items on display in shops on the 2 sides of the street completely captured their attention. They had not even seen some of the clothes before. Blind Tai followed the teenagers from behind quietly, protecting them from danger. Futian and the others followed further behind with smiles on their faces. Xia Qingyuan said, "It sure is nice to be young without a worry or care in the world." She was a little envious of the teenagers. Pure and naive. It was because they knew and understood so little about the world that they could relax and enjoy it so much. "I was like this, too, when I was a teenager. But my godfather taught me a lot of things," said Futian with a chuckle. Everything that happened in Qingzhou seemed a century ago. His memory from back then had become hazy, and it seemed like it was such a long time ago. Time corrodes memories. Xia Qingyuan looked at him. Unlike Futian, when she was a teenager, she was the proud daughter of Emperor Xia, the master of Emperor Xia's realm, and as such, she also knew a lot of things. She was a lot more mature than her peers. The two of them grew up in completely different environments, and the environment that Futian grew up in seemed a lot more relaxed. However, it being so relaxed had also made everything he experienced later so much harder. "I'd like to meet your godfather," mumbled Xia Qingyuan. "Why?" Futian asked with a chuckle. "I'd like to see what kind of person created a person like you." Xia Qingyuan looked at Futian. "In truth, I'd also like to know what kind of person he is," Futian replied with a smile. He did not understand his godfather as well. "Hey, you guys, slow down a little," Futian shouted at the teenagers in front of them. Then, he picked up his pace to catch up to the 4 teenagers in front. The teenagers had become excited and had winds in their steps. After a few hours, they were still running around everywhere. 3 of them had new outfits on. Little Tai, Tai Tu, and Duo Yu's outfits were quite simple before. At that moment, it was like they had become someone else completely. They looked a lot more lively as their bodies oozed the vigors of youth. "Brother Fang Siyuan, just how big is this city? How come we haven't finished exploring it no matter how much we explore?" Little Ling asked Fang Siyuan, who was standing beside her. This is nothing. At our pace, we can't even finish exploring an entire city in a year," replied Fang Siyuan. Little Ling looked at him in shock. "Was it so big?" "Stop." At that moment, a voice appeared. Blind Tai stepped on the ground and created a formless wave that led to a low grumble from the ground. Everyone walking around the area stopped moving. Their hearts trembled violently. Even the houses on the sides were trembling. Baboom, baboom. Hearts beat faster as gazes shifted towards Blind Tai, who continued to stand there. His might completely shrouded the place and spread further away. Everyone could feel the suffocating pressure. Fang Siyuan and the other 3 teenagers also stopped moving and turned around to look at Blind Tai. Fang Siyuan, come back? Yi Futian shouted. Fang Siyuan and the others turned around to walk toward where they came from. From afar, several beings with frightening aura had arrived, and they were headed towards their location. At that moment, many people in the surrounding area regained their senses and immediately understood what was going on. They quickly scattered and left the area. They had realized that a battle between some powerful characters was about to take place. Bang, bang, bang. Buildings began to crumble while the blue stones on the ground also started to crack. A powerful windstorm blew toward them. Blind Tai took a step forward. A dull rumbling sound rang in the air, and, in an instant, the space around them and everything within it trembled. Chasms appeared on the ground, and the windstorm was actually unable to progress further. It was stopped in its tracks outside the space that Yi Futian's group occupied. From afar, several powerful Renhuangs had arrived, and they looked toward Yi Futian's group. This was the largest and most intense conflict since the founding of Four Corner City. The aura belonged to a person at the mighty level. Did the people from Four Corner Village come? They saw Yi Futian, Blind Tai, and the teenagers and guessed where they had come from. They were most likely from Four Corner Village. However, who was the one who initiated the attack? Back then, 3 peak figures arrived at the village. After that, they recognized the existence of Four Corner Village and gave the order to leave Four Corner Village. Now, so many powerful cultivators had come again. Did that mean that they had not yet completely given up? Bam! Blind Tai took a step forward. This body seemed to have grown tall and stalwart. He stretched out his arm and opened his palm. Then, in an instant, a hammer of Tianshan appeared in his palm. At the same time, beautiful and vague patterns appeared behind him. It was as if a Tianshan had appeared. Blind Tai swung his arm forward. In the direction of his swing, heaven and earth shook and crumbled. Everything within 100 miles of in that direction had been annihilated. Only ashes were left. Moreover, those were only the aftereffects caused by the main attack. The real attack directly struck one of those powerful practitioners. It was an elder. His expression changed completely. He whose cultivation level had already reached the sky was actually feeling a tiny sense of powerlessness at that moment. With his body as the center, a terrifying windstorm appeared. However, at that moment, the windstorm was completely suppressed. Rumble. The hammer of Tianshan slammed downward and, accompanied by an excruciating shout, the elder was gone, and only ashes remained. Chapter 21-24, Sealed City. Blind Tai took a step forward. The ground rumbled as cracks spread hundreds of miles wide. Then, Blind Tai's body appeared high in the sky as if he was a Tianshan divine deity standing there with the divine hammer in his hand. A golden divine light covering the space around them. In Four Corner City, many people lifted their heads to look into the sky as their hearts trembled violently. It was the first mega battle in Four Corner City since its founding. No one would have expected that it would come so soon. So, were these some mega powerful characters from the village? He was blind, yet his strength was frightening. Beautiful golden divine light radiated from Blind Tai's body. He raised the divine hammer. All the powerful cultivators who released their aura earlier felt that they were suddenly locked within by a destructive power of the Great Path. Rumble Blind Tai's divine hammer descended. Like the hammer of Tianshan, strokes of golden lightning suddenly struck from the sky. In an instant, several cultivators on the ground were blasted into smithereens. The people in Four Corner City were very excited, particularly the people whose cultivation levels were higher. It was their original objective for visiting Four Corner City, after all. They came to cultivate in the city to see stronger people, after all. Now that they saw the mighty figures of the village, they were certainly not disappointed. However, the top figures of the Shangqing domain had already recognized Four Corner Village. Just who was still feeling dissatisfied? to actually come after practitioners from Four Corner Village. Did they not know the immensity of heaven and earth? Then, the color of the sky changed. The people in Four Corner City lifted their heads. The sky above the city was completely covered in an oppressive aura. It was as if the end of the world had come and was incredibly terrifying. The hearts of those who had reached the Run Huang level trembled. A big shot had arrived and was above them. The great path's powerful might emanating from this person felt like it was on a whole different level. Which big shot of the Shangqing domain had come? Then, two people appeared in two different locations in the sky at the same time. Around the area where they stood, frightening images appeared. Around one of the two persons that appeared, dragons howled, and clouds stirred as the person transformed into a holy and divine giant dragon. Behind the other person, a pagoda that could crush the world converged. The pagoda had 9 levels, and a ray of suppressive light shot downward. The entire Four Corner City was suppressed under its might. Behind them, a group of cultivators followed. They were all incredibly powerful figures, and they stepped into Four Corner City at the same time. While Blind Tai could not see, he could sense them. He turned toward them. The light was blinding, and even though he could not see, he could feel the blinding divine light. Blind Tai knew that 2 big shots had arrived. However, his expression was the same. He stood there like an iron tower. "Who goes there?" Blind Tai shouted, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Underneath him, Futian and the others stood there. When he saw the people who appeared, Futian seemed calm, but a tinge of coldness could be seen in the glint in his eyes. He recognized the 2 big shots who had arrived. They were not big shots of the Shangqing domain. Instead, they came from the Donghua domain. They had come for him. The great Yin ancient royal family's overlord from the Donghua domain, Emperor Yin and Ling Yun's, the Ling Shao Palace's palace lord in Donghua domain's Donghua heavens. They had actually come to Four Corner City to find him. However, the grudge between them did not reach the point where they would give their lives to get even with him. Even if one were to ignore everything that happened back then at the Donghua banquet and only focused on what happened after, Futian murdering one of the parties in the marriage alliance between the 2 major factions, the prince of the Great Yin ancient royal family, and with the groom's bride escort team of the Great Yin, the Great Yin ancient royal family would never let him go. After all, the marriage had fallen apart. Moreover, at that time, he displayed a strength that could kill a cultivator on the 9th plane level. As such, the people who appeared were naturally only incredibly powerful big shots. Otherwise, they'd have no chance of taking him down. Not to mention the fact that Futian now also had the backing of Four Corner Village. As such, 2 powerful big shots had to kill him. "I come from the Donghua domain. Futian is a wanted person in our Donghua domain. He had committed an unforgivable crime in the Donghua domain. Our domain lord personally issued this wanted notice. We come today to bring him back to the Donghua domain," said Emperor Yin, his voice causing the entire sky to tremble. Everyone in Four Corner City could hear his voice. They were incredibly shocked. They had also heard of Futian of the Four Corner Village before. They had heard that this person was instrumental in the changes that took place at the Four Corner Village. They never expected that he was a wanted person from the Donghua domain. Now, 2 powerful big shots from the Donghua domain had come to get him. "He is now a resident of our village," said Blind Tai. Clearly, Four Corner Village would not hand him over. They would protect Futian. It looks like there's no need to waste time talking anymore. Ling Yunzi, the palace lord of the Ling Shao Palace, took a step forward. In an instant, the sky changed color, and a suffocating force slammed downward and covered the entirety of Four Corner City. The sky looked like it was about to crumble. The 9-level Ling Shao Pagoda stirred the sky and, as if all the power of the Great Path had merged into it, from beneath the pagoda, a ray of divine light shot down toward Blind Tai. The dull sound caused heaven and earth to shake violently. In only a moment, multiple buildings in Four Corner City were destroyed. Countless gazes focused on the area right beneath the pagoda. Blind Tai's body seemed like it had transformed into a Tianshan. Countless beams of divine light of the Great Path came from every direction and landed on his body. Then, he brandished his divine hammer and swung it up toward the sky, trampling over everything in the world, divine hammer of the protector. When the two attacks collided with each other, the sky seemed to split. Bright lights filled the sky, and Blind Tai's Tiantian-like body was sent flying down. He slammed feet first into the ground, creating a huge and deep hole in the ground. His plane level was slightly lower. He was a Runhuang of the 8th plane with a perfect grade great path. Ling Yunzi lowered his head to glance at Blind Tai. Practitioners with perfect grade great paths were very hard to deal with. Their blood forces were infinitely exuberant and powerful. Their spiritual soul or physical bodies could be considered perfect. Reaching the 8th plane level meant that he was very close to the peak. Even he could not directly kill him. Just as he prepared to strike again, Emperor Yin beside him also took a step forward. Many cultivators inside Four Corner City rose into the sky. They were all here to deal with Futian's group. This time, 2 big shots were leading the lot from the Shangqing domain. Vong. Then, at that moment, rays of light spread all across the sky. Everyone lifted their heads and saw a figure high up in the sky. The figure stood there as bright divine lights spread from his body. It was beautiful and absolutely captivating. The divine lights spread to 8 sides of Four Corner City like spatial doors flying in their own direction. Before long, everyone could see that the divine lights of the great path that had spread in several directions were now rippling and flowing in the sky. The spatial doors seemed to have merged and transformed into one giant spatial light screen that spanned across and covered the entire Four Corner City. This is sealing the city. The people in Four Corner City saw the scene unfold before them in utter shock. The figure standing high in the sky had directly sealed Four Corner City. He sealed the city using the great path of space, not allowing anyone to exit the city. No one would have expected a high-level battle like this taking place in Four Corner City only after a little more than a year since its founding. Moreover, a being close to being a god actually existed and had sealed Four Corner City. More people appeared. Fang Gai and Shi Kuei also appeared. Fang Gai moved to Yi Futian and his group's side and said to the teenagers, "Come to my side." Fang Xiyuan and the others walked to Fang Gai's side. Then, an individual space was formed to protect the teenagers. When the people of Four Corner City saw that, they vaguely understood what was going on. It looked like Four Corner Village was already prepared. Moreover, the objective of their first large-scale battle was to establish themselves as a force not to be reckoned with. For Corner Village, people knew that powers from the outside world had their own devious plans and schemes. So, they would use this battle to establish themselves and show the world that they should stop thinking about Four Corner Village. Four Corner Village had come prepared. Naturally, Emperor Yin and the Lingxiao Palace Lord were aware of this. They came after the people from the Shangqing domain invited them to deal with Yi Futian. They knew that they were being used. However, despite knowing that, they still came. The only reason was that Yi Futian needed to be killed. It could not wait any longer. It had not yet been that long since Yi Futian annihilated the groom's bride escort team. Now, he had joined the Four Corner Village and gained himself an amazing position. He now had a strong backing. If things were to continue like this, considering Yi Futian's talent and potential, he would only become even more difficult to deal with in the future. Also, noting the grudge between them, by the time Yi Futian grew strong enough, he would never forgive them so easily. Yi Futian would most certainly seek revenge. As such, even if they knew they were being used, they had still come. Moreover, they had to come personally. Otherwise, they would have no chance of killing Yi Futian. Our Four Corner Village encounters an assault the first time we enter the world. Since that is the case, we will kill all who came and took part today. No mercy. Old Ma said loudly with a cold tone. A murderous aura shrouded the entire Four Corner City. If they did not start killing today, the Four Corner Village would have a hard time growing in the future. Roar! Just as Old Ma finished speaking, the howl of the dragon in the sky filled the air and caused the sky to shake violently. The practitioners in all corners of Four Corner City felt as if their spiritual souls were going to crumble. The dragon's howl had the strength to destroy heaven and earth. The frightening sound waves in the sky surged towards Old Ma's location like a heavenly river. Old Ma raised his arm and struck his palm out. In an instant, countless overlapping sky dews appeared. With that, the frightening shock waves of the great path gradually dissipated until there was nothing left. A bright and beautiful beam of purplish-golden light shot down from the sky. An unparalleled purplish-gold storm appeared in the sky. The storm became increasingly terrifying as it sucked everything around it towards it. Then, the onlookers suddenly found out that Old Ma had disappeared. He had been sucked into the terrifying storm, the dragon storm. The area seemed to have become Emperor Yan's world. A gigantic divine dragon appeared. Its head was as big as a mountain. It looked down toward Old Ma. On the dragon's head stood Emperor Yin, with his hands behind his back. He looked at Old Ma with a murderous gaze. They were going to kill Yi Futian. No one could stop them. Within the storm, Old Ma seemed exceptionally small. The giant dragons moved down and directly devoured an entire area. A destructive dragon's roar reverberated in the air. The tiny figure inside the storm seemed unable to withstand that force. The demon dragon had devoured the sky. In an instant, Old Ma was devoured into the belly of the frightening divine dragon. Emperor Yin frowned. He felt uneasy. That was too easy. A person of that caliber would never be so easily defeated. Old Ma did not even try to block the attack and had directly entered the dragon's belly. Divine light filled his eyes. Then, the dragon's scales were covered in a frightening golden radiance and had become tough and indestructible. At the same time, another terrifying force appeared inside the dragon's belly. Before long, beams of spatial light started to seep out of the dragon's belly as if they were going to burst out. The light became stronger and stronger. The divine and holy dragon scales could not hold off those beams of light. When the lights pierced through the dragon's body, it looked as if the divine dragon's body was being cut open by the divine light of space little by little. Vong! There was a blinding burst of light. Then, the dragon's body was destroyed. Old Ma glanced at Emperor Yin. The next moment, rays of divine light shot out from his body. It looked as if multiple divine doors of space were peeled off from his body and had appeared in several different spots. They hung in the air and covered the vast space within it. Within those divine doors of space, a frightening space storm appeared. What was more frightening was that Old Ma's body was still releasing rays of divine light. The number of divine doors of space kept increasing. It was as if they were endless. Emperor Yin frowned. He sensed the power of the divine doors of space. Every single divine door seemed to possess an infinite amount of the power of the great path of space. The next moment, divine lights covered the sky, and countless divine doors of space shot towards Emperor Yin, completely wiping out the area around him. One of the 7 great divine techniques of the Four-Corner Village, the incredibly powerful divine technique of releasing countless divine doors of space, eternal space, also known as space exile. Cultivators who had reached the peak of their cultivation level could send people into exile inside the deep and endless world of space, leaving them inside for the rest of their lives. People who had reached the level of a divine being could even create an entire world of space. The Tiantian created this divine technique. If the Tiantian were to use it, who knew how strong it could be? In a brief moment, Emperor Yin was stuck inside an endless overlapping space. The scene sent those watching underneath the sky into utter shock. They could only see Emperor Yan's figure becoming blurrier and smaller, as if he was no longer in the same world. So powerful. The hearts and minds of the people in Four-Corner City shook violently. Emperor Yin was an incredibly powerful figure from the Donghua domain. Was he going to be killed just like this? At that time, a huge and horrid battle was ongoing in another location. Ling Yunzi was also an incredibly strong figure. His strength could not be doubted. However, he was completely restrained. Blind Tai, Shi Kuei, and Gu Kuei, these 3 powerful cultivators, fought him at the same time. While the 3 had not yet reached the peak of the Renhuang Plain, every one of them was an 8th plane level being with a perfect grade great path who possessed amazing combat strength. Shi Kuei possessed the ancient divine immortal form and was already an incredible figure several years ago. He had the opportunity to step into the outside world. However, the outside world was too dangerous, and many who had left the village had met their demise. As such, He did not leave and decided to continue cultivating and training until he reached the peak plane level. With an immortal body, he could easily storm and dominate the world. Who could kill him by then? At the same time, he was also one of the people who strongly agreed to the four-corner village entering the world. He had longed for this day since a long time ago. Naturally, he did not want to leave and not be able to return. Kuei was undoubtedly powerful. The attack and defense of the starry great ape that he summons were unparalleled. Combining them with Blind Tai's unrivaled attack power, the three cultivators were able to fight and restrain Ling Yunzi. Four Corner Village's potential is too scary. The people inside Four Corner City lifted their heads to watch the battles. Several incredibly strong mighty figures with perfect grade great paths. For Corner Village was indeed a place watched over by the gods. If any one of them could take one step further, a whole new world would open up to them. However, it was said that it was a lot more difficult for people with perfect grade great paths to pass this last plane level hurdle. In the Divine Prefecture, many talented geniuses were stuck on this plane. Since their great paths were the perfect grade and the 9th plane level was the peak of the Renhuang, this meant that passing that hurdle would make one a truly perfect Renhuang. Those who make it through would become a mega-powerful figure who could found a new top faction. After that, progressing further would become even harder. They would need to go through divine tribulations. Rumor has it that not many in the entire Shangqing domain had done that. The actual number was probably only known by those who stood on the top. Apart from these people, Four Corner Village also had several Renhuang-level figures who could cultivate. However, they had not yet entered the high-level Renhuang stage. They were targeting those who intended to take action earlier. While protecting the four teenagers, Fongai was also moving forward. His divine consciousness covered a vast space, and he stretched out his hand toward a group of Renhuang not far from him. Then, the next moment, he directly appeared not that far away in front of the group. Following that, a bright and beautiful divine light surrounded his opponents. The cultivators moved backward in an attempt to leave, but immediately discovered that they had been trapped inside a separate space world and were unable to leave. The next moment, they found out that their bodies had shrunk significantly, and they were trapped inside a miniature world. Fong Gai stretched out his arm towards them, and then he closed his palm to make a fist. In that instant, the miniature world was crushed, along with the practitioners inside it. Amazing, Fong Gai said. It looked like his 1 year of cultivation was not wasted. Unlike the others, the Fong family only truly awakened and inherited the divine techniques from Fong Siyuan's generation. As for himself, he had not awakened the inheritance, and his strength was the result of a year's worth of cultivating with the help of Yi Futian. Fong Gai felt that, in a village where the worldly rules changed greatly, and at his age and plane level, to progress so much that he was able to evolve, it was an amazing opportunity. He could not do anything but admit that that wily old fox, Old Ma, really had foresight. To pick out Yi Futian immediately back then, and to have little Ling bring him back. Retreat, said the cultivators. After that, they began to retreat. However, Four Corner City was already sealed. Where could they go? Fong Gai took a step forward and said, "Since you're already here, there's no need to leave." At that time, Yi Futian also appeared in another direction. The few Renhuangs who were there were the Renhuangs who first targeted them and exposed their auras. Their factions were still unknown. Their eyes were cold when they saw Yi Futian arrive. While Yi Futian was somewhat famous in the Shangqing domain, not many people knew Yi Futian's actual strength. They only knew that he made great contributions in the Four Corner Village. To most, he was just a Renhuang at the 5th plane level. Without delay, the group initiated their attacks. Great path attacks shot through the air, straight towards Yi Futian. Strokes of golden divine light transformed into swords, and gigantic palms struck from the sky. Destructive light of the great path shrouded Yi Futian's body, and multiple attacks were thrown at him as the cultivators wanted to take him out instantly. If they took down Yi Futian, they would still have a chance to leave. However, at that moment, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by beautiful divine lights. All the great path attacks were stopped in their tracks. The attacks roared and loud noises reverberated in the air. However, they did not even manage to shake Yi Futian a little. He stood there quietly. Odd-looking beams of divine light appeared around his body and destroyed all the great path attacks targeting him. Futian stood there, and whistling sounds of swords swooshing about could be heard. A terrifying storm of sword chi suddenly appeared in the vast sky. It looked like all the great path current in this area had transformed into sword chi. Multiple swords glided around in the sky. Futian glanced at his opponents. Then, the swords charged. In an instant, countless blades of light filled the sky as if trying to tear apart the entire world. The practitioners were instantly crushed into nothingness, dead. Further away, a few Renhuangs began to move backward. They wanted to escape. Their two powerful big shot leaders were completely restrained, and Four Corner City was sealed. They had a horrible feeling and had no intention to linger. Futian looked at them. Whistling sounds came from the sky, and the sword chi swooped across thousands of miles. The next moment, above Futian, swords pierced through the sky, leaving multiple beautiful sword gashes in the sky. The people far away cast a powerful great path of defense power to block his attack. However, with a flash, the swords punctured through their bodies easily. With Futian's current cultivation level, Renhuangs below the 9th plane level were no match for him. As for anyone below the high-level Renhuang stage, they were like ants. Futian raised his head and glanced at those who fled. Some of them had never taken action nor revealed their aura before. If they escaped into the crowd, they might never be found. However, since they had come for Four Corner Village, their guilt was certain. Swords roared between heaven and earth as they rose to traverse hundreds of miles of distance. They were gone in a moment. Futian's body suspended in the air as brilliant divine light bloomed from him. His body seemed to have turned into the light itself. He then moved forward with incredible speed. A group of people was escaping but seemed to have sensed something. As they turned their heads to look back, they saw a terrifying demonic light directly rained on them, and in the next moment, they turned to ash. Is he that strong? It was the first time that people in Four Corner City had ever seen Futian making a move, and it was more powerful than they could have imagined. All these Renhuang were like insignificant insects that couldn't counter the divine light of the great path he released. A Renhuang of the 8th realm turned to face Futian, both of his palms pushed forward at the same time. Suddenly, a golden divine matrix appeared in front of him, bursting with incomparable radiance. It slammed toward Futian with great oppression. Futian's body continued moving forward. There seemed to be a divine illusion of the peacock that appeared. The divine light released from his body was demonic and radiant. Countless rays of divine light rained down and broke through the divine matrix immediately. He then penetrated the body of the other. The man's face paled as his body turned into speckles of light, disappearing without a trace. A powerful existence of Renhuang in the 8th realm gone in a single blow. Many people trembled violently. Was this Futian's true strength? They had heard that this man had great luck. The village was different after his arrival as he played an important role in the changes in Four Corner Village. Later, he joined Four Corner Village and became a key figure, even replacing its previous leader, Mu Yunlong. Because of him, the village expelled Mu Yunlong. There were even rumors that Futian had accepted 4 disciples. These 4 disciples had all inherited the village's divine techniques. It was conceivable of the kind of status he would occupy in the village. When these 4 disciples of his come into their own, becoming the village leaders, he would be greatly respected as their master. But that day was still far away into the future, and perhaps he would have already become even more powerful by then. Futian continued moving forward, chasing those in the other direction. But he saw that there was a mighty atmosphere permeated in front of him. A group of men stood in the sky, with extremely powerful cultivation. These people took action and intervened, helping Futian and the others to intercept those who were fleeing. The sight in front of him caused Futian to stop. He looked ahead and saw that these cultivators seemed to have woven a great net, which caught those fleeing cultivators. For a moment, the sound of collision rang through heaven and earth. It didn't take long for the confrontation to be over. Those who fled were all terminated, and the head of those who performed the termination spoke loud and clear, "Search all of Four Corner City. Arrest anyone who plotted against Four Corner Village. You may execute them on the spot." The man's tone was cold and contained a strong murderous intent. It was as if he shared the same indignation as Four Corner Village, which made Futian wonder if the man was also from the village. However, he had cultivated in Four Corner Village for a couple of years now, and he was pretty sure he did not know the man, as this man was not a cultivator of the village. But at this time, the few in the lead walked in the void and came to Futian's side. They saluted Futian and Fongai, who was behind him. The Zhang family from Qingyang continent. Now that we have entered the Four Corner City to cultivate, we pledge ourselves to your cause. Futian understood everything immediately. It seemed that he was a cultivator from the outside, wanting to establish a good relationship with Four Corner Village. For this reason, he did not hesitate to risk offending the forces who came to attack Four Corner Village this time. Those people may very well be from other major forces. In doing what they did, the Zhang family risked becoming a target themselves. It appeared that they wanted to take this opportunity to befriend the village. If this is the case, we are much indebted to you. Fongai nodded slightly and did not rebuff their gesture. Although he had never left Four Corner Village before, he knew enough about things of the world and was well-read. He knew much more than most people inside the village. More importantly, he was astute, as could be deduced from his treatment of Old Ma and Futian. For that, Fongai understood their intentions. Now that the Four Corner Village had officially emerged as a principality for cultivation, this was their first major battle out of their little corner of the world. Four Corner City was built around Four Corner Village, so it was quite natural for it to be an affiliated territory of Four Corner Village. In any case, all that had trespassed was destiny. If Four Corner Village wanted to be part of the world, it must develop and grow, even recruiting more people from the outside to cultivate at Four Corner Village and contribute to the city. It was also necessary to gain control of the Four Corner City, not to miss any opportunities when the village itself started to develop. The Zhang family in Qingyang continent was a power familial principality that was an absolute ruler of its own domain. However, they had reached the peak of where they were, and it was difficult for them to make further advancement unless they were attached to an even greater force. However, all the principalities within the upper nine heavens in Shangqing domain had long been formed. Even though the Zhang family was a power of the first class on a continent, they were still nothing by the standards of the upper nine heavens. There were many other forces at the same level as they were, and some even stronger. It wouldn't be difficult for them to gain a foothold, but it would be difficult for them to get ahead. Therefore, they needed an opportunity. After learning about what had transpired in Four Corner Village, countless people from the Shangqing domain migrated to build the city. The clan chief of the Zhang family knew that this was the opportunity he had been waiting for, and they couldn't afford to miss it. So, they abandoned everything they had built in Qingyang continent and moved the entire family here. The first group that arrived in the Four Corner City participated in the construction of the city, had developed and grown in the process. With the strong backing of their familial power, they had already gained incredible control inside Four Corner City. This time, they finally caught a break. Today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he acted decisively and gave the order to search for those fugitives inside Four Corner City to get on the good side of Four Corner Village. What came after that would depend on fate. Men plan, but heaven decides. Boom. At this moment, a shocking collision came from the sky, and the entire Four Corner City shuddered violently. Futian raised his head and looked yonder, only to see Emperor Yin had broken free from the power of spatial exile. A towering divine light burst out from him, which made Futian feel that there was a divine power in the center of that glow. It was a terrifying divine power. Divine item. Futian exclaimed silently. Many of these major forces possessed divine items, which served as their last resort. The Millet Emperor had the Watchtower, and the ancient royal family of Yin, being an extremely ancient royal power, must have inherited some invaluable treasures. However, Emperor Yin didn't take it to Donghua Banquet. After all, he probably didn't expect that a war of that level would erupt at the banquet. However, this time was different. He had taken into account the potential danger of this trip and came prepared. In order to avoid unforeseen situations, he carried the treasure on his person this time, so that he was able to break free of the spatial exile power. However, the battle did not seem to have stopped. Above that high sky, terrifying divine lights collided. Everyone inside Four Corner City felt that the sky and the earth were about to collapse. It was not simply an illusion. The sky and the earth seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart in a frightful battle scene. Old Ma actually fought against Emperor Yin, who was aided by the divine item, and he did not lose, Yi Futian secretly marveled. However, this divine item was probably not more powerful than the Watchtower. The Millet Emperor and the Watchtower were almost integrated into one entity. A devastating storm encompassed an area of great radius. It was tinged with an extreme sense of oppression. It seemed as if the sky was about to fall down. Of course, this level of warfare was alarming. If the battlefield were inside Four Corner City, the city would surely be razed to the ground. Even though they were very far away, everyone could still feel that power of suffocation. Break! A great roar came from above the firmament, followed by a dragon chant. The purple-golden divine light pierced through the sky, shattering the ceiling power and breaking the spatial power that had closed up this area. Retreat, Emperor Yin said as Ling Yunzi left the battlefield to follow him. He turned into a beam of light, fleeing toward the far distance. In a blink of an eye, two beams of light disappeared between heaven and earth at the same time, leaving Four Corner City in ruin. Chapter 21-27 of the World. Still watching the two disappearing figures, Old Ma said loudly, "From today on, cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yin and Lingxiao Palace of Shangqing Domain are strictly forbidden to set foot on the Four Corner Continent. Any violators will be killed on sight. If there is a next time, I will bring the cultivators from our village for a visit." His voice could be heard for thousands of miles. Although no one chased after them, these two must have heard what he said. This was a warning to them that if today's situation were to repeat itself, they would pay a visit to the great Yin Kingdom and Lingxiao Palace. By then, the battlefield would no longer be limited just to Four Corner City. The people in Four Corner City raised their heads to look at the sky. Those men were plainly dressed but displayed extraordinary power. This battle was enough to prove the formidable strength of Four Corner Village. Moreover, the premier cultivator in Four Corner Village hadn't even lifted a finger this time. It was said that there was a teacher in Four Corner Village who was truly the premier cultivator in Four Corner Village, but no one from the outside had seen him. No one knew where he came from or how he ended up there. In fact, not many in the entire Shangqing domain had seen him. Nanhai Wuji, the great elder of the Nanhai family, had once asked for an audience with the teacher but was refused by Old Ma because he was unworthy to meet with the teacher. Those involved in the attack today, we will only go after those who entered the city and not chase after the force behind them. On the same note, if this ever happens again, no matter who it is, Four Corner Village will pursue the matter to the end. Old Ma looked at the sky below and saw that the Zhang family was still making arrests. But this time, he was not planning on investigating which forces were behind the scenes or involved. Today, Four Corner Village's unveiling was a show of force, and the others were testing them. They used the two major forces in Shangqing Domain as scouts. As the first battle by Four Corner Village as a principality, the purpose of the showdown had been achieved. Old Ma understood that if they insisted on pursuing the matter, many others were involved. But this battle was a warning to them. As for those who came here, he would not extend any courtesy to them. The loss of their lives would be used as a reminder for those who came after them. The Zhang family possessed great strength, and the net that they cast inside Four Corner City had captured many of the offenders. Old Ma and the others landed inside the Four Corner City. By now, this area had already been destroyed. There were ruins everywhere. It was as if all the efforts to build it had been in vain. However, the significance of this battle could not be measured simply by the destruction of a city. Cultivators were able to build cities quickly. If a significant amount of manpower was dispatched, a small city could arise from the ground in a single day. Fongai had now allowed Fong Siyuan and a few other youths out of the village. All of them had witnessed the battle that occurred just now, and the young people had a more realistic understanding of cultivation. Was that the kind of battle between powerful cultivators? Indeed, they were still too young. There was too vast of a gap for them to catch up. Tai Tu looked at Old Ma and his father with admiration. He didn't expect Grandpa Ma and his dad to be so strong. This battle was enough to leave a deep impression on the hearts of these young people. Grandpa, which one of you is better? Feng Siyuan asked Feng Gai. Look at you. Feng Gai gave him a little tap on his head. But then Feng Siyuan looked at Yi Futian and asked, Master, tell me if you can beat both of them. Of course, I'm not as good as Grandpa Ma or your own grandfather, Yi Futian said with a smile. Your strength has opened the eyes of old guys like us. Such a realm of cultivation with such combat power. In a few years, us old guys will be far behind you, Feng Gai commented. Yi Futian's display of power had surprisingly delighted them. Well, in the future, the village will still depend on you young people, Old Ma said. The teacher could only be the guardian of the village. But if Four Corner Village wanted to expand, it must rely on the growth of Yi Futian and these young people. Now, Four Corner Village was blessed by its ancestors' great path. It enjoyed a unique environment for cultivation. It was difficult for it not to rise. Hey, Master, you must teach me and not hide anything, Feng Siyuan said expectantly. Of course, Yi Futian reassured him. Feng Siyuan was stunned. His face fell, and those around them had smiles on theirs. People in the distance were watching them from afar. It seemed that it was a foregone conclusion that Shangqing Domain would have one more major principality, and no one could stop it from happening. Before long, Zhang Yi, the head of the Zhang family, brought a group of men over and said, Sir, out of those who have been exposed, some have been killed on the spot for resisting. These are the ones we captured. What do you want to do with them? Kill them, Feng Gai said coldly. Very well. Zhang Yi nodded, then turned around with his men. He quickly put an end to the rest of them. Feng Gai and the others made a secret note to themselves as they watched Zhang Yi handle this piece of nasty business. He had formidable cultivation and was ruthless in action. He was a man with great resolve. Doing so also burned bridges. If he ever left the Four Corner City, he would be everyone's target. Zhang Yi stood there after he returned. Although he said nothing, Old Ma and the others understood as they looked at each other. Feng Gai took the initiative and asked, This Four Corner City was built around Four Corner Village and is named the same. We will just come straight to the point. What is your name? Zhang Yi, the other replied. Zhang Yi, from now on, you will be in charge of Four Corner City, and you will be allowed to build your own force inside Four Corner City. You may enter Four Corner Village to cultivate. In addition, you may select those with outstanding and suitable talents for us to assess and evaluate whether they may also enter Four Corner Village to cultivate. Of course, this matter is not urgent. You should focus on getting the city under control first. Yes, Zhang Yi nodded slightly. He knew he had succeeded. From this moment on, he worked for Four Corner Village, and he could enter the village to cultivate. It was just as he had planned. Since Four Corner had now entered the world, it must consider expanding and becoming stronger, and as such, it must absorb powerful cultivators from the outside to strengthen itself. Now, this matter fell on him, which was of great significance. From now on, you will be the external deacon of Four Corner Village, Old Ma added. Thank you, Elder. Zhang Yi bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Old Ma was someone of influence. Even someone like him had to bow down in front of someone like Old Ma. Old Ma did this to preserve Zhang Yi. Since Zhang Yi had basically thrown in his own lot with theirs, he couldn't very well leave him out in the cold. What's more, Four Corner Village was indeed in need of useful people now. First of all, to enter the world and participate in cultivation, they couldn't keep staying in the village and stay blind to everything that happened outside. Everything about the outside world must be well understood. From the instant they decided to venture outside of the village, many things needed to be done. In the village, beside the teacher, Old Ma and the other 6 were in charge, acting as the elders in Four Corner Village. Now there was no village chief yet appointed, so Old Ma was acting as the senior elder. The teacher was the most suitable person as the village chief, but since he demurred, the position was vacant. Feng Gai and the others had intended to elect Old Ma as the village chief, but Old Ma disagreed. Now, to designate Zhang Yi as an external deacon meant he would work for them on all affairs related to the outside. In the future, they would need to recruit a group of cultivators, like Zhang Yi, as their external agents. Of course, this matter couldn't be rushed. In order to become a powerful character, each person their own pursuit, and not everyone was willing to serve Four Corner Village like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi came to Four Corner Village because he and his family had reached a bottleneck and sought a new opportunity. So, they came here to serve the village, looking for their chance. Old Ma didn't say much. He looked at Blind Tai next to him and said, "Go to the village and cast a few weapons. Later, they will be placed in Four Corner City. I will arrange a spatial seal power inside the city to cover the periphery. Only the main entrance of the city may be used to enter and exit the city, and those who enter the city will need to be screened and controlled in the future." "Good," Blind Tai nodded. "Yes." Zhang Yi also took the order and saw Old Ma levitate into the air. An astonishing divine light bloomed from him, turning into an infinite light screen above the sky. He was getting ready to lock the city and encapsulated Four Corner City. As such, except for powerful figures who could break free and come and go as they pleased, anyone else who wanted to make trouble in the city would not be able to escape so easily with the entrance guarded. It didn't take long for the people in Four Corner City to feel a mighty aura. A radiant divine light shrouded the boundless space. Above the very high part of the sky, a pale golden light appeared, but it was hard to see it with the naked eye because it was so high. Although Old Ma had shrouded the city, it would not affect normal operations and combat in the air, so he had sealed it from a high altitude. Watching all this happening, Futian felt some emotion inside. He had originally wanted to enter the city lord's office to cultivate, but he was humiliated instead. Even the city lord himself wanted to kill him. By coincidence or fate, he entered Four Corner Village, a cultivating holy land out of this world. However, now that Four Corner Village was part of the cultivating world, everything that happened today symbolized another new beginning. Four Corner Village had formally entered the world and began to develop its influence. Four Corner City began to rebuild. The Zhang family that migrated from Qingyang continent also began constructing the city lord's office and organizing forces within the city. Four Corner City would be attached to Four Corner Village and become its subsidiary power, but this was not due to the dominant nature of the Four Corner Village. Everyone inside Four Corner City was a conglomeration of different places. What was their intention? It was the common goal of those who had migrated here to cultivate. Four Corner Village being in control of the Four Corner City meant that the city would have the best opportunity for the greatest development. It would grow stronger and become more prosperous. Furthermore, cultivators from Four Corner City would have the best chance to cultivate at Four Corner Village. At this point, the city lord's office had been constructed in a grand manner and occupied a considerable area inside Four Corner City. Four Corner Village commanded Zhang Yi to build the city lord's office and take charge. Naturally, he wanted to do as best he could. Today, the city lord's office had seen prestigious visitors, with many cultivators who wanted to be accepted into the city lord's office so that they may have an opportunity to gain entry into Four Corner Village in the future. Currently, Zhang Yi was entertaining some guests inside the office. It was a lively scene with drinks and chatters, and those who sat with him were powerful cultivators. In his position, it was his job to network with powerful and capable people and forge good relationships with them. He knew very well that many in Four Corner Village were stronger and better than him. He was allowed to make assumptions in this position, not because of his cultivation level, but because he was the first person to stand up and do some things for the village. He understood his own position. It was to do real work for Four Corner Village, recruiting more powerful allies, especially those who were much powerful than he was. Since the establishment of the city lord's office, Zhang Yi had enjoyed quite a good reputation in the city. While everyone was enjoying the banquet, someone came in and said, "City Lord." Zhang Yi looked at the man and asked, "What is it?" "There is a Runhuang who said he has something significant and wants to see the city lord," replied the messenger. Zhang Yi was a little surprised, but still, he said, "Let him come here then." "I told him I'd bring him here, but he said that he must see you alone," the messenger replied. Zhang Yi frowned, weighing the matter, then said to everyone, "I need to step out for a brief moment." With that said, Zhang Yi followed the man and came to a courtyard. However, there was no one there when he arrived. On the stone table in the yard, there was a package. Zhang Yi frowned and walked over to open it. There was a single line written on a piece of paper. It was accompanied by a jade slip, which seemed to be sealed by a forbidding force. Zhang Yi frowned as he read the content of the message. He expanded his divine consciousness, attempting to track down the person, but could detect no one suspicious around the city lord's office. The person was long gone, and it was clear that his cultivation was considerable. Zhang Yi held the jade slip in one hand, as he crushed the letter in the other. He had a feeling that this matter was fraught with danger. If he were to follow instructions, he might get involved in a conspiracy. However, if he refused, the consequences were not something he could be responsible for. When his thoughts turned to this, Zhang Yi returned to the banquet and took his leave of the people there. He then left the city lord's office and headed towards the mountain range where Four Corner Village was located. This jade slip was not for him, but he was instructed to deliver it to a man inside the village. These days, Futian often cultivated quietly in the village and gave lessons to its young people, even instructed them on the divine techniques. He was the only one who could see all 7 great divine techniques, so even though he did not directly inherit these divine techniques, he was the only one who knew the 7 great divine techniques the best. Under the ancient tree, Futian sat there looking at a figure in front of him. Fang Siyuan was cultivating, trying to incorporate the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique into his abilities. Not far away, a man walked over. It was Fang Gai. He stood there quietly, with his hands behind his back, watching Fang Siyuan cultivating. Uncle Fang. Futian turned his head and smiled as he saw Fang Gai, but Fang Gai seemed not to have heard him as he kept his eyes on Fang Siyuan. Uncle Fang. Futian was a little surprised. People at Fang Gai's level usually didn't get this distracted. Fang Gai came to his senses just then. He looked at Futian and smiled. Seeing his smile, Futian asked, "Uncle Fang has something on his mind?" "Not at all." Fang Gai shook his head. Seeing Futian regarded him with some doubts, Fang Gai said with a smile, "These days, everything feels a little unreal. The village changed so much, and I haven't gotten used to it yet." Futian smiled and nodded. Fang Gai was shrewd, but he had never left the village before, so it was normal for him to be unaccustomed. "Uncle Fang will get used to it soon," Futian said. Fang Gai nodded. Looking at Fang Siyuan, he said, "The boy is stubborn, and all was made possible because of you. We might still need to trouble you to look after him in the future." "Why is Uncle Fang suddenly so formal?" Futian teased. "Since I have accepted this little guy as my disciple, I will do all that I can for him. I am not worried." Fang Gai nodded. "By the way, I heard that there are some treasures from the outside world that can be used to communicate through thin air. Is that right?" "Yes, I have one on me," Futian nodded. "I'm thinking we might need to get some for the people in the village. This way, it would be more convenient." Fang Gai said, "I will go to the city lord's office to see what they can do." "Very well," Futian nodded. Fang Gai took another look at Fang Siyuan before he turned to leave. Futian watched Fang Gai depart and felt that he seemed a little odd today. However, he couldn't really put his finger on it. Fang Gai went to the city lord's office and did indeed obtain a set of communication treasures. He gave them to Old Ma and the others so that they could communicate with each other. The next day, Futian was in his own yard when Fang Siyuan's voice was heard. "Master!" Fang Siyuan shouted from outside. "Come," Futian answered. Fang Siyuan entered the courtyard and said to Futian, "Master, my grandpa is acting strange." "How is he strange?" Futian's heart jumped. He had the same feeling yesterday. Today, he suddenly said a lot of strange things to me, asking me to take care of myself and follow Master from now on and listen to the Master, and then he left the village. "I have a feeling that something is happening to Grandpa," Fang Siyuan said, worried. He was at a sensitive age and came to Futian immediately. "Let's go see Grandpa Ma." Futian instantly got up and took Fang Siyuan. As they walked directly forward, they shortly appeared at Old Ma's house. When Futian expressed what he had observed and what Fang Siyuan had said, Old Ma's face changed. "What's happening?" Old Ma murmured. "I don't know," Futian said. "Yesterday, Zhang Yi came to the village looking for him." Old Ma said, "Let's go." The group headed outside the village with incredible speed. As they came out of Four Corner Village, Old Ma expanded his divine consciousness, covering an endless, vast area. Countless sights were imprinted in his mind, and Four Corner City was laid out before his eyes. However, he did not find Fongai anywhere. He took Futian and Fang Siyuan and came to the city lord's office in one step. Zhang Yi bowed slightly and paid his respects when he saw the arrival of Old Ma. Greetings to the elder. What did you want with Fongai that day? Old Ma asked him coldly, with a pressure of might in his voice. Zhang Yi sensed that something was amiss, so he bowed respectfully and replied, I received a package the day before, and there was a letter and a sealed jade slip. The letter instructed me to give the jade slip to Elder Fong and not mention it to anyone. This matter was of great importance to Elder Fong, and if I delayed the matter, Elder Fong would surely blame me, and I would not be able to shoulder the consequences myself. Old Ma looked intently at Zhang Yi and saw that the man didn't seem to lie, nor did he need to lie. Zhang Yi shouldn't be blamed for this. Under the circumstances, he didn't have any choice. After all, he didn't know what the jade slip was about. What could make Uncle Fong leave without saying anything? Futian asked. There is only one possibility. Old Ma looked into the distance with icy eyes. It seemed that there were still forces in the dark unwilling to give up, still plotting for the divine techniques. What? Futian asked. Fong Huan, Fong Siyuan's father. Old Ma said, Four Corner Village has changed so much, but Fong Siyuan's father has not appeared. Now, even Fongai has disappeared. There could only be one possibility. Next to them, Fong Siyuan's face suddenly changed as he clenched his fists, looking very anxious. Futian noticed his change and put his hand on Fong Siyuan's shoulder. Master, Fong Siyuan looked up at Futian. Your grandpa has a high level of cultivation and nothing will happen to him. They probably just wanted the divine technique, Futian said. The first sentence was to comfort the boy. If someone dared to make a move, they probably came prepared and backed by major principality. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare. Fongai must have understood it himself and worried that he would not be able to come back, hence the things he said. Fong Siyuan nodded as if to comfort himself, but the expression in his eyes was still full of worry. I'll go and take a look, Old Ma said. His body flashed towards the outside, as fast as lightning, disappeared in an instant. While Futian and Fong Siyuan were waiting, Zhang Yi also stood there quietly without saying a word. After some time, Old Ma came back again and did not look well. He shook his head. I didn't find him. Uncle Fong left behind some communication treasures before he left. It must be for delivering messages. We should know who it was soon, Futian said. Old Ma took out something that Fongai gave him. Now, all they could do was wait. Chapter 21-29. Solution. Old Ma and the others had no choice but to go back to the village and wait. At the same time, they gathered several key members to discuss what to do next. Soon, everyone in Four Corner Village learned of the news, and many from the village gathered outside Old Ma's courtyard, waiting for any emerging news about Fongai. Although the village people occasionally had some altercations with one another, the village was generally harmonious. Fongai was well-liked by everyone, so people in the village were worried when they learned what might have happened to him. The villagers had often heard that most people who had gone out of the village never made it back due to having met unfortunate ends at the hands of those on the outside. Blind Tai himself, too, only came back after having lost his sight. People in the village had their own thoughts about these incidents, but because the village was isolated from the world outside, these thoughts were largely suppressed. But now that the village was part of the outside world, something like this seemed to have ignited the resentment that had been in their hearts. Were these people on the outside wolves, treating people in this village as prey? Just as the village began to integrate itself into the world, and everyone finally able to cultivate, someone dared to do this to Elder Fongai. Old Ma, we have to get Fongai back, some of the elders said. Uncle Ma, how is Uncle Fong now? Do you have any news? We better take the initiative to attack. The voices outside came, one after another, all of them tinged with grievances. Old Ma was discussing these matters with Blind Tai, Shirkue, and the others in the courtyard. There was no news yet, and they had no idea as to Fongai's current situation. As time passed, the courtyard seemed extremely oppressive. At this moment, The treasure that was placed on the stone table suddenly lit up. Rays of light were released from it. They flowed to the area above Old Ma's head and formed a light screen. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Old Ma. After Old Ma had received the news, he looked at the crowd and said coldly, "Indeed, it was a major force in Shangqing domain, the ancient royal family of Duan, that was holding Feng Huan. They thought Feng Gai would bring Feng Xiyuan, exchanging Feng Huan's life with the divine technique. But Feng Gai went by himself, and now he has fallen in their hands as well." Bam! Blind Tai slapped his hand down on the stone table, and the table immediately shattered. Veins were popping out on his muscular body, and he appeared extremely angry. He thought of the time in the past when he was blinded by someone who claimed to be a brother. Because of his personal experience, he had always loathed those from the outside. This was why he didn't particularly have a good impression of Yi Futian in the beginning. Now, people were plotting against Feng Gai, still trying to take away the divine techniques of Four Corner Village. These forces had really regarded Four Corner Village as their prey. All of them were watching, and everyone wanted a piece of them. Uncle Feng has also cultivated the divine technique of miniature world. If he hands it over, the Duan family should release them. Now the news had come back, and it's impossible for them to think that we won't avenge this transgression. Although Yi Futian was also very angry, he tried to restrain himself. He had seen many similar instances like this along the way of cultivation. Although Four Corner Village had shown great strength in cultivation, it was a new force, after all. Its foundation was not as deep as it needed to be. Those forces were not in fear of them, and all of them wished to take a bite out of Four Corner Village. Especially in today's Shangqing domain, there were already several divine techniques that have been leaked to the outside. For example, the Nanhai family took away the Muyun family, and the palace of the illusory god took the eye of reincarnation by force. Therefore, the other principalities had similar ideas, which caused today's situation. The ancient royal family of Duan was an extremely ancient royal family with a long history. It was said to have been descendants of a god with a rich background, belonging to the middle third heaven of the upper nine heavens. Old Ma appeared in deep thoughts before he said, Feng Gai was right to obtain the communication treasures before he left. At least it will give the other party something to be concerned with. Otherwise, it would have been more dangerous. Since we have received the news of his whereabouts, his life should not be in immediate danger. However, if we were to count the divine hammer of the protector, there are already 3 divine techniques that have been leaked outside. If we allow one more divine technique to the outside, would Four Corner Village still be Four Corner Village? Based on what I know about Feng Gai, he probably won't hand it over. As he was speaking, he stood up and said, "Let's take a trip to the Duan family." They didn't seem to have any other choices. The other had taken their people, so they would have to make a personal visit. The ancient royal family of Duan dominated and ruled the giant god's continent with throngs of cultivators. Stepping onto their territory was definitely not a good idea. The overlord of the ancient royal family of Duan possessed incredible cultivation and was one of the strongest people in the Shangqing domain. He was not someone that Old Ma could deal with. The teacher couldn't leave Four Corner Village. If they go, they may not be able to complete their mission. "I don't think that's a good idea," Yi Futian said, suddenly, and everyone turned their attentions to him. Yi Futian thought for a few moments, then raised his head and said to Old Ma, "Uncle Ma, are you sure you can get them back from the grasps of the Duan family?" Old Ma shook his head. In reality, he had no idea on what level was his combat power. But the strength of Duan Tianxiong of the royal family of Duan must be at the top level. He was not sure if he could overcome the man. Furthermore, the risk would be elevated if they were to go on to the territory of the other. "What are your thoughts?" Old Ma asked Yi Futian. "The ancient royal family of Duan wants the divine technique and blackmailed us using our own people. If so, why not use their own device against them?" Yi Futian responded, "As long as we can take an important member of the Duan family, we can ask them for an exchange." Old Ma looked at Yi Futian, and everyone listened carefully as well. Yi Futian had been around for many years and had more experience than they did. Perhaps he could think of some alternatives. "How do we get close to the powerful figures inside the Duan family?" Old Ma asked. "I'll go," Yi Futian said. "No way." Old Ma flatly refused that suggestion. I haven't finished yet. Uncle Ma, you can disguise your aura and stay hidden. If anything happens, the most we would need to do is to make the exchange with divine technique. This is what they wanted. The Duan family has not feuded with Four Corner Village, so they will exercise some restraints on their part. As long as they can get the divine technique, they will try to avoid creating a blood vendetta. Yi Futian said slowly, Now, if we can't rescue Uncle Fong, we will need to make the exchange, so why not give it a try? While everyone was still hesitating, Yi Futian stretched out his hand as a mask appeared in his palm. As soon as he put it on, the aura on his body undergone some slight changes, and it was a little different from before. At this moment, Yi Futian was like a celestial being, surrounded by celestial light with a bit of celestial aura, full of life's essence. Like this, even if someone from the Duan family had seen me before in Four Corner Village, they might not be able to recognize me. If I can't get close to the core figures of the Duan family, I won't take any action. With Uncle Ma close by as my backup, we ought to give it a try, Yi Futian continued. In addition, we work both angles simultaneously. Leak the news from Four Corner Village that we are sending an envoy to the Duan family to negotiate the release of the hostages so that they dare not act rashly. At the same time, it would serve as a distraction, Yi Futian continued. As long as the Duan family was fully aware that they had already received the information, they would have some concerns restricting their actions. This incident was caused by Zhang Yi. Although he was an unwilling participant in the matter, he mishandled the whole thing. So, let him atone himself as the envoy, said Yi Futian. Even if there was to be war between the two sides, generally, the messenger was exempt, so he would not be in much danger. Everyone contemplated on Yi Futian's words. After a few moments of silence, Old Ma nodded and said, Okay, sure Kue. You are going to leak the information and order Zhang Yi to go and demand their release while I leave in secret with Futian. The others in the village will refrain from leaving during this time and must keep this information to ourselves. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sure Kue turned to head out of Four Corner Village. Everyone looked at Yi Futian with a solemn expression and said, Be careful. Blind Tai sat there quietly. He had wanted to attack them directly, but Yi Futian's suggestion was indeed the better choice. As for Yi Futian, whether it was Blind Tai or anyone else in the village, they had a better understanding of the kind of person he was. This man had proven that he was loyal and worthy. It seemed that Yi Futian truly regarded himself as a member of the village. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, they had recognized Yi Futian, the former outsider, as one of their own. Old Ma, let's be on our way, Yi Futian said with a smile. Old Ma nodded. The two talked as they walked out. Master, a voice said. Yi Futian turned his head and saw Fong Siyuan's eyes were full of tears. He knelt and bowed to Yi Futian. Get up. Yi Futian chided. Fong Siyuan raised his head to look at Yi Futian and got up as commanded. There are no tears in the cultivating world, only strength. As the village elder and your teacher, this is something I should do. No need to kneel. Yi Futian said to Fong Siyuan, No matter where you are in your cultivation in the future, just remember to be worthy of your true self. Yes, master, Fong Siyuan replied as he stood there. At this moment, he seemed to have really grown up. I am going to help bring your grandpa and father back, Yi Futian said with a smile. He then stepped forward. After a few moments, he and Old Ma disappeared as they turned into a light of space, without anyone being the wiser. At the same time, Shi Kue went to the city lord's office and ordered Zhang Yi to go to the giant god's continent to negotiate. For a while, the news sent shockwaves throughout Four Corner City. No one expected that the ancient royal family of Duan had not given up and continued to covet the divine techniques that belonged to Four Corner Village. In their desperation, they had even taken Fong Gai, the elder of Four Corner Village, and his son as hostages. This time, how would Four Corner Village handle it? Would Four Corner Village, now that it had joined the world, go to the giant god's continent to fight the Duan family? The Upper Nine Heavens in the Shangqing domain was one continent within a vast and endless group. The overall strength of the Upper Nine Heavens continental group had the topmost ranking in the entire Shangqing domain. The giant god's continent was the main continent in the continental group of Upper Nine Heavens, with throngs of strong cultivators. The ancient royal family of Duan was a symbolic power of the giant god's continent, as well as its holy land. Recently, news from the giant god's continent that the ancient royal family of Duan had taken the cultivators of Four Corner Village as prisoners. It was said that Feng Huan, a cultivator from Four Corner Village, had killed a cultivator from the ancient Duan family in a confrontation and was arrested by the ancient royal family. His father, Feng Gai, received words that instructed him to use the divine technique he possessed in exchange for his son's freedom. Not only did Feng Gai of Four Corner Village not turn over the divine techniques, but he had also injured the cultivators of the Duan family and was taken prisoner. The ancient royal family of Duan claimed that they hoped Four Corner Village could give them justice in this matter. This news became public after Zhang Yi set off from the Four Corner continent. Obviously, both sides had good ideas of the other's movements and responded accordingly. As expected by the people in Four Corner Village, although the Duan family had taken their people hostage, their plot was exposed. They now had enough concerns that they dared not directly execute the hostages out of fear that they would anger the Four Corner Village and be retaliated against. After all, no one dared to underestimate the power of Four Corner Village today. The top three figures recognized it. Even the ancient royal family of Duan had to keep that fact in mind. After both sides released their own version of the incident, it was clear to everyone what was going on. Feng Huan's conflict with the ancient royal family of Duan could not be verified at this point. The pretext of asking for an explanation from Four Corner Village had only one purpose, and that was to get the divine technique. However, since Feng Gai didn't hand over the divine technique, it was probably not an easy task for the ancient royal family of Duan to get it now. Furthermore, the envoy from Four Corner Village was already on his way. Giant God City on Giant God Continent was known as one of the largest cities in the upper nine heavens. The structures within the city were extremely magnificent and spectacular. It was the largest city in the Giant God Continent, and the ancient royal family was also located within the city boundaries. At this moment, outside the Giant God City, a massive demonic beast came from the void, sheltering the sky. This demonic beast was pure white with the horns of a goat, but had wings on its back. Its eyes were extremely bright, and an auspicious divine light surrounded its body. It was Baize, the sacred beast. A man stood on Baize's back, his white garment dancing in the wind, but a mask covered his face, so his countenance could not be discerned. The eyes that were exposed were extremely brilliant, with a faint celestial light lingering about him. There was a sense of holiness about the man, as if he was an existence not of this world. One glance was enough to feel his uniqueness. This masked figure was Futian, who had encountered Baize the demonic beast on the road. It was a sacred beast at the level of demon saint, so he allowed the beast to accompany him to the giant god's continent. Baize traveled by air. It gradually descended, soaring at a low altitude. Looking at this splendid city, Futian drew up his plans. To get close to the important core figures of the Duan family, he had to attract them to him instead of the other way around. So, he had to gain a reputation in Giant God City, and it needed to be a great one so that the entire city would know about him. Only then could he attract important enough figures from the ancient royal family to appear. There was a map in Futian's mind, and the general situation of Giant God City and the distribution of its powers. These were information he obtained after entering the Giant God's continent. Since they weren't secrets, they were easily obtained. Futian had made a note of them. In addition, he had some general understanding of the most important and well-known figures in the Duan family. In order to achieve notoriety with the fastest speed, the most prosperous and happening place was the key. In every city, where treasures were changing hands had to be the most happening place. There were several cities within cities inside Giant God City, one of which belonged to the ancient royal family of Duan. The existence of the royal family was equivalent to that of a city. The 9th street in the Giant God City was the 9th street in the city. This ranking referred to the size of the street, but when it came to fame, 9th Street was the most prestigious street in all of Giant God City. On this street, there were the most prosperous taverns and inns inside the city and the largest trading market. Common wisdom had it that 9 out of 10 treasures in Giant God City came from 9th Street. This street, also known as the 9th District, was a city within a city. The place that Futian chose to stay was 9th Street inside of Giant God City. After he arrived and descended, he sat on bays to tour this famed street. Even though he came on bays, no one paid much attention to him except for an occasional glance or two. On the road, there were many powerful demonic beasts, and Runhuang-level characters could be seen everywhere. This was the center of Giant God City. This largest trading place was the gathering place of some of the strongest cultivators in Giant God City. Futian discovered that the items traded in some random shops on the street were all saint-level treasures. Though imperial-level treasures could occasionally be found, it was rare. After all, these shops were small holes in a wall, and the real treasures were inside the big trading pavilions. Moving forward on Bay's demonic beast, Futian saw an impressive inn. The aura of heaven and earth was richly endowed upon it. This was the 9th Inn. It was the most eminent inn on 9th Street and opened only to those of Renhuang realm, with treasures as the only acceptable form of payment. Although the 9th Inn was resplendent, it was not large in size, as it was not as majestic as many inns on the mainland. The operation of an inn was difficult enough due to the limited space on 9th Street. Furthermore, the most well-known thing about the 9th Inn was that no matter what happened on the 9th Street or who was involved in what conflicts, as soon as the person entered the 9th Inn, their safety was guaranteed by the inn. Fighting was absolutely forbidden inside 9th Inn, but outside of the scope of the inn, anything could happen. One could say that it also served as a sanctuary. For many years, the 9th Inn had never had any incidents. This fact spoke more of the background of the inn's owner more than anything else. Some people said that the Duan family was the power behind the 9th Inn, but this had never been confirmed. Still, such rumors persisted over the years. It could be viewed as an inn, or it could be said to be a formidable force in itself. In a large trading place like Giant God City, conflicts and confrontations, or even killings, were commonplace. Having such an inn in a place like this, its influence must be considerable. Bay's demonic beast, with Futian on its back, headed towards the inn. There were guards at the entrance, and knowing the rules, Futian released his aura and was immediately let through. Futian stepped off the back of Bay's demonic beast and led him forward. They came to the lobby of the inn, where a woman received them. "Elder," said Futian. The woman smiled and nodded at Futian. He took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to the woman. "How long can I stay?" The woman carefully assessed the bottle, then replied, "Elder, please wait while I check." As the woman spoke, she left to have the item inspected. It didn't take long for the woman to return. She bowed slightly to Futian and said, "Elder may stay as long as you wish. The way, please." Futian was surprised as he confirmed again, "As long as I want." "Yes," the woman nodded. This piqued Futian's curiosity. Obviously, the person who inspected the item was an expert and knew how precious was the panacea he gave them. Of course, the 9th Inn was not an ordinary place, and he knew the amount of panacea he gave was not enough for the generous offer of stay. After all, it was not unusual for a cultivator to stay for years or even decades. The real reason for them to do so was because they valued the item. Obviously, they appreciated it. "Thank you very much." Futian nodded slightly. The woman led him to a courtyard, one of the tallest in the 9th Inn, with a view of 9th Street. Here, he was an alchemy grandmaster. Chapter 2131, Grandmaster of Mystery. After Futian settled down in the 9th Inn, he went out to gather some more information. He was a little relieved after hearing the news that came out from the ancient royal family of Duan. As he expected, the ancient royal family of Duan wouldn't risk doing anything to Feng Gai for the time being. Thus, he could proceed with his own plan at ease without feeling rushed. At this time inside the 9th Inn, Futian stood by the edge of the courtyard, gazing at the scenery on the 9th Street. Indeed, it was the most happening place in Giant God City, with multitudes of cultivators coming and going. At a glance, many extraordinary figures could be perceived, and Renhuang were seen everywhere. It was said that this was the place with the most traffic of cultivators inside Giant God City, not including the ancient royal family of Duan. Futian had no plan to approach anyone on his own initiative. He turned around and sat down in the courtyard. With a wave of his palm, an alchemy cauldron suddenly floated in the air. Futian sat cross-legged in front of it, then closed his eyes. Rays of flames spread out from his body, and instantly the alchemy cauldron was enveloped by the flames of the great path. He began conducting alchemical activities right there inside the ninth inn. Alchemy masters were an incredibly rare breed in the cultivating world. Only a select few of those who could be considered masters in alchemy could also be considered powerful alchemy grandmasters. Therefore, each powerful alchemy grandmaster was inordinately valuable to those who cultivate, especially those who were having difficulties breaking through their realms and sought a little extra help from external forces. However, no matter which realm of cultivation, the price of that precious panacea may not be something that they could afford. Take the cultivators of Upper Renhuang realm, for example. The panacea they needed had to be the best, which was costly. Never mind whether such an item could be found in the first place. Even if a suitable one was found, whether or not the seeker had the ability to ingest it was an entirely different matter. In the world of cultivation, top-level alchemy grandmasters enjoyed highly respected positions, and some would be recruited by major principalities as guests in their households, with a superior status. Futian knew very well the appeal of a powerful alchemy grandmaster, so he started to refine the panacea directly in the courtyard. The flame of the great path was vigorous in the alchemy cauldron as the elixir continued to pour into it. Gradually, a fragrant scent began to emerge. As it spread towards the surrounding areas, an unusual change of the aura in the surrounding heaven and earth occurred, forming a terrible vortex in the sky, urging the power between heaven and earth to pour continuously into the cauldron. The ninth inn was the most prestigious inn on 9th Street, and only Ren Huang may enter. Inside the inn, there were throngs of cultivators. At this time, in a courtyard of the inn, an old man seemed to have smelled something. His nose twitched as he was cultivating, but he expanded his divine consciousness outward. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked up. Interesting. There is an alchemy grandmaster here, the old man murmured. Not only him, but others gradually walked out of the other courtyards as well. They all looked towards a place in the middle of the ninth inn, apparently sensing the presence of an alchemy grandmaster there. Futian deliberately slowed down the speed he was conducting the alchemical process, which attracted even more people. There was now a glow of the great path that appeared in the void, which made many exclaim in amazement. It seemed that whatever he was making would be of an extremely high level. What a strong aura of life, someone said without even so much as a disguise in his voice. It was so that everyone inside the inn could hear it. Well, it is the life elemental pill of the great path he's making, which will stabilize the foundation of the great path. The power of life is the source of everything. This grandmaster is not a simple man. Do any of you know him? Someone asked, already exploring Futian's true identity. It's not that simple. Even before the pill is made, a glow of the great path appeared. This has to be the pill of a perfect grade. As far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 alchemy grandmasters capable of this feat. It just so happens that there is one on 9th Street. But they are not the same person, and that grandmaster was not staying at the inn, someone said. Many people had heard that there was a very well-known trading pavilion on 9th Street. It was the largest trading place on 9th Street with precious pills to be found. This trading pavilion was called Tianyi Pavilion, and it was a powerful force in and of itself. That grandmaster they were referring to was a guest at Tianyi Pavilion. He had high status and was well respected. In the giant god city, many people would ask him for a panacea. Obviously, that grandmaster would not appear here, and Tianyi Pavilion and the 9th Inn were 2 different principalities. Furthermore, that grandmaster would not be wearing a mask, and the pills he made were not the life elemental kind. Just as they were chattering amongst themselves, they saw a glow from the attic, and everyone saw a radiant pill of the great path had been made. It was suspended in the air and released a strong fragrance. Many looked intoxicated. The pill itself must be a great tonic. Even an old man of the Upper Renhuang realm felt a strong attraction and said, "This medicine is beneficial for people who are cultivating in the Upper Renhuang realm." This Grandmaster's alchemy seems to be not any lesser than that of Grandmaster Tian Bao. Is it really that powerful? Someone asked. Even if it is not as good, it will not be too far beneath it, At most the difference of 2 levels, said that upper Renhuang cultivator. The 2 levels were referred to the difference in the grade of the pill. Obviously, Futian heard the sound of these chattering. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly, the panacea fell into his palm. He immediately put it away and extinguished the flame in the alchemy cauldron. At this time, someone asked, "Dare we ask how to address the Grandmaster?" Futian ignored the question, and the inn fell silent for a moment. Many marveled secretly that this Grandmaster was truly arrogant to blatantly ignore the question. However, these powerful alchemy Grandmasters were said to have their sights higher than their heads, such as that Grandmaster Tianbao. They may be extremely pompous, but they could afford to be. Therefore, the Renghuang who had asked the question didn't seem to mind. Never heard of the name of the master before, so master must have come from afar. "May I ask the master what important matter do you have with 9th Street? Perhaps we can be of assistance," another man said. 9th Street was the largest trading market in Giant God City, and almost everyone who was here came for trading. If they could know the purpose of this alchemy Grandmaster, perhaps they would be able to forge a relationship with him. "You can't help me," Futian said unemotionally. His voice was a bit hoarse with a sense of vicissitude. It was befitting of the impression he gave out as a middle-aged man. "If the master will not tell us, how will we know?" someone said lightly. "I came to 9th Street just to try my luck. This place may not have what I was looking for." Futian's tone of voice was indifferent. He appeared profoundly inscrutable, which made many in the inn hold him in an even loftier position. His arrogant tone told them that what he was looking for must be something extraordinary. There were those from the upper Renhuang realm, and Futian rejected them with just a few words. What he was looking for must be something extremely precious. "Your words are too preposterous. There are no treasures that can't be found on 9th Street. Although your alchemy ability is outstanding, you are a little too conceited." The man who spoke was sitting in the yard of the inn, sipping tea. This man had a high level of cultivation and might be a powerful figure in the 8th realm. "Is that so?" Futian spoke with a still hoarse voice. "I'm looking for Phoenix's marrow, 10,000 years old. Please help me find it." The person's hand froze in mid-air as he was holding the teacup. He hesitated for a moment before he drank the tea, but his expression became a little more serious. He said, "Although the cultivation of your realm is extraordinary, and you have superb alchemy skills, you must know the kind of treasure that is the Phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years. What do you have the use for it?" "It doesn't matter. Like I said, I came to 9th Street to try my luck," Futian replied lightly, then opened the door to walk into the room. He ignored everyone inside the 9th Inn, leaving all the powerful cultivators behind. However, the more he acted like this, the more mysterious of an impression he gave. Especially his request for the Phoenix's marrow, which was a divine item. It was a rare treasure even outside the realm of apothecary. If he were to make it into panacea, what level would the medicine be? Because of Futian's mysteriousness, his one endeavor in alchemy caused a sensation that spread from the 9th Inn and onto 9th Street. Soon, many people got wind of an alchemy grandmaster that had arrived at the 9th Inn. He could produce the pill of the great path required by cultivators of Upper Renhuang realm, and it caused quite a tumult. Many cultivators of the Renhuang realm came to the 9th Inn for an audience with Futian, but all were refused by him, without exception. In addition, he had produced a second panacea, which was of a higher order. When the pill of the great path was finished, the glow from it enveloped 9th Street and was seen by everyone on the street. However, this mysterious master with the mask had not achieved fame until he attracted Tianyi Pavilion's attention. Futian sat quietly in the courtyard of the inn. He gazed into the distance and seemed quite relaxed. Baze walked over to him, his tail wagging. Futian took out a pill and fed it into the beast's mouth. As soon as Baze's demonic beast swallowed it, formidable energy burst out of his body. The demon saint glowed brilliantly as the light of the great path illuminated each part of his body. He looked at Futian with gratitude. A low and deep voice came from his abdomen. "Thank you, senior." "Achieve the breakthrough first," Futian said to him. Baze sat down and started to cultivate. As expected, he soon radiated the bright light of the great path from his body. A gigantic shadow of a demon became visible behind him. He was advancing to a higher plane. Everyone in the inn sensed the change. Although the ninth inn was a famous place, it was not very spacious. For cultivators at such a high level, nothing that happened in the inn could escape their detection. Moreover, Futian didn't try to keep it a secret in the first place. He intended to let everyone see what was happening. Before long, Baze achieved the breakthrough. The energy was surging in his body. Futian took out another pill and fed it into his mouth. Baze's demonic beast opened his eyes and shot Futian a grateful look. Then, he continued to cultivate to fortify himself. It was a life elemental pill of the Great Path that wouldn't have any side effects. Giving a pill of the Great Path to a demonic beast that is only a demon saint, people in the inn were at a loss for words. The pills were clearly at the imperial level, yet Futian recklessly wasted 2 of such precious things on a demon saint who wasn't capable of digesting them. What a willful act, other Renhuangs thought to themselves. Why couldn't Futian give the valuable pills to them? He must have a large number of pills on him, since he casually fed 2 to his mount. Alchemy grandmasters were usually liberal with pills. Besides, Futian was aloof and unapproachable. He didn't care for anyone who tried to be friendly with him. People staying in the inn were all prominent figures in their local areas. Yet this alchemy grandmaster wasn't interested in being friendly at all. Around this time, a group of people headed to the inn, but they didn't come for lodging. Upon their arrival, the head of the group said loudly, "We heard that an alchemy grandmaster is staying in the inn. May I ask if he is here?" He didn't use his divine consciousness to examine the inn's situation since it could be considered offensive. Everyone heard his voice and looked outside. They immediately realized who these people were. "They came so fast," someone whispered. "I didn't think that he would attract the attention of the Tiani Pavilion so quickly." None of them spoke up. They watched Futian in silence and waited for his response. Futian didn't care to befriend other guests in the inn before. Would he treat these people from the Tiani Pavilion differently? Silence reigned all around. Futian didn't respond. Instead, he gently groomed Baze's white fur in a leisurely manner as though he didn't know they were talking to him. "I am Tang Chun from the Tiani Pavilion. We want to invite the master to visit the Tiani Pavilion," the head of the group added. He looked up in the direction of the demonic chi and knew that Futian was there. Tang Chun. Many people narrowed their eyes in surprise. Not only had the Tiani Pavilion acted promptly, but they also attached great importance to the invitation. Tang Chun was an important figure in the Tiani Pavilion. He was a disciple of Grandmaster Tianbao and excelled in both cultivation and alchemy. The Tiani Pavilion obviously thought highly of the mysterious alchemy grandmaster by sending Tang Chun over to deliver the invitation. "I'm not available," Futian replied coldly. His hoarse voice made his rejection sound even more disrespectful. It was as if the Tiani Pavilion meant nothing to him. Futian's response reinforced the impression that he was an arrogant and standoffish man. Nevertheless, Futian felt rather satisfied deep inside. He wasn't expecting to draw the attention of the ancient royal family of Duan right away. After all, the Duan family was a supreme force that reigned over the entire giant gods continent. Futian was pleased that he could make the Tiani Pavilion take notice in such a short time. It meant that he was one step closer to his goal. Tang Chen's brows knitted tightly together upon hearing Futian's reply. It was beyond doubt that the Tiani Pavilion was a top group in the 9th Street and had always commanded respect from everyone. Few people were given the honor of visiting the Tiani Pavilion. Tang Chen only came here personally and delivered the invitation with courtesy because the mysterious person was an alchemy grandmaster. Nonetheless, politeness and respect were not reciprocated at all. The man claimed that he was not available even though he was doing nothing but sitting still and feeding his demonic beast. Apparently, it was a poor excuse. "My master would like to meet you in person. We would be filled with gratitude if you could honor us with your presence." Although Tang Chun was upset, he composed himself and made another plea. Futian was still sitting quietly in the chair, acting like nothing was happening. He gazed into the distance and spoke casually. "Shouldn't your master come to me if he would like to meet me? Why should I go to him? In that case, why should I accept your invitation at all?" Yi Futian's impudent reply shocked every cultivator in the inn. Who was Tang Qin's master? Grandmaster Tianbao was the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street and enjoyed the highest status in the Tianyi Pavilion. As far as everyone knew, no one in the entire giant god city, except for the ultimate grandmaster of the ancient royal family, was better at alchemy than Grandmaster Tianbao. Now this mysterious man asked Grandmaster Tianbao to come to meet him. Even though what Yi Futian said was reasonably sound and Grandmaster Tianbao technically should come if he were the one interested in meeting Yi Futian, the wide disparity in social status had to be taken into consideration as well. How could a man like Grandmaster Tianbao come to meet a nobody? To receive an invitation was a great honor already. Yi Futian's response probably affronted the Tianyi Pavilion. As expected, Tang Qin's face grew grim. He believed that he was polite and respectful enough. Yet this hubris alchemy grandmaster dared to order Grandmaster Tianbao around. How audacious. No one on 9th Street has ever asked my master to come. You are the first. Tang Qin's tone changed. Yi Futian didn't seem annoyed or scared. Baze finished his cultivation and leaned against Yi Futian. Yi Futian caressed his white fur and didn't respond further. He didn't appreciate Tang Qin's attitude and their condescending invitation. They acted as if they were bestowing some special favor on him. He wouldn't accept the invitation even if he were interested in the Tianyi Pavilion. Tang Qin's eyes became frosty after he was ignored by Yi Futian again. Even so, he didn't dare to break the rules of the 9th Inn. He darted Yi Futian a meaningful glance and said, "I hope you enjoy your stay here." After his final remark, he turned around and left with the people who came with him. After Tang Qin was gone, someone said to Yi Futian, "Master, the Tianyi Pavilion is one of the most powerful forces in the 9th Street. Grandmaster Tianbao, Tang Qin's master, is also a superior alchemy grandmaster who can make the 9th grade pills of the Great Path. You probably offended them just now. You are safe in the inn, but have to be careful when you're outside." That's right. The 9th Street has good and bad people mixed up together. The situation here is quite complicated. Another person echoed. Yi Futian was still sitting quietly as if he didn't hear any of them. People had no idea if their friendly warnings were received. Yi Futian's reaction frustrated everyone in the inn. This mysterious man was as stubborn as a mule. At this moment, Yi Futian stood up and said to Bei's demonic beast, "We haven't gone outside since our arrival. Let's go out to try our luck and see if we can find good ingredients for alchemy." Then, he sat on Bei's back and rode across the courtyard and out of the inn. An odd and surprised look came over every cultivator's face. They were reminding him to be careful, yet he didn't take them seriously at all. Instead, he rode the demonic beast and swaggered out of the inn. What a bold man, other Renhuangs thought to themselves. Yi Futian offended the Tianyi Pavilion and received a warning from Tang Qin just now, yet he still dared to leave the inn. What an arrogant alchemy grandmaster! Did he not care about the Tianyi Pavilion at all? Or was he confident that the Tianyi Pavilion wouldn't act against him? Let's go to have a look. Many Renhuangs were intrigued. They followed behind Yi Futian and left the inn as well. Yi Futian rode down the street and seemed extra relaxed. Judging by his mask, some people on the street realized that he might be the new alchemy grandmaster everyone was talking about. In the meantime, Tang Qin's divine consciousness was still scanning and monitoring the area. Yi Futian stepped out of the inn before Tang Qin and his people had gone far. 1. In the original text, the author used Tianxin Pavilion initially and changed it to Tianyi Pavilion later. I used Tianyi Pavilion throughout for consistency. Chapter 21:33, Turn the Score. Yi Futian rode on Bei's back and pranced down the street. Bei's demonic beast appeared to be following Yi Futian's instruction to move at a relatively slow pace. Yi Futian himself sat in a reclining position and seemed to be at ease. Some people tried to use the divine consciousness to see through his metal mask. However, a thick mist obscured Yi Futian's face under the mask, and no one could get a clear view. Yi Futian glanced over the people who attempted to make out his face with their divine consciousness. One of them screeched with pain as his eyes began to bleed. "Master, have you thought it through?" A voice came from afar at this moment. Tang Qin and the others popped up on the street and spoke to Yi Futian. F***ck off. Yi Futian's voice was hoarse. Tang Chun was so embarrassed that his face turned ashen. Yi Futian humiliated him in public and showed no respect for him at all. Tang Chun was a prominent cultivator. In addition to that, no one had ever dared to be so rude and insolent to a disciple of Grandmaster Tianbao of the Tianyi Pavilion. Tang Chun invited Yi Futian to visit the Tianyi Pavilion, yet Yi Futian cursed him. The onlookers were astounded that Yi Futian told Tang Chun to *CK off. They whispered to each other in dismay. People who were not caught up in the incident asked around about Yi Futian's identity. They instantly learned that he was the alchemy grandmaster who came to 9th Street searching for the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years. What an overbearing man he must be for telling Tang Chun to get lost. They wondered how Tang Chun would react. Tang Chun didn't start a fight right away. Instead, he stepped forward and followed Bays from behind. Other people who came from the Tianyi Pavilion joined him as well. Bay's demonic beast continued sauntering down the street. More and more people gathered on the street to watch the drama unfold. With intense curiosity, they stared at Yi Futian, who was wearing the metal mask. Who on earth was this mysterious master? Yi Futian closed his eyes in repose, as though he was letting Bays stroll aimlessly, while in fact, his divine consciousness spread over an enormous distance and was keeping a close eye on the situation on 9th Street. As for Tang Chun and the others, Yi Futian wasn't intimidated by them at all. He was waiting for them to make the first move. How could he rise to fame in the giant god city if he didn't stir up big trouble? To attract the attention of the ancient royal family of Duan, he had to be a famous and noteworthy figure on 9th Street first. Yi Futian stopped in front of a building on the left side of the street. Although many cultivators were in the building, Yi Futian forced in his divine consciousness and inspected the situation inside. Upon detecting Yi Futian's divine consciousness, one of the cultivators frowned and said, "Can we help you, sir?" Yi Futian raised his hand and threw a porcelain bottle at them. The bottle landed perfectly on the table in front of the person who spoke. Then, Yi Futian said to him, "Give me that fiery dragon plant." The person unplugged the porcelain bottle, took a brief look, and put the cork back immediately. He took out a blazing red plant and said to Yi Futian, "Please take it, sir." Before his voice faded, the blazing red fiery dragon plant flew toward Yi Futian, who was waiting outside. Yi Futian swept it in with his sleeve in a flash. Both of them moved so fast and finished the transaction before many people realized what happened. So efficient. A lot of spectators were speechless with astonishment. The person in the shop didn't even bargain for such a valuable item. The red fiery dragon plant was extremely precious. Yi Futian must have great confidence in his pills since he used them to trade for the plant. The person in the shop wouldn't accept the payment with alacrity if it were not a good deal. It showed how free-handed Yi Futian was. No wonder he was an alchemy grandmaster. This kind of liberality put many renhuangs to shame. Nevertheless, ordinary renhuangs were not comparable with an alchemy grandmaster anyway. An alchemy grandmaster could make better and more valuable pills with the same ingredients. Common cultivators naturally had to be more conscious of the balance between cost and benefit. Yi Futian paid no attention to the crowd's amazement. He kept riding down the street and purchased more valuable herbs along the way. All of them were rare and costly ingredients for alchemy. He seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of pills for trading. No one knew how many pills he was carrying with him. The onlookers exclaimed at his deep pockets. Many of them were tempted to jump on him. In fact, several renhuangs had had their eyes fixed on Yi Futian. They blended in the crowd and followed Yi Futian the whole time. Yi Futian appeared to be carrying countless treasures. They would strike it rich if they managed to rob him successfully. Although they knew that they would benefit much more by befriending this alchemy grandmaster, they had no connection with Yi Futian and couldn't possibly profit off him in that way. As a matter of course, they started to have other wicked ideas. Furthermore, from what they could see, Yi Futian seemed to be an outsider who had no one to rely on here. He also offended the Tianyi Pavilion, which made him a good target. Soon, a cluster of buildings came into view ahead of them. The name Tianyi Pavilion was carved on the gate outside. It was the biggest trading center on 9th Street. Tang Chun didn't expect to follow Yi Futian all the way here. What on earth did Yi Futian want to do? At this point, Bay's demonic beast stopped, turned around slowly, and began to walk back as though he didn't intend to visit the biggest trading center on 9th Street. While everyone was staring at Futian, one person stepped forward. It was Tangchen. He blocked Futian's way and said, "Master, since you are here, why don't you spend some time inside? There is no rush for you to leave." Several men also stepped out in other directions, following Tang Chen's lead. The crowd recognized that two of them were well-known Renhuangs on 9th Street. The middle-aged man who dressed in black was called Ku Mu. The younger Renhuang was an offspring of a prominent family on 9th Street. Both of them had made a name for themselves. By stepping forward at this moment, they seemed to be siding with Tang Chun as if they had communicated with him via voice transmission. "I heard that the master has extraordinary skills in alchemy, and I would like to see it for myself. I wonder if the master can grant my wish," the younger man said. He was at the peak of the middle-level Renhuang plane and had an imperious bearing. Ku Mu, a 7th-order high-level Renhuang, was even more powerful. Futian was still riding on the back of Bei's demonic beast, ambling along the street. Bei's demonic beast became hesitant when he sensed the forceful energy emanated from the people ahead. Futian patted him gently and said, "Keep moving." Bei's demonic beast followed his instruction and continued to walk. Tangchen stared at Futian and said, "Master, you are already at the gate. It's better if you can honor us with your visit." While speaking, he released an invisible energy current of the Great Path to block Futian's path. Futian still paid him no heed. An invisible energy shield protected Bei's body. He pressed ahead without being affected by Tangchen's pressure. "What a pretentious buffoon. I want to see your face under the mask." The young Renhuang took a step forward and raised his hand to grab Futian's mask. A giant, hand-shaped shadow bore down upon Futian's head. Buzz. The invisible energy currents of the Great Path flowed around Futian's body, sealed off the area, and blocked the giant hand. At this moment, Tang Chun and Ku Mu also took action and moved toward Futian. Ku Mu outstretched his arm and flapped his sleeve. Right away, innumerable rotten stems and vines twined around the Great Path of space and closed off the area Futian was in. Tang Chun charged forward and shot a flame of the way at Futian. Futian emitted a beam of golden divine light from his body. It turned into a light screen which shielded him from the incoming attacks. All three cultivators frowned slightly and stared at Futian. They didn't expect Futian to be so tough. Buzz. The golden light screen blazed with a tinge of red and spewed a terrifying wave of fire. "Master, we invited you with good intention. Why do we have to come to blows?" Tang Chun sensed the wave of fire and hurried to call a truce. The ferocious flames of the way engulfed the area and charged at the three cultivators. They were petrified and desperate to retreat. However, Futian lifted his hand and locked them in place with the Great Path of space. They couldn't move a muscle. "Master, please show some mercy." Tang Chen's face was deathly pale. The invisible hand immobilized them as the flames of the way leaping toward them. "Stop it." A stern voice came out of the Tianyi pavilion, but Futian ignored it completely. The brilliant divine light swept across the area, and the flames of the way devoured the three cultivators. With an ear-piercing shriek, they were annihilated under everyone's watch. Bang! 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 Several streams of powerful energy rushed out of the Tianyi pavilion. "How audacious!" A voice boomed as if it carried the authority of heaven. A fierce face appeared in the void. Futian raised his head to take a glance. Then, his body transformed into a ray of light that streamed away through the void. The entire 9th Street trembled as the fierce face gave a bellow of rage. A burst of terrifying energy chased after Futian. However, the ray of light that Futian transfigured into dashed all the way back to the 9th Inn in a flash. Futian landed in the courtyard and launched his counterattack while the terrifying energy thrusting down from above. Bang! The two types of energy came into collision in midair. Someone in the inn declared, "Don't break the rule." Anyone who entered the 9th Inn was protected by the inn. No one was allowed to attack the guests. The frosty face appeared in the sky above and glared at Futian. Futian remained calm and expressionless. He darted a casual look at the sky. "You murdered the disciples of the Tianyi Pavilion in broad daylight. You're so out of line," the face spoke. He was the chief elder of the Tianyi Pavilion and a formidable Ninth Order Renwang. Are you blind? Yi Futian shot a disdainful glance at the face. The three cultivators were going to kill him. He might be trapped in the Tianyi Pavilion forever, without any hope to make it back if he didn't fight back. Yi Futian would never show any mercy to people who bore malicious intent against him. A middle-aged man wearing a fur coat walked out of the inn. He hovered in midair and looked at the face above, said, "As far as I know, your people attacked him first. In addition to that, no one is allowed to fight within the perimeter of my inn for any reason. Do you want to challenge that rule right now?" While speaking, he fixed his piercing gaze on the face floating in the void. The middle-aged man was the owner of the Ninth Inn. He was also a Ninth Order Runhuang and one of Giant God City's best cultivators who possessed tremendous power. Although he looked like he was in his 40s, it was said that he had been operating the Ninth Inn on 9th Street for hundreds of years. Neither his appearance nor his cultivation level changed from when he first opened the Ninth Inn. The top cultivators on 9th Street certainly knew each other very well. Needless to say, the chief elder of the Tianyi Pavilion was aware of the identity and ability of the owner of the Ninth Inn. Even so, he was here not to represent himself but the Tianyi Pavilion. Tang Chen was one of the people he killed. I'm sure that you know he was Grandmaster Tianbao's disciple. One of the other two men was from the Wang family. The Ninth Inn may have its own rules, but we better honor the code of 9th Street as well. How about handing him over to me? The face responded, "Since when does the 9th Street have a code? Handing him over to you would ruin the reputation of my inn, wouldn't it?" The middle-aged man in the fur coat replied in a casual and relaxed manner. It was obvious that he would never let the chief elder take Yi Futian away. "Lin Sheng, can you do me this one favor?" a rusty old voice said from afar. Many people were startled at once. In the meantime, they felt a rush of formidable energy radiating upon 9th Street. Everyone looked into the distance, knowing who was speaking. It was Grandmaster Tianbao. Plenty of people on 9th Street had heard Grandmaster Tianbao's voice before. Grandmaster Tianbao was asking Lin Sheng, the owner of the Ninth Inn, to surrender the mysterious man who killed his disciple Tang Chen. "Grandmaster, I would gladly lend a hand if it was anything else. But this is about the fundamental rule of my inn. How can I secure my place on 9th Street in the future if I break the rule right now? Therefore, I have no choice but to ask for your forgiveness and understanding," Lin Sheng replied. He couldn't break his own rule. The rule was the foundation of the Ninth Inn and how Lin Sheng established himself on 9th Street. The Ninth Inn would be worthless and degraded if he made an exception now. "Lin Sheng, just this one time. Make an exception once, for Grandmaster Tianbao's sake. I'm sure everyone on 9th Street can understand it. We will buy you drinks to show our appreciation another day." Another voice rang out. It was the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion this time. "Lin Sheng, this man murdered an offspring of our Wang family in broad daylight. Are you determined to protect him?" Another voice boomed. At this point, the confrontation occurring in the 9th Inn attracted everyone's attention on 9th Street. Several top cultivators active on the 9th Street were demanding the 9th Inn to surrender Yi Futian. Although conflicts were rather common and frequent on 9th Street, it was different this time. To everyone's surprise, a mysterious outsider who had no roots in Giant God City slaughtered Tang Chen and two other men in public and stirred up this storm. The uproar probably would calm down once Yi Futian was killed in revenge. After all, he had no one to rely on 9th Street. The famed 9th Street of Giant God City is not so impressive after all. At this moment, Yi Futian, who was sitting in the middle of the courtyard, suddenly spoke up. Countless pairs of eyes focused on him in an instant. Wearing a metal mask, Yi Futian lowered his head and groomed Baize's white fur in a laid-back manner. He said, "A couple of self-important fools tried to badger me into meeting someone and even used force on me. They acted so recklessly and blindly and thought some Grandmaster Tianbao is worthy of my visit." The crowd was astounded by Yi Futian's words. Grandmaster Tianbao, the best alchemy master and armorer in the 9th Street, was not deserving of his visit. Yi Futian slowly stood up. The intense energy of the great path of life burst out of his body and shot up into the clouds. The green divine light illuminated the sky and made every cultivator's heart tremble. The energy of the great path of life was formidable and impeccable. They attacked me since I didn't want to go. Don't they deserve to be killed? Futian looked up and said, They think a mere Grandmaster Tianbao can summon me at will. Let me tell you, none of the masters on Ninth Street are worthy of my attention. Futian's contemptuous remark left everyone open-mouthed. Many people in the crowd began to examine Futian again carefully. Grandmaster Tianbao was held in such high regard on Ninth Street because of his super skill of making pills. An alchemy grandmaster was highly cherished and respected among cultivators. Grandmaster Tianbao could create incalculable value for the Tianyi Pavilion. Nevertheless, this mysterious man might be an alchemy grandmaster who had even better potential than Grandmaster Tianbao. He had the perfect great path of life with vigorous and robust energy of the great path. As a result, he must be able to make perfect pills of the great path of life. It was beyond imagination how remarkable the pills he made would be if he advanced to a higher cultivation level in the future. No wonder he didn't care for Grandmaster Tianbao at all. Lin Sheng was also surprised by how powerful Futian was. He looked up at the people in the void and said, You all saw it with your own eyes. How would you react if I sent some people over to demand your presence? According to Lin Sheng, he already believed that Futian was on equal footing with Grandmaster Tianbao. In his opinion, Grandmaster Tianbao had no right to summon Futian to the Tianyi Pavilion. Grandmaster Tianbao never expected that Futian wouldn't appreciate his imperious and condescending invitation. His men tried to strong-arm Futian. Of course, Futian would fight back. Shameless, Grandmaster Tianbao's voice said from a distance, You should respect me as your senior even if you have an extraordinary great path and can make excellent pills. I sent people to invite you out of courtesy. Who would have thought that you were such a haughty man? Out of courtesy? Futian gazed into the distance and said, I have returned to the inn and have no interest in heading out again today. But I will visit the Tianyi Pavilion tomorrow and see how good you really are at alchemy. Was that a challenge? Did this mysterious alchemy grandmaster intend to challenge Grandmaster Tianbao in alchemy? How arrogant. It seemed that he had considered Grandmaster Tianbao beneath him since the beginning. What a conceited man he must be. Standing in the courtyard, he was facing several top cultivators of Ninth Street who came to capture him, yet he didn't take them seriously at all. Was it simply the typical arrogance of an alchemy grandmaster? How fascinating, Lin Sheng said with a smile. You all have heard him. This mysterious master will pay a call on the Tianyi Pavilion tomorrow, and we will be able to witness the spectacle by then. Everyone on Ninth Street was watching the situation in the Ninth and closely. They were all shocked that the mysterious master dared to challenge Grandmaster Tianbao. His arrogance was beyond people's imagination. If he really was so capable, Grandmaster Tianbao indeed insulted him by sending his disciple to summon him to the Tianyi Pavilion. Even the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion was at a loss for words at this moment. Futian had informed them that he would go to the Tianyi Pavilion tomorrow. What else could they do at this point? While the cabinet master was still contemplating a response, Grandmaster Tianbao answered offhandedly, In that case, I will be waiting for you in the Tianyi Pavilion. Let's wait for a day then. The domineering energy was pulled back. The cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion left, and the face in the void also disappeared. The crowd dispersed in a short time. However, a few Renhuangs were still monitoring the inn with the divine consciousness as though they were worried that Futian would slip away. Although the top cultivators took off, for now, Ninth Street was thrown in a ferment. Everyone discussed the mysterious outsider who issued a challenge to Grandmaster Tianbao, who was unrivaled in Ninth Street when it came to alchemy. Grandmaster Tianbao could make extremely high-grade pills and had been a well-respected guest of the Tianyi Pavilion. All the big fish in the Ninth Street gladly associated themselves with Grandmaster Tianbao. Even the ancient royal family of Duan had sent people to make contact with him. If not for having a better grandmaster within the Duan family, they would undoubtedly recruit Grandmaster Tianbao. Nonetheless, many people were not fully convinced yet. Although the mysterious man had a perfect great path, he was on a lower cultivation level than Grandmaster Tianbao. It would not be easy for him to compete with Grandmaster Tianbao in alchemy. Having said that, some people might be willing to take him under their protection as long as he could display excellent alchemy skills. The news soon spread from Ninth Street to other parts of Giant God City. The arrogant and mysterious master on Ninth Street slowly rose to fame. Chapter 2135 Took the Hook. Futian continued to rest in the courtyard after the top cultivators left. Grandmaster Tianbao was the best and the most renowned alchemy master on Ninth Street. It was alleged that he could make ninth-grade pills of the great paths. Futian certainly couldn't do that. But that didn't matter. Since Futian was at a much lower cultivation level than Grandmaster Tianbao, he couldn't win the challenge. Nevertheless, winning was not his goal anyway. He simply needed to do his best to make pills and take advantage of Grandmaster Tianbao's fame during the process. An alchemy grandmaster from the outsider challenged the best alchemy grandmaster on Ninth Street. Futian was confident that his move had attracted considerable public attention. "Master," a voice rang out. Lin Sheng, the owner of the Ninth Inn, walked over. Futian nodded slightly at Lin Sheng and said, "Please have a seat." Lin Sheng sat down right away without feigning politeness. He said to Futian, "Master, why did you issue a challenge to Grandmaster Tianbao? Tianyi Pavilion is their territory. You might get yourself in trouble there. Are you sure that you can walk out unscathed?" "It's going to be all right," Futian replied. "I won't bring you any trouble." "That's not what I meant," Lin Sheng explained with a smile, but he still didn't understand where Futian's confidence came from. He continued, "Perhaps someone will step up and offer you protection if you can demonstrate superlative alchemy skills. In that case, even the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion wouldn't harm you without thinking twice. I'm heartened by your optimism, and I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you." Futian gave an enigmatic nod. Lin Sheng cracked a smile and said, "Master, I will leave you to it then." After that, Lin Sheng stood up and left the courtyard. He was rather excited about what might happen at the Tianyi Pavilion tomorrow. Futian seemed impossible for him to read. Could he really compete with Grandmaster Tianbao in alchemy? Lin Sheng couldn't predict the result and had no choice but to wait patiently. He was not the only one on the edge of his seat. A lot of people were waiting with bated breath as the news circulating in and beyond Ninth Street. What kind of a place was the Tianyi Pavilion? It was the largest trading center on Ninth Street. On top of that, Grandmaster Tianbao was the best alchemy grandmaster on Ninth Street. He made the finest pills for the Tianyi Pavilion. Now, a mysterious outsider killed Grandmaster Tianbao's disciple and issued him a challenge. How conceited the man must be. The Tianyi Pavilion was extra busy and crowded the next day. Not only the residents near Ninth Street gathered there, but many cultivators from other parts of Giant God City also showed up, including people from various prominent and influential families in the city. Ninth Street was acknowledged by everyone to be the largest commercial hub in Giant God City. It was also a place that was frequented the most by people from aristocratic families in the city. Needless to say, the people from the distinguished families were more or less on familiar terms with Grandmaster Tianbao. Of course, they would come on this day to watch the drama unfold. There was an elevated stage in the Tianyi Pavilion where auctions were usually held, but it was empty on this day for Grandmaster Tianbao and Futian. A lot of seats were located under the stage to accommodate auction participants. At this point, the seats were filled with cultivators who came to watch the match. Some people didn't show up in person but had covered the entire field with divine consciousness to not miss a single detail. Even so, more cultivators swarmed in to witness the competition with their own eyes. A voice boomed at this moment, "Cabinet Master, the man just headed out." The cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion immediately walked out of a great hall and strode in the direction of the elevated stage. He was accompanied by several people who all had a stately bearing. "Have a seat," the cabinet master gestured and said to everyone. All of them were from aristocratic families in Giant God City, including a man who enjoyed the same status as the cabinet master. "Where is Grandmaster Tianbao?" someone asked. "Grandmaster Tianbao is still resting. He will come out soon," the cabinet master replied. "All right. I'm surprised that so many people came here today. This is good. Let's check out how this clown who doesn't know his limitations is capable of. He even dares to challenge Grandmaster Tianbao." An old man chuckled. "We need to have a drink with Grandmaster Tianbao after he takes care of this clown. I want to ask him to make a pill for me," another person said. "He was here to seek favor with Grandmaster Tianbao." Most of the people came here not only because of curiosity, but also to reinforce their relationship with Grandmaster Tianbao and to ask him for pills, which were crucial to the youngsters and their families. Sure, the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion said. The Grandmaster wouldn't accept this man's challenge if Lin Sheng didn't insist on saving him. He is nothing but a fool who overestimated his abilities. They couldn't kill Yi Futian when he was inside the ninth inn. It was obvious that they didn't want to fall out with Lin Sheng after all. Otherwise, a prestigious man like Grandmaster Tianbao wouldn't care to compete with Yi Futian at all since it was utterly meaningless. However, if Grandmaster Tianbao accepted the challenge, Yi Futian would come to the Tianyi Pavilion voluntarily and have no chance to make off alive. While chatting casually, they noticed that several people who had courtly manners were mixed with the crowd. An elderly man gazed at the distinctive group, his eyes narrowed. "They are," the old man muttered. Right away, the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion and his companions looked in that direction as well. A group of young men and women, attended by several people, were standing there. They kept a low profile and seemed unfathomable. Startled, the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion stood up and was about to walk over to them. Coincidentally, one of the young men darted the cabinet master a look at the same time. He nodded slightly at the cabinet master and transmitted his voice to him. "Keep doing whatever you need to do. Don't mind us." The cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion paused for a moment and sat back down. He transmitted his voice back to the young man. "Yes, Your Highness. Please let me know if Your Highness needs anything." "Okay," the young man replied and looked away. Several people alongside the cabinet master also greeted the young man via voice transmission. They were all surprised to see people from the ancient royal family here. It seemed that the news reached rather far indeed. That being said, they might have come here simply out of curiosity. The excited crowd created a din in the Tianyi Pavilion. Far away, many cultivators cleared out a path. Bei's demonic beast was sauntering down the street, carrying a man wearing a metal mask. The man seemed extremely relaxed. Even his eyes were closed under the mask. Everyone felt that this alchemy grandmaster was exceptionally arrogant. It was as if he considered everything and everybody beneath his notice, including Grandmaster Tianbao. Such an attitude. Many people were lost for words. The man didn't take Grandmaster Tianbao seriously at all. The young people who came from the ancient royal family were intrigued by Yi Futian. They came out to watch the fun after learning about the eccentric alchemy grandmaster, who was staying on 9th Street. He appeared to an interesting man indeed, but his alchemy skills were unclear. Yi Futian and Bei strolled down the street without hurry. The crowd made way for them spontaneously. Plenty of people were wondering if Yi Futian was feigning nonchalance. Yi Futian didn't open his eyes until Bei's demonic beast stopped. He shot a glance at the people in front of him. The cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion and the others were all staring at him with a cold and stern face. They didn't attack him right away only because they accepted his challenge the day before. They were men of high standing who cared about their reputation on 9th Street and wouldn't go back on their word. "Where is him?" Yi Futian asked casually. He scanned the stage and didn't see Grandmaster Tianbao. Before his voice faded, a lithe figure flew out of the great hall and landed on the stage with extraordinary grace. It was Grandmaster Tianbao. Grandmaster Tianbao darted a look at Yi Futian. He never thought that a youngster would be so impudent and audacious. Without mincing words, he said, "You really have the nerve to come. I will take your life for sure after we make the pills." "Great arrogance for an old man," Yi Futian snickered. Beis carried him forward to the stage. He jumped off and walked over to Grandmaster Tianbao. "I would also like to see what kind of pills you're capable of making, and what makes you think that you can summon me at will," Yi Futian said contemptuously. Grandmaster Tianbao's eyes were filled with menace, his long beard flowing in the wind. However, he heard the cabinet master talking to him via voice transmission. "Grandmaster, the ancient royal family has sent some people here. You need to take the competition seriously even if you want to kill him." "All right," Grandmaster Tianbao replied. He darted a disdainful glance at Yi Futian and said, "Let's begin." Grandmaster Tianbao didn't want to waste his breath on Yi Futian anymore and jumped to start at once. Everyone knew that Grandmaster Tianbao didn't believe this to be an equal match. He was eager to finish the competition early so he could kill Yi Futian as soon as possible. Grandmaster would not let Yi Futian live no matter what kind of pills he could make. Yi Futian slaughtered Grandmaster Tianbao's disciple, who went invite him over for a visit. If he could survive this unscathed, Grandmaster Tianbao would lose all prestige he had on 9th Street. Yi Futian shot Grandmaster Tianbao a contemptuous look from behind the mask. Then, he stood on the opposite side and waved his hand. An alchemy cauldron appeared, floating in midair. Humph! Grandmaster Tianbao snorted. Another alchemy cauldron popped up in an instant. Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao stood face to face. Their cauldrons were on opposite sides. A jet of superheated steam immediately shot out and billowed around the cauldrons. The audience near the edge of the stage felt the touch of the intense heat. Some people couldn't help but raise their arms to protect their faces from the heat. After that, they saw that the flames of the way were lit under the two alchemy cauldrons at the same time. True fire of 6 ding. The crowd sized up Grandmaster Tianbao's flames of the way. The golden flames were blazing under the cauldron and formed a brilliant pattern. Grandmaster Tianbao obtained this 9th grade Imperial level flames of the way during a serendipitous encounter in his early years. It was why he had a high success rate of making 9th grade pills of the Great Path, even though he was only at the peak of the 8th level Renhuang plane. There were only a handful of grandmasters in the alchemy circle. In addition to that, even an alchemy grandmaster couldn't always successfully make pills of the Great Path that were on a par with their cultivation level. Nevertheless, Grandmaster Tianbao's success rate of making 8th grade pills of the Great Path was higher than 90%. He could even make an effective 9th grade elixir 3 out of 10 times. The statistics were awe-inspiring. Apart from his remarkable flames of the way, it was also because Grandmaster Tianbao had extraordinary alchemy skills. Many people looked in Yi Futian's direction. His flames of the way felt unique. Strong and vigorous, they were burning as if they would never die out. On top of that, the worldly spiritual qi in the surrounding area was flowing toward his flames of the way to fuel the blaze. 5th level, perfect grade, the crowd exclaimed. It confirmed the rumor that had been circulating. Grandmaster Tianbao also noticed Yi Futian's flames of the way and began to take him more seriously. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he couldn't simply kill Yi Futian as he imagined. He needed to find a way to seize hold of Yi Futian's flames of the way first. While the flames of the way were burning, both Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao poured herbs and other ingredients into the alchemy cauldrons, their sleeves flapping in the wind. They closed their eyes to concentrate on creating the elixir. Silence reigned over the stage. The audience was waiting quietly as well. No one dared to speak a word to disturb Grandmaster Tianbao and Yi Futian. Only the crackling sound of the flames of the way could be heard. Elixirs couldn't be made in an instant. While Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao remained silent on the stage, the spectators started to talk to each other in whispers. The popping and crackling noises came from both alchemy cauldrons. That is, someone noticed that Yi Futian's flames of the way formed a dazzling phoenix around the alchemy cauldron. His flames of the way are so gorgeous, a person murmured. Moreover, Yi Futian's flames of the way gave them an inexplicable feeling that it would burn for eternity. It seemed that the mysterious alchemy grandmaster was not an ordinary man indeed. No wonder he dared to provoke Grandmaster Tianbao and even issued a direct challenge to compete against him in alchemy. This is getting interesting. Lin Sheng was also among the crowd. Although he was prominent enough to sit on the stage, he chose not to due to the conflict over Yi Futian between him and the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion. He would rather watch the match from below. Ling Sheng was very intrigued by Yi Futian. This mysterious alchemy grandmaster was arrogant, overbearing, and eccentric. Why did he act this way? What was his purpose? Did he want to become famous? This seemed to be a risky way to gain fame. Who do you think will win? Someone whispered under his breath. Grandmaster Tianbao, of course. He will surely do his utmost to make a 9th grade pill of the Great Path this time. With his marvelous ability, it is very likely to be a success. This person is at a much lower cultivation level than Grandmaster Tianbao. We have to wait and see what kind of elixir he can create, one person replied. It was apparent that most people believed that Grandmaster Tianbao would win a resounding victory. Everyone was confident that Grandmaster Tianbao's elixir would be at a higher grade than Yi Futian's. There was no suspense in that regard. The flames of the Wei were burning more and more intensely. Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao kept tossing new ingredients into the alchemy cauldrons. It looks like Grandmaster Tianbao is attempting to make a 9th-grade elixir. People could tell what kind of pills Grandmaster Tianbao wanted to make based on the ingredients he put in the cauldron. Of course, the ingredients Yi Futian used were also rare and precious. He obtained several of them through trading on 9th Street. The flames of the Wei blazed up. As time went by, a rich aroma wafted out of the cauldron. Even though the pills were not finished yet, the fragrance was already tantalizing and intoxicating. The alchemy cauldrons were vibrating in the void, making a sizzling noise. Grandmaster Tianbao outstretched his arm and slapped on the alchemy cauldron. The cauldron instantly started to spin in front of him. The great path's energy currents rushed down from above as soon as he formed a seal with both hands. Much to everyone's surprise, the alchemy cauldron was devouring the power of the world. The terrifying flames of the Wei were licking the alchemy cauldron, and the incandescent glow of the fire illuminated the clouds. The entire sky was turned scarlet. The flames converged and lunged into the alchemy cauldron like fiery dragons. Grandmaster Tianbao is making fire elemental pills of the Great Path. It's his strong suit. Some people immediately understood what Grandmaster Tianbao was aiming for. On the other side, a faint call of the phoenix was coming out of Yi Futian's alchemy cauldron. A translucent divine phoenix took shape and wrapped around the cauldron. Yi Futian was emitting brilliant celestial light from his body. He looked like a heavenly deity as wisps of sacred energy flowing from him to the cauldron. The Great Path's divine light shot into the clouds, and an extraordinary phenomenon came into view. A gigantic shadow of a phoenix appeared in the sky as an overpowering aroma rising from the alchemy cauldron. The clanking sound inside the cauldron was becoming louder and louder as well. Judging by the extraordinary phenomenon, he is as good as Grandmaster Tianbao. A lot of people were astonished by Yi Futian's ability. Yi Futian kept his eyes shut behind the metal mask. He exerted all his strength and went into a state of abstraction. Unlike the conceited man everyone on 9th Street remembered, Yi Futian looked majestic and dignified like a true master. "What type of pill is he making?" someone asked. "If I recall it correctly, he said he came to the 9th Street to try his luck in searching for the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years, which is the main ingredient of some elixir." What kind of elixir? People were curious. Immortal elixir, which can bring the dead back to life. It can grow flesh and bones that will never perish. Therefore, even a dead man with a broken body can come back alive, someone said. This man always wears a mask. Could it be that he suffered an irreparable injury to his face and wants to heal it with this elixir? Seems like it's going to be over soon. The crowd gazed at the cauldrons without blinking. Grandmaster Tianbao's performance was to be expected, but Yi Futian did come as a big surprise. The mysterious alchemy grandmaster was anything but ordinary for sure. After a short time, the aroma of the elixirs finally jumped out of the alchemy cauldrons. A beam of divine light pierced the clouds and shone like a high flame. It gave a red glow to the sky above 9th Street and even cast light upon the areas nearby. Countless people in Giant God City turned their eyes to the source of the light. The elixir is made. The audience stared at the scarlet elixir as big as a palm taking shape in front of Grandmaster Tianbao. The flame current rushed frantically toward the dazzling elixir. The entire area was tinged with red. "Divine Fire Elixir, 9th grade," an expert announced. This was not the first Divine Fire Elixir made by Grandmaster Tianbao. The elixir was extremely beneficial to people who cultivated the Great Path of Fire. Consuming it could directly enhance the cultivator's flames of the Wei and increase his fire elemental power. In addition to that, it could temper the cultivator's body and even cleanse his spiritual soul. Grandmaster Tianbao took a brief look at the Divine Fire Elixir before putting it away. With a satisfied look on his face, he glanced at Yi Futian on the opposite side. He would love to see what Yi Futian was capable of besides boasting and swaggering. At this moment, rays of blinding divine light shone out of Yi Futian's alchemy cauldron. An elixir emerged immediately after that. Furthermore, an enormous shadow of a phoenix also appeared in the void as if it was greeting the elixir. The elixir rose high in the sky and was caught by the phoenix. Instantly, the will of the great path of life filled the space. Everyone on Ninth Street felt more energetic. It was as though they had been recharged. Ugh, such a powerful pill. Yi Futian's elixir was as good as Grandmaster Tianbao's, if not better. A perfect sixth-grade pill of the Great Path. Impressive, Lin Shang expressed his approval. This pill may be even more effective than the ninth-grade one. Besides, it is probably more helpful for cultivators below the ninth level. At this point, Lin Shang finally understood why Yi Futian was so confident. This pill alone was enough to save Yi Futian's life today. Plenty of people, including Lin Shang, would not let Yi Futian die here. This alchemy grandmaster was much more valuable than Grandmaster Tianbao. Lin Shang would even argue that they were not at the same level at all. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.